So hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel, and today we are gonna see what if Harry Potter was raised by his ghost mother Lily Potter. So if you are new to this channel, please make sure to subscribe and like the video. Also share this video as much as you can, and also as you already know, we are super close for our 10k subscribers, so it will be highly appreciated if you subscribe my channel. Now without any further delay, let's get straight to the video.
Lily Potter's ghost watched her own body hit the floor, and her first thought was, "Get up." Her second thought, as the green light faded and the nursery fell silent, except for Harry's screaming, was, "Why am I still here?" Voldemort stood over the crib, wand raised, and Lily lunged, passed right through him like smoke through a window. No, 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 no. She spun around, tried again, her hands going through his robes, his arm, his wand. She couldn't touch anything. She couldn't stop anything. She was nothing but memory and rage and desperate, useless love. Avada Kedavra, the curse hit Harry and rebounded. Lily didn't see what happened next, because the explosion threw her ghost backward through the wall. She felt it, weirdly, like being shoved through cold water, and when she oriented herself again, the nursery was half destroyed. Harry was bleeding from a lightning-shaped cut on his forehead, and Voldemort was gone. Just gone. His robes lay empty on the floor, smoking slightly, and something dark and screaming tore itself away from the fabric and vanished through the ruined ceiling. Harry was still crying. Lily floated to the crib, reached for him, and her hands passed through his tiny body. She couldn't pick him up, couldn't hold him, couldn't even brush the blood away from his forehead. "Harry," she whispered, and at least he could hear her. His green eyes, her eyes, found her, and his crying stuttered, confused. "Harry, Mummy's here. Mummy's here, I'm not leaving you, I promise. I'm not." She heard the motorcycle before she saw it. Sirius. She tried to shout, to warn him, to tell him Peter was the traitor, but by the time she made it downstairs, floating was disorienting. She kept forgetting she didn't have to use doors. Sirius was already on his knees beside James's body. "No," he was saying over and over. "No, no prongs. Come on, wake up." Lily tried to touch him. Nothing. Tried to speak. He couldn't hear her. She screamed his name until her throat should have been raw, but ghosts don't have throats, do they? She couldn't make a sound he could perceive. Hagrid arrived. Dumbledore's orders. Take Harry to safety. Sirius gave up the motorcycle. Gave up Harry. And Lily watched him walk into the darkness with murder in his eyes, walking toward Peter, walking toward Azkaban, and she couldn't do a damn thing to stop him. She followed Hagrid instead, stayed with Harry as the motorcycle flew through the cold October sky, as her son fell asleep against Hagrid's massive chest, as they landed on a quiet street in Surrey and Dumbledore himself emerged from the shadows. Lily listened to him talk. Blood wards. Protection. The Dursleys. No. She swooped down, tried to grab the letter from his hands, tried to snatch Harry from Hagrid's arms, tried everything. Nothing worked. She was invisible, inaudible, helpless. Dumbledore left her son on a doorstep in November. Lily sat down next to the basket and didn't move until dawn, when Petunia opened the door, screamed, and nearly dropped Harry on the concrete. The first 3 years were the worst. Harry couldn't talk yet, couldn't really understand, and Lily couldn't touch anything. She could only watch as Petunia handled her son like he was contaminated, as Vernon glared at him with undisguised hatred, as they shoved him in a cupboard under the stairs and told him to be quiet, be grateful, be less. Lily raged. She screamed. She threw herself against walls and doors and windows, and nothing happened. Nothing. Until one night, when Harry was 2 and crying in his cupboard, and she couldn't take it anymore. She slammed her fist against the door, and it rattled. Actually rattled. She stared at her hand. Tried again. The door shook in its frame. Petunia came running. She yanked open the cupboard door. Saw nothing but a sniffling toddler, and her face went pale. "What did you do?" she hissed at Harry. "What did you do, you freak?" Lily hit her. Her hand connected. Barely, like pushing through syrup. But it connected, and Petunia stumbled back with a red mark blooming on her cheek. She stared at the empty air. At Lily, through Lily. "Toonie," Lily said, and she saw her sister's eyes widen. "Can you hear me?" Petunia ran. Lily spent the next hour figuring out her limits. She couldn't manifest fully, couldn't make herself visible to anyone but Harry. But she could make sounds if she concentrated, could move small objects if she really tried. And apparently, she could touch living people just enough to make them very, very uncomfortable. The next morning, Lily waited until Vernon left for work and Dudley was distracted by the television. Then she cornered Petunia in the kitchen. "I know you can hear me." Petunia froze, spatula dripping egg onto the floor. "I can't make you love him," Lily continued. "I can't make you want him. But you're going to take care of him, Petunia. You're going to feed him properly, clothe him properly, never lock him in that cupboard again. You're going to treat him like a human being, not a burden. Because if you don't..." Lily knocked a mug off the counter. It shattered on the tile. "I will make your life a haunting you wouldn't believe." Petunia didn't turn around. Her voice was barely a whisper. "You're dead." "Yes, but I'm not gone, and I'm never leaving my son." For a long moment, neither of them moved. Then Petunia said, in a voice like broken glass, "You were always the special one. Even dead, you're still..." She stopped. Breathed. "Fine. But he stays out of Dudley's way. He doesn't talk about any of your freakishness. And you..." She finally turned, staring at a spot slightly to Lily's left. "You stay away from me. Treat him well and you'll barely notice I'm here." Lily kept that promise. Mostly. She scared Petunia 3 more times over the next few years. Once when Harry got sick and Petunia tried to ignore it. Once when Vernon raised a hand to him. And once when they attempted to leave Harry with Mrs. Figg for 3 weeks while they went on vacation. But mostly, she focused on Harry. Harry's first word was, "Mum." He was 18 months old, sitting on the floor of the cupboard. Petunia had moved him to the smallest bedroom after Lily's ultimatum. But old habits died hard and Harry liked the cupboard sometimes, liked the smallness of it. And Lily was telling him a story about his father, about the time James had accidentally turned his own hair bright pink for a week, and Harry looked right at her and said, "Mum." Lily burst into tears. Ghost tears apparently were a thing. "Yes," she said, floating down to his level. "Yes, baby, I'm your mum. I'm right here. I'm always right here." Harry learned to talk early. Learned to read early too. Lily spent hours floating beside him with books from the Dursleys' meager collection, pointing at words, sounding them out, making a game of it. By the time he was 4, he was reading at a 2nd grade level. By 5, he'd figured out that other children couldn't see their mothers floating through walls. "Why am I different?" he asked one night, huddled under his covers while Lily perched at the foot of his bed. "Because you're magical, sweetheart. Like me, like your dad. Aunt Petunia says magic isn't real. Aunt Petunia is afraid of things she doesn't understand. But magic is very real, Harry. You'll go to a special school when you're 11, a school for witches and wizards, and you'll learn all about it." Harry's eyes went wide. "A magic school. Hogwarts. It's a castle in Scotland. There are ghosts there too. I won't be the only one, though I doubt any of them are as pretty as me." Harry giggled. Then his face went serious, the way it sometimes did when he was thinking hard. "Mum, why can't Aunt Petunia see you?" Lily hesitated. She'd been dreading this question. I'm a special kind of ghost, Harry. Most ghosts are visible to everyone, but I'm tied to you. I stayed because I love you, because I couldn't leave you alone. And that kind of magic, it only works between us. So I'm the only one who can see you. Ever, I think so. Maybe there are exceptions for people with very strong magical connections. But mostly yes, it's just us. Harry was quiet for a moment. Them glad. I don't want to share you. Lily's heart, her ghost heart, her memory of a heart, broke a little. Oh, sweetheart. You're going to have to someday. You're going to have friends, family, people who love you. And I'll still be here. But you can't just have me. That's not enough. You deserve more. I don't want more. I want you. He was 5. She couldn't explain it to him yet. So she just smiled and said, "Go to sleep, troublemaker. We've got a big day of reading tomorrow." Harry's first accidental magic happened when he was 6. Dudley and his gang cornered him in the schoolyard. and Lily watched from 20 feet away. She'd learned to give Harry space during the day, to let him navigate the normal world without her hovering, as Dudley shoved him into a wall. "Freak!" Dudley spat. "Weirdo. Mum says you're a bad seed. Leave me alone, Dudley. Make me." The other boys laughed, one of them, Piers. The radish one, grabbed Harry's arm and twisted. Harry's eyes flashed, and suddenly Piers was sailing through the air, landing in a heap 10 feet away. The other boys scrambled back. Dudley stared, mouth hanging open, then turned and ran screaming for a teacher. Lily materialized beside Harry, who was shaking, staring at his hands. "Mum, I don't know what. It's okay. Harry, look at me." He did. That was magic. Accidental magic. It happens when young witches and wizards feel strong emotions. It's normal. You're not in trouble, but Piers, eyes fine. Look, he's already getting up. You didn't hurt him, just scared him a bit. She glanced toward the school building, where Dudley was pointing frantically at a confused teacher. "But we're going to need to be more careful. You can't let that happen again, not where people can see." "How do I stop it?" Lily smiled. "That's exactly what I'm going to teach you." Training started that night. Lily had thought about this for years. How to teach Harry control without a wand, without textbooks, without any of the normal tools. She'd been a brilliant student at Hogwarts, one of the best of her year, and she'd always been fascinated by the theory of magic. The mechanics of it, how it actually worked underneath the Latin words and the wand movements. Magic, she'd concluded long before her death, was about intent. Wands focused it. Words shaped it. But at its core, magic was willpower made manifest. So that's where she started. "Close your eyes," she told Harry, sitting cross-legged on his bed while he mimicked her posture. "Feel the magic inside you. It's there. It's always been there. Like a warmth in your chest, or a humming in your bones." "I don't feel anything." "You will. Just breathe. In through your nose, out through your mouth. Think about how you felt when Piers grabbed you. The anger, the need to push him away," Harry breathed, his brow furrowed. "And then, oh, I feel it. It's like fizzy water, but inside me." Lily grinned. "Perfect. Now I want you to try to move that feeling. Push it into your hand, just your right hand. Concentrate it there." It took him 3 weeks to manage it consistently. 3 weeks of nightly sessions, of Harry getting frustrated and accidentally levitating his pillows, of Lily patiently walking him through it again and again. But eventually, he could summon that warmth to his hand at will. "Now," Lily said, placing a feather on his bedsheet. She'd borrowed it from the garden. Unable to carry it but able to nudge it along the ground. "I want you to lift this. Not by touching it, by pushing your magic at it and telling it to rise." Harry extended his hand. Squinted at the feather. "Up," he whispered. Nothing happened. "Don't just say it. Mean it. You have to believe it's going to happen. Magic is confidence, Harry. Doubt kills spells faster than anything." Harry tried again. And again. And on the 15th attempt, the feather twitched, shuddered, and floated 3 inches off the bed sheet. Harry's face split into a grin. "Ma'am, I did." "Oosh! You'll wake the Dursleys!" But Lily was grinning too. "I saw, sweetheart. I saw. That was brilliant. That was absolutely brilliant." Over the next 5 years, she taught him everything she could. It wasn't a normal magical education. She didn't have textbooks, didn't have a wand to demonstrate with, couldn't show him potion, making, or transfiguration in any practical sense. But she could explain theory, could describe wand movements, and have him mimic them with a stick from the garden. Could drill him on pronunciation, on the history of magic, on the political structures of the wizarding world. And she could teach him wandless magic. It was rare, wandless magic. Difficult. Most witches and wizards never mastered it because they never needed to. Ones were so much easier, so much more precise. But Harry didn't have a wand, and Lily was determined that he wouldn't be defenseless. By 7, he could levitate small objects reliably. By 8, he could summon them too. Nothing big, just things like quills or socks, but it was still impressive. By 9, he managed his first lumos, a tiny ball of light hovering above his palm, no wand in sight. By 10, he could cast a silent, Wandless shield charm strong enough to block Dudley's thrown rocks. Dudley had stopped trying to bully him by then. Something about Harry's quiet confidence, the way he smiled when cornered, unnerved all of Privet Drive's children. But it wasn't just magic that Lily taught him. She told him about his father, James Potter, the arrogant Torag who'd matured into the bravest man she'd ever known. His best friends, Sirius Black Innocent, she told Harry firmly, framed, "We'll prove it someday, Remus Lupin's a werewolf, and a better man than most humans, and Peter Pettigrew's the traitor, the rat, the one who gave them all up." She told him about Voldemort. Not the sanitized version, not the vague, bad wizard that Petunia had once muttered about. The real story. Tom Riddle, the half-blood who hated his heritage, who gathered followers with promises of pure blood supremacy, who killed and tortured his way to power, who came to Godric's Hollow on a prophecy's whisper and murdered James in the hallway, and stood over Harry's crib with death in his eyes. He's not gone, Lily said when Harry was 9 and old enough to understand. I saw something leave his body that night. Something dark. He's out there somewhere, Harry, and he'll come back eventually. You have to be ready. Harry didn't cry, didn't rage, just nodded, his jaw tight, and said, "Then I'll be ready." She told him about Hogwarts too. The houses, Gryffindor's courage, Ravenclaw's wisdom, Hufflepuff's loyalty, Slytherin's ambition. The teachers, Dumbledore the headmaster, brilliant and manipulative in equal measure, McGonagall the strict but fair transfiguration professor, Flitwick the dueling champion turned charms teacher Snape. Lily talked about Severus more than she'd intended to. "We were friends," she said one night, when Harry asked about the potions professor who'd apparently known his mum. "Best friends, for years. He was the first person who ever told me I was a witch. He lived near me, in Cokeworth. He saw me doing accidental magic, and he explained everything. We went to Hogwarts together, and I thought." She trailed off. "What happened?" "Hay fell in with bad people. Death Eaters, or people who would become Death Eaters. And there was an incident in 5th year. He called me a slur. A terrible word for someone like me, Muggle-born. We stopped being friends after that." "Did he become a Death Eater?" Lily hesitated. This was the part she wasn't sure about. Severus had been at that rally, the one before she'd gone into hiding. She'd seen the mark on his arm. But Dumbledore trusted him, and Dumbledore didn't trust easily. I think he made bad choices and might be trying to make up for them now. I don't know. You'll have to make your own judgments about him, Harry. Just be careful. He's complicated. He sounds like a git." Lily laughed despite herself. "He was a bit brilliant, though. The best at potions in our whole year. And he wasn't always." She stopped. "Just be careful." Harry's 11th birthday came on a Thursday. Lily had been counting down the days for months. The letter would come. Hagrid might come. Or maybe they'd send someone else, since Harry technically knew about magic already. Either way, she was ready. She was also terrified. Hogwarts meant other ghosts. Ghosts who might see her. Ghosts who might tell Dumbledore that Lily Potter's spirit had never moved on, had been haunting her son for a decade. And Dumbledore, Lily didn't trust Dumbledore. Not completely. He'd left Harry on a doorstep. He'd let Sirius rot in Azkaban without a trial. He played chess with people's lives, and Harry was a very important piece. She hadn't told Harry about the prophecy yet. That felt like too much, too soon. But she'd have to eventually. Before he got to Hogwarts. Before Dumbledore could shape the narrative. An owl landed on the kitchen windowsill. Petunia shrieked. Vernon, purple-faced, tried to shoo it away. The owl ignored him completely, fluttered inside, and dropped an envelope on Harry's plate. Harry looked at Lily. Lily nodded. He opened it. Hejimar Skiol of WTH Raft and Elzarazar Dirai Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sork, Chef, Warlock Supreme Mugwump, of International Confeed, of Wizards, dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. No, Vernon said, snatching the letter. Absolutely not. We swore when we took you in that we'd stamp out this nonsense. The letter burst into flames in his hand. Vernon yelped and dropped it. The flames vanished, leaving the parchment untouched. Harry picked it up calmly, folded it, and tucked it into his pocket. "I'm going," he said. "And you're not going to stop me." Vernon's face had gone from purple to white. Petunia was staring at the spot where Lily stood, not seeing her, but sensing her clearly, because she grabbed Vernon's arm and shook her head frantically. "Let him go," Petunia whispered. "Vernon, just let him go." Vernon looked at his wife, at Harry, at the undamaged letter. For a moment, Lily thought he might argue anyway. Vernon Dursley wasn't known for his intelligence or his self-preservation instincts, but something in Harry's eyes must have warned him off. "Fine," he spat. "Go to your freak school. But don't expect us to pay for it, and don't come crying back when they turn you into a toad or whatever it is your kind does." Harry smiled. It wasn't a nice smile. "Goodbye, Uncle Vernon." They took the night bus to London. Lily had told Harry about it years ago. The emergency transport for stranded witches and wizards. The triple-decker purple bus that most muggles never noticed. Harry had flagged it down easily, just like she'd taught him, and now they were rocketing through the countryside at impossible speeds, while Harry clung to a brass bedstead and tried not to vomit. "Mum," he said through gritted teeth, "you could have mentioned how horrible this thing is." Lily, drifting alongside him, motion didn't really affect ghosts, laughed. "Where's the fun in that?" The leaky cauldron was packed when they arrived. Harry pushed through the crowd, nodded at Tom the barkeep, and made his way to the back courtyard without stopping to talk to anyone. Lily had drilled this into him: don't introduce yourself as Harry Potter until absolutely necessary. The scar on his forehead was hidden under his fringe, and he wanted to keep it that way. He tapped the bricks in the correct sequence, and the wall melted away to reveal Diagon Alley. Harry stopped. Stared. Lily had described it to him 100 times. The cobblestones, the crooked buildings, the shop windows stuffed with cauldrons and broomsticks, and owl cages. But descriptions couldn't capture the color of it, the noise, the overwhelming sense of magic pressing in from every direction. "Welcome to the wizarding world," Lily said softly. Harry let out a breath. "It's real. I knew it was real, but..." "Yeah, I know." They went to Gringotts first. Lily coached Harry through the interaction with the goblins. Always be polite, always use their names if given, never comment on the gold or the security measures. Harry handled it perfectly, emerging from the cart ride with a pouch full of galleons and a slightly green complexion. "Worse than the night bus," he muttered, and Lily laughed again. Then came shopping. Robes at Madame Malkin's, where Harry met a pointy-faced blonde boy who immediately started complaining about muggle-borns. Harry smiled politely, said nothing, and filed the information away for later. Lily recognized the boy, Draco Malfoy, had to be... He looked exactly like Lucius, and made a mental note to tell Harry about the Malfoys later. Books at Flourish and Blots, where Harry spent an hour browsing while Lily pointed out useful titles that weren't on the required list. A telescope and scales and phials for potions, a cauldron, pewter standard size, and then Ollivanders. Lily had been dreading this. The shop was dusty, dim, and felt ancient in a way that had nothing to do with its age. Ollivander appeared from nowhere, his pale eyes fixing on Harry with unsettling intensity. "Ah," he said. "Yes, I thought I'd be seeing you soon. Harry Potter." Harry didn't flinch. "Hello, Mr. Ollivander. You have your mother's eyes. I remember when she came in for her first wand. Willow, 10¼ inches, swishy, excellent for charm work." His gaze drifted to the spot where Lily stood, and for one horrible moment, Lily thought he could see her. But his eyes moved on, unfocused. "Your father, on the other hand, favored a mahogany wand. 11 inches, pliable, a bit more power, a little less finesse. I'd like to find my wand, please." Ollivander smiled. It wasn't comforting. Of course. Let's see. The first wand, beech, dragon heartstring, did nothing. The second, maple, unicorn hair, sent sparks shooting everywhere. The third, fourth, fifth, sixth all failed in various ways. Ollivander's eyes got brighter with each failure. "Tricky customer, eh? Not to worry, we'll find the right match." The pile of rejected wands grew. 10. 30. Harry's arm was getting tired. Lily was getting nervous, and then Ollivander paused. I wonder, he murmured and disappeared into the back of the shop. He returned with a single box, holding it like it might explode. Holly, 11 inches. Phoenix feather core. An unusual combination, rather rigid. Harry took it, and the shop exploded with light. Not dangerous light, warm light, golden, streaming from the wand's tip and swirling around Harry like a living thing. Lily felt it wash over her, felt it recognize her somehow, and for one impossible moment she thought she might become visible, might become real. The light faded. Harry stood holding the wand, breathing hard. Curious? Ollivander said, and his voice had gone very quiet. Very curious. What's curious? I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single one. The phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather. Just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother. Why? Its brother gave you that scar. Harry's hand drifted to his forehead. Voldemort's wand. Ollivander flinched at the name but nodded. We do not speak of him, but yes, I think we must expect great things from Mr. Potter. After all, he who must not be named did great things. Terrible. Yes, but great. Harry paid for the wand and left without another word. Outside, he leaned against the wall and took a shaky breath. I know. That can't be a coincidence. No, it's not. Lily hesitated. There was no good time for this, but... Harry, there's something I need to tell you. Something I should have told you a long time ago. He looked up at her. Waiting. The night Voldemort came to our house, he wasn't just hunting us because we were in the Order. There was a prophecy. About a boy born at the end of July, born to parents who had defied Voldemort 3 times, who would have the power to defeat him. Voldemort believed that boy was you. That's why he came. That's why he tried to kill you. Harry was silent for a long moment. Then, a prophecy. I don't know the exact wording. Dumbledore does. He's the one who heard it. But I know it exists. And I know Voldemort believed it enough to personally come to our house on Halloween. So this is all because of a prophecy. Dad died because... Your dad died protecting us. I died protecting you. The prophecy was just the reason Voldemort came looking. It doesn't define you, Harry. You're not a weapon or a chosen one or any of that nonsense. You're my son. And you're going to decide your own fate. Harry looked at his new wand. You said he'd come back. Yes. And when he does, he'll come for me. Yes. Then I'll be ready. Harry's jaw set, and for a moment he looked so much like James that Lily's heart ached. You've taught me for 10 years, Mum. You've taught me everything you know. And I'm going to learn more, at Hogwarts, in the library, from anyone who'll teach me. When he comes back, I'm going to be ready. Lily wanted to hug him. Wanted to wrap her arms around him and tell him he didn't have to be ready, that she'd protect him, that everything would be okay, but she couldn't touch him, and she couldn't protect him from everything. All she could do was prepare him. I know you will, she said. Let's go get your owl. They named her Hedwig. She was a snowy owl, beautiful and proud, and clearly far too intelligent for her own good. She looked at Harry, looked at Lily. Actually looked at Lily, like she could see her, and hooted approvingly. Think she can see you? Harry asked as they left Aesop's Old Emporium. Maybe. Some magical creatures can perceive ghosts more easily than humans. Or maybe she's just a good judge of character. Hedwig hooted again, clearly agreeing. They spent the rest of the day in the alley, picking up extra supplies, browsing the Quidditch shop, getting ice cream at Fortescue's. By the time they returned to the leaky cauldron, Harry was exhausted and happy, and clutching his wand like he'd never let it go. Mum, he said, as they waited for the night bus back to Surrey. What's it going to be like? At Hogwarts, I mean. With other ghosts. Lily had been thinking about that. I don't know, she admitted. Most of the Hogwarts ghosts are, well, they're different from me. They chose to stay, but they're visible to everyone, they're part of the school. I'm tied to you. I don't know how they'll react to me. I don't know if Dumbledore will be able to sense me. We'll have to be careful. But you're coming, right? You're not going to stay here, Harry. She moved closer, wishing she could put a hand on his shoulder. I'm never leaving you. I stayed for a reason. I'm not going anywhere until you don't need me anymore. I'll always need you." The words hung in the air, and Lily didn't know what to say to them. Because someday he wouldn't. Someday he'd have to let her go, and she'd have to let herself move on. But that was years away. Decades, hopefully. For now, they had Hogwarts. The night bus screeched to a halt in front of them. "Ready?" Lily asked. "Ready." The rest of the summer passed quickly. Harry practiced with his wand. Actual wand magic, finally. And it was amazing how much easier it was than wandless casting. Lily drilled him on spells he'd need to know, on history and theory, and the social dynamics of Hogwarts houses. They discussed strategy. Harry would try for Gryffindor. Because that's where his parents had been, and because it would raise the fewest questions. But he wouldn't fight the hat too hard if it had other ideas. Slytherin wouldn't be the end of the world, Lily said 1 week before term started. Severus was Slytherin. Andromeda Black was Slytherin, and she turned out decent. But everyone will expect me to be Gryffindor, and people already have weird expectations about me because of the whole boy who lived thing. I don't want to make it worse. Exactly. Plus, Gryffindor Tower is in a part of the castle where I can move around more easily. The dungeons are complicated for ghosts. Harry nodded, filing this information away like he filed everything, quietly, efficiently, without fuss. He was so good at that, at absorbing and adapting. Lily was proud of him and terrified for him in equal measure. September 1st dawned bright and clear. Petunia drove them to King's Cross without a word, her knuckles white on the steering wheel. She didn't say goodbye when Harry got out of the car. Just drove away the moment his trunk was on the curb. "Charming as always," Harry muttered. They found the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Lily had described it to him. The trick was to walk straight at it. To trust that the magic would let you through. But knowing about it and doing it were different things. Harry stood there for a long moment, staring at the solid brick wall. "You can do this," Lily said. Harry squared his shoulders. "I know." He walked through the barrier and emerged onto platform 9 and 3/4. The Hogwarts Express was enormous. A scarlet steam engine gleaming under the morning sun, surrounded by hundreds of students and parents saying tearful goodbyes. Harry stood at the edge of the chaos, taking it in, and Lily saw the exact moment he started to feel overwhelmed. "One step at a time," she said. "Find a compartment. Get settled. You can deal with the rest later." He nodded and started toward the train. Excuse me, are you Harry Potter?" Harry turned. A girl with bushy brown hair and slightly too large front teeth was staring at him with wide eyes. She was already wearing her Hogwarts robes, which seemed excessive given that they hadn't even left the station yet. "Yeah," Harry said cautiously. "Oh, I've read all about you, you know. You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. Are you looking for a compartment?" "I've found one, but it's just me and a boy named Neville who keeps losing his toad. You could sit with us if you'd like." Harry blinked. "Ah, sure, that sounds nice." Hermione beamed and grabbed his arm. "Come on then. The train leaves in 10 minutes. Lily watched her son be dragged away by the most aggressively friendly girl she'd ever seen and thought, "This is going to be interesting." The compartment was small but comfortable. Neville Longbottom, a round, faced boy with a nervous disposition, was indeed searching for a toad, crawling under seats and muttering apologies every few seconds. Hermione was talking a mile a minute about the books she'd read, and the spells she'd practiced, and how excited she was to learn everything. Harry sat by the window and let it wash over him. Lily noticed his tension, the slight rigidity in his shoulders, the way his eyes kept tracking to the door. He wasn't used to being around so many people his own age. The Dursleys had done their best to isolate him, and while Lily had taught him plenty, she couldn't exactly arrange playdates. Anything off the trolley, dears. A plump witch with a cart of sweets appeared in the doorway. Harry dug into his pocket and pulled out a handful of gold. "I'll take some of everything," he said. Neville's eyes went wide. Hermione looked torn between disapproval and curiosity. The trolley witch beamed and started piling treats onto Harry's seat. By the time she left, Harry had enough candy to feed a small army. He pushed the pile toward the center of the compartment. "Help yourselves. I've never had any of this stuff before." Neville reached for a chocolate frog with the look of a boy who'd been told Christmas came early. Hermione hesitated, then selected a packet of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans with the air of someone conducting a scientific experiment. Harry unwrapped a chocolate frog and bit into it. "Oh, that's brilliant. The cards are collectible," Hermione said, already opening her beans. "I've read about them. You get one with every frog." Harry flipped over his card. Albus Dumbledore stared back at him, twinkling pleasantly. "Dumbledore," Hermione said, leaning over to look. "He's the headmaster, you know. The greatest wizard of the modern age. Did you know he discovered the 12 uses of dragon's blood, and he defeated Grindelwald in 1945? And I know who he is," Harry said, and his voice was carefully neutral. Lily had warned him about Dumbledore. About the old man's tendency to see people as chess pieces, to keep secrets, for the greater good, to let children suffer if he thought it served some higher purpose. Harry didn't hate Dumbledore. You couldn't really hate someone you'd never met. But he didn't trust him either. The compartment door slid open. A boy with red hair and a smudge of dirt on his nose stuck his head in. "Anyone sitting here? Everywhere else is full. Come in," Harry said. "There's plenty of room." The boy, Ron Weasley, he introduced himself, turned out to be funny, self-deprecating, and absolutely rubbish at noticing when Hermione was rolling her eyes at him. He had 5 older brothers at Hogwarts, which explained why he was carrying a slightly battered looking rat instead of an owl, and he seemed genuinely shocked that Harry had never heard of Quidditch. "What do you mean? You've never heard of Quidditch? It's only the best sport in the world. 14 players, 7 on each team, and there's 4 balls." "Ron," Hermione interrupted. "He just said he didn't know." "Maybe explain it without shouting." "I'm not shouting! This is my normal voice!" Harry grinned. He couldn't help it. This was normal. This was what normal felt like, being a kid with other kids, arguing about sports and eating too much candy. He'd never had this. Lily watched from her spot near the luggage rack, invisible and silent, and smiled. The train rolled on toward Scotland. Toward Hogwarts. Toward whatever came next. It was dark when they arrived. Hagrid, massive, wild-haired, and surprisingly gentle, herded the first years toward a fleet of small boats waiting at the edge of a great black lake. Harry climbed into one with Ron, Hermione, and Neville, and they pushed off into the darkness. Then the castle came into view. Harry had seen pictures. Lily had described it in exhaustive detail. But nothing had prepared him for actually seeing Hogwarts, rising out of the night like something from a dream. Towers and turrets and 1,000 glittering windows, ancient and impossible and real. "Whoa," Ron breathed. Harry couldn't speak. Neither could anyone else. They reached the shore and climbed out of the boats, following Hagrid up a stone path toward the castle's entrance. Lily drifted beside Harry, her translucent form barely visible in the torchlight. Harry murmured, so quietly no one else could hear. We're here, she agreed. "Now the real work begins." The sorting was everything Lily had warned him about, and nothing he expected. Professor McGonagall, stern, Scottish, and radiating an aura of do not mess with me, led them into the great hall, which was exactly as magnificent as Lily had described. 4 long tables, thousands of floating candles, a ceiling enchanted to look like the night sky. At the front of the room, the teacher's table stretched across a raised platform, and at its center sat Albus Dumbledore. Harry met his eyes for exactly 1 second. Then he looked away. The sorting hat sang its song. Harry barely heard it, too focused on keeping his face neutral, his breathing steady. When McGonagall started calling names, Abbott Hannah, he felt his heart rate spike. Granger, Hermione. Hermione practically ran to the stool. The hat took nearly a minute before shouting, Gryffindor, and she bounced over to the cheering table with obvious relief. Longbottom. Another Gryffindor. Neville looked shocked. Malfoy, Draco! The blond boy from Madame Malkin swaggered up to the stool. The hat barely touched his head before screaming, "SLTION!" and he strutted off to join his cheering housemates. And then, Potter. "Harry," whispers erupted, heads turned. Harry walked to the stool with his spine straight and his face blank, and when McGonagall lowered the hat onto his head, he felt a small, dry voice whisper directly into his mind. My. Harry didn't flinch. "Hello. Polite. That's unusual. Most children scream or beg. You're different, Mr. Potter, very different. You have secrets, so many secrets. And a ghost, oh, fascinating, a mother's love bound by sacrifice. I've never seen anything quite like it." Harry's hands tightened on the stool's edge. "You can see her. I can see everything in your mind, child, including things you'd rather I didn't. But don't worry, the Sorting Hat keeps its secrets. It's the only way anyone trusts me at all." Another pause. "No, you have courage, certainly, plenty of it. But also cunning. You've learned to hide, to watch, to wait. Ravenclaw would love your mind, and Slytherin would love your ambition. Gryffindor," Harry thought firmly. "Please. Are you sure? Slytherin could help you on your way to greatness. And with what's coming, you'll need every advantage. I'll find my own advantages." Gryffindor, the hat chuckled. "Very well. You know your own mind. Another point in Gryffindor's favor. But remember, Mr. Potter, the houses are not cages. You can be brave and cunning, loyal and ambitious. Don't let a label define you." "I won't. Jen better be." "Jarwyfindr," the last word was shouted to the whole hall. Harry pulled off the hat, handed it back to McGonagall, and walked to the Gryffindor table on legs that felt slightly unsteady. Hermione was beaming at him. Ron, who'd been sorted into Gryffindor moments later, clapped him on the back so hard he nearly fell off the bench. The Weasley twins, several seats down, started chanting, "We got Potter, we got Potter." Harry smiled and let himself enjoy the moment. Under the table, invisible to everyone, Lily's hand passed through his. It was the closest she could come to squeezing it. "Well done," she whispered. "I'm so proud of you." Harry didn't answer. Couldn't, not with everyone watching. But he turned his head slightly toward her and smiled. The feast was overwhelming. Mountains of food appeared on golden plates. Roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, bacon, steak, boiled potatoes, roast potatoes, chips, Yorkshire pudding, peas, carrots, gravy, ketchup, and peppermint humbugs. Harry, who had spent 10 years eating whatever Petunia deigned to give him, couldn't believe his eyes. "This is real?" he asked Ron, who was already shoveling potatoes onto his plate. "This happens every night." "Well, not this much. This is the welcome feast, so it's fancy. But yeah, the food's always good." Harry took a bit of everything. Then a bit more. Lily drifted through the table, literally through it, which was disconcerting, and examined the teacher's table with narrowed eyes. "Snape's staring at you," she murmured. Harry didn't turn to look. He'd spotted Snape earlier. Greasy hair, hooked nose, black robes that looked like they'd been dipped in shadows. The man had been watching Harry since the sorting, his expression unreadable. "I know, be careful around him. I told you, he's complicated. He might be an ally, or he might be a threat. Don't give him anything he can use against you." Harry took a bite of treacle tart and filed the warning away. After the feast, Dumbledore stood to give the usual start of term announcements. The third-floor corridor was out of bounds. The Forbidden Forest was forbidden. And they had a new defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Quirrell, a nervous-looking man in a purple turban who seemed to flinch every time someone looked at him too quickly. Lily hissed through her teeth, "I don't like him." Harry looked at Quirrell more closely. There was something off about him. Not just the nervousness, but something else. Something wrong. Harry couldn't put his finger on it. "What is it?" "I don't know. Something feels dark. Corrupted." Lily shook her head. "We'll keep an eye on him." The first-year Gryffindors were led to their dormitory by a prefect named Percy Weasley, who droned on about rules and schedules while everyone struggled to keep their eyes open. The common room was cozy. Squashy armchairs, a roaring fireplace, a portrait of a fat lady who demanded passwords. Harry climbed the stairs to the boys' dormitory, found his bed, and collapsed onto it without bothering to change into pajamas. Ron was snoring within seconds. Neville wasn't far behind. Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas, the other two boys in their year, exchanged exhausted nods and pulled their curtains shut. Harry stared at the ceiling. Lily materialized beside his bed, her form slightly more visible in the darkness. "I'm here. We made it. We made it." Harry let out a long breath. What happens now? Lily sat, or the ghost equivalent of sitting, hovering an inch above the mattress, and looked down at her son. He was so young. Still so young, despite everything she'd taught him, everything he'd been through. He shouldn't have to carry any of this. But he did, and she couldn't change that. "Now," she said, "we learn. We make allies. We figure out what Dumbledore's plans are and decide if we're going to follow them. We watch Snape. We watch Quirrell. We find out what's hidden in that third-floor corridor, because something definitely is." She paused. "And we start looking for the Horcruxes." Harry's eyes snapped to hers. "You never said that word before. What's a Horcrux?" Lily's expression was grim. "The darkest magic there is. A way to split your soul and anchor it to objects, making yourself immortal as long as the objects survive. That thing I saw leave Voldemort's body the night he attacked us. I think that was part of his soul. A piece he'd already torn away." She leaned closer. "If I'm right, Harry, and he made more than one, he can't truly die until they're all destroyed. How do you know about this?" "James and I were in the Order. We heard things, rumors, and I've had 10 years to think about it, to piece together what I saw." Lily's voice hardened. "Voldemort is out there somewhere, weak but not gone, and when he comes back, when, not if, we need to be ready to end him permanently. That means finding every single piece of his soul and destroying them." Harry was quiet for a long moment. Then he nodded, once. "Then we find them." Lily smiled. It was a sad smile, but a proud one too. "Get some sleep, Harry. Tomorrow's a big day." Harry closed his eyes. Within minutes, his breathing had evened out, his face slack and peaceful in the way it only ever was when he slept. Lily watched over him until dawn. Chapter 2. The Sorting of Secrets. Harry's first morning at Hogwarts started with Ron Weasley falling out of bed. "Bloody hell!" Ron yelped. Tangled in his sheets on the floor, red hair sticking up in 17 different directions. "What time is it? Are we late? Percy's gonna murder me if we're late on the first day." "It's 6:30, Harry said, already dressed. He'd been up for an hour, unable to sleep, too wired with anticipation and nerves to stay in bed. "Breakfast doesn't start until 7. Ron stared at him like he'd grown a second head. "You're mental. Absolutely mental. Who wakes up at 6:30 on purpose? People who want first pick of the bacon." Ron considered this. Fair point. He dragged himself upright and started hunting for his robes. "How'd you sleep?" "I was out like a light. These beds are brilliant. Way better than mine at home. Course, I'm sharing a room with 5 brothers there, so anything's an improvement." Harry shrugged. Fine. He'd actually slept better than he had in years. The Gryffindor dormitory was warm and safe, and knowing Lily was watching over him had let him relax in a way he rarely could at Privet Drive. "You. Like the dead." Which is saying something, because Seamus snores like a chainsaw. They made their way down to the common room, where Hermione was already waiting with a stack of books and a slightly manic expression. "Oh, good, you're up." "I've been reading ahead. Did you know we have Transfiguration first thing? With Professor McGonagall. I've read the entire first chapter of our textbook 3 times, but I'm still not sure I understand the theoretical basis for." "Hermione," Ron interrupted, "it's not even 7 in the morning. Can we panic about classes after breakfast?" Hermione huffed, but fell into step beside them as they headed for the portrait hole. Lily drifted alongside Harry, invisible to everyone but him. "The bushy-haired one's going to be useful," she murmured. "She's clearly brilliant. Make friends with her." Harry didn't respond. Couldn't, not without looking insane. But he filed the advice away. The Great Hall was half empty when they arrived, most students apparently sharing Ron's opinion about early mornings. Harry loaded his plate with eggs, Bacon toast and sausages, eating with the focused intensity of someone who'd spent years never quite getting enough food. "Blimey," Ron said, watching him. "Hungry much?" "Always." Their schedules arrived with the morning post. A chaos of owls swooping through the hall, dropping letters and packages with varying degrees of accuracy. Harry caught his timetable neatly, scanned it, and nodded to himself. Transfiguration, charms, history of magic, defense against the dark arts, potions. Potions is with Slytherin. Ron groaned, reading over Harry's shoulder. Brilliant, just brilliant. And we've got it Friday afternoon, so we get to spend all week dreading it. What's wrong with potions? Snape. He's the teacher, head of Slytherin. Everyone says he's horrible, favors his own house, takes points from Gryffindor for breathing too loud. Ron shuddered. My brothers have stories. Harry thought about what Lily had told him. Severus Snape, her childhood friend. Death Eater turned spy. The man who'd called her a slur and lost her forever. He sounds charming, Harry said dryly. That's one word for it. Transfiguration was fascinating. Professor McGonagall started the class as a cat. Literally, sitting on her desk in tabby form until the last student filed in, then transforming into herself in a single fluid motion that left half the class gasping. Harry wasn't surprised. Lily had told him about animagi, about McGonagall's particular talent for the discipline. But he made sure to look impressed anyway. Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts. McGonagall said, surveying the room with sharp eyes. Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned. She set them to turning matches into needles. Simple enough, theoretically. Lily had walked Harry through the theory years ago, but actually doing it was another matter. The match required visualization, willpower, precise wand movements. Most of the class couldn't even get theirs to change color. Harry focused, pictured the match in his mind, then pictured a needle, silver, pointed thin. Pushed his magic through the wand, felt it flow into the wood, and whispered. Acus match shivered, lengthened. Turned silver from tip to tail, perfectly pointed. McGonagall's eyebrows rose. She picked up the needle, examined it closely, and looked at Harry with an expression he couldn't quite read. 5 points to Gryffindor, she said. Well done, Mr. Potter. Have you practiced transfiguration before? Just the theory, Professor. My, he caught himself. I read ahead, clearly. She handed him back the needle. Try it again. See if you can make it faster. Harry spent the rest of the class refining his technique while the other students struggled with their matches. By the end, Hermione had managed a partial transformation. Her match was silver but still wooden, and Neville had somehow set his on fire. Ron's match looked exactly the same as when he'd started. That was incredible, Hermione said as they left the classroom, practically vibrating with academic jealousy. How did you do that? I studied for weeks and I could barely manage anything. But you just, and on the first try. Lucky, I guess. Luck doesn't explain perfect wand work. Have you been practicing at home? Is your family magical? The book said you grew up with muggles, but... Hermione. Harry kept his voice gentle but firm. I really did just read ahead. Some people are better at some kinds of magic than others, right? Maybe transfiguration's my thing. She didn't look convinced, but she dropped it. Lily, floating beside them, made a sound that might have been a laugh. Smooth. You're going to have to get better at lying if you want to keep this up. Harry ignored her. Charms was fun in a chaotic sort of way. Professor Flitwick was a tiny wizard who had to stand on a stack of books to see over his desk, but his enthusiasm was infectious. When he called Harry's name during roll, he squeaked and toppled off his book pile, which Ron found hilarious. They spent the class learning the wand movements for Wingardium Leviosa without actually casting. Flitwick wanted them to get the motion right before adding magic. Harry practiced dutifully, even though he'd been levitating objects without a wand since he was 6. History of magic was less fun. Professor Binns was a ghost. The only ghost professor at Hogwarts, according to Lily, and he was mind-numbingly boring. He droned on about goblin rebellions in a monotone that put half the class to sleep within 15 minutes. Harry, who'd heard all this from his mother years ago, used the time to study his other textbooks instead. He died in the staff room, Lily whispered, drifting through Binz's transparent form with a slight shudder. Sat too close to the fire, fell asleep, got up the next morning to teach and didn't realize he'd left his body behind. He's been here ever since. Harry muffled a snort. What? Ron asked, half asleep beside him. Nothing. Just history. Defense against the dark arts should have been the most interesting class. It wasn't. Professor Quirrell was even worse than Harry had feared. He stuttered through his lectures, jumped at loud noises, and seemed genuinely terrified of his own subject matter. The classroom smelled strongly of garlic, supposedly to ward off a vampire Quirrell had encountered in Romania, and his purple turban gave off a faint, unpleasant odor that Harry couldn't identify. But the worst part was the feeling. Every time Quirrell looked at Harry, something cold crawled down his spine. Not fear, exactly, more like recognition, like something inside Quirrell was paying very close attention. That turban, Lily said, circling the professor with narrowed eyes. There's something wrong with it. Some kind of concealment magic. I can't see through it, but I can feel it, dark, corrupted. Like I said before. Harry watched Quirrell stutter through an explanation of defensive hexes and made a mental note to never turn his back on the man. After class, as the students filed out, Harry deliberately lagged behind. He wanted to get a closer look, see if he could figure out what was setting off his instincts. Mr. Potter, Quirrell said, noticing him. Is there something I can help you with? Just wanted to say I'm looking forward to the class, Professor. Defense is what I'm most interested in. Quirrell smiled. It didn't reach his eyes. How wonderful. Your mother was quite talented at defense, as I recall. A shame what happened to her. Harry went still. You knew my mother? Only B by reputation. She was a few years ahead of me at Hogwarts. Everyone knew Lily Evans. Quirrell's smile widened. Such a tragedy. Such a waste. The cold feeling intensified. Harry forced himself to nod politely and left. Outside the classroom, Lily was waiting. Her expression was thunderous. He's lying, she said. I never met anyone named Quirrell at Hogwarts. I would remember that stutter. And the way he talked about me. There was something cruel in it. Something knowing. You think he's connected to Voldemort. I think we need to find out what's under that turban. The week crawled by. Harry settled into a routine classes during the day, studying in the common room at night, quiet conversations with Lily when everyone else was asleep. He made a point of seeming average in most subjects. Not bad, just unremarkable, while secretly devouring every book in the library he could get his hands on. Hermione noticed. You're always reading, she said on Wednesday evening, dropping into the chair across from him with a stack of her own books. But you never seem to study for class. You just read other things. Harry looked up from Advanced Defensive Theory, a sixth-year text he'd found in a dusty corner of the library. I like to learn. So do I. But you're reading things we won't cover for years. Why? Because my dead mother taught me the basics when I was 6, and I'm trying to catch up to what I'll actually need to survive, because they're interesting. Hermione studied him for a long moment. Then she said, You're different from what I expected. What did you expect? I don't know. Someone more heroic. The books all made it sound like you were this legendary figure, the boy who lived, defeater of you. No. Who? But you're just... She gestured vaguely, quiet, watchful. Like you're waiting for something. Harry closed his book. The books don't know anything about me. They're just stories people made up because they needed a hero. I was a baby. I didn't defeat anyone. I just survived. Then how did you know? Who die? He didn't. The words came out before Harry could stop them. He saw Hermione's eyes widen and quickly added, I mean, he's gone obviously. But I don't think he's really dead, not permanently. Hermione leaned forward. What makes you say that? Harry hesitated. He shouldn't be telling her this. Shouldn't be telling anyone. But something about Hermione, her intensity, her hunger for knowledge, the way she looked at him like she actually wanted to understand, made him want to trust her. Just a feeling, he said finally. Forget I said anything. But Hermione was already pulling out a fresh sheet of parchment. No, this is interesting. If you know, who isn't really dead? That would explain why the Ministry never found his body. I've read accounts of the war, and they always gloss over the details of his defeat. What if there's something they don't want people to know? Harry stared at her. You're not going to tell anyone I said that. Why would I? It's just a theory. She was already scribbling notes. But it's a good theory. Worth investigating. Lily, invisible beside Harry's chair, made an approving sound. I like her. She's going to figure you out eventually, you know. You might as well bring her in. Harry wasn't so sure about that. But he also wasn't entirely opposed. Friday arrived like a storm cloud on the horizon. Potions. With Snape. With the Slytherins. Harry had been dreading this all week, and based on the tension at the Gryffindor table, during breakfast, he wasn't alone. Ron looked like he was heading to his own execution. Even Hermione seemed nervous, clutching her textbook like a shield. It'll be fine, Harry said, not really believing it. Easy for you to say? Ron muttered. You're good at everything. Snape's going to hate you anyway because you're famous, but at least you won't blow up your cauldron. They made their way to the dungeons in grim silence. The potions classroom was cold, dark, and lined with jars of things that floated in murky liquid. Harry chose a seat near the back and waited. Snape swept in like a bat. He didn't walk. He prowled, black robes billowing behind him, pale face carved from stone. He took roll call in a bored monotone, pausing only when he reached Harry's name. Ah, yes, Harry Potter. Our new celebrity. A few Slytherins snickered. Harry met Snape's eyes and said nothing. Snape's gaze sharpened. He stared at Harry for a long moment. Longer than comfortable, longer than necessary, and something flickered across his face. Harry couldn't tell what it was. Then Snape looked away. Let's see if fame has taught you anything useful. Potter, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Hermione's hand shot up. Harry ignored her. The draught of living death, sir. A powerful sleeping potion. Snape's eyebrow twitched. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? The stomach of a goat. It's a stone that can cure most poisons. And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same plant, also called aconite, silence. The entire class was staring. Even the Slytherins looked shocked. Snape's expression had gone completely blank. It seems, he said slowly, that fame has taught you something after all. Or perhaps you've simply read ahead. He paused. 5 points from Gryffindor for showing off. Ron made an outraged noise. Hermione looked murderous. Harry just nodded. Yes, sir. Snape stared at him for another long moment. Then he turned away. Well, why aren't you all writing this down? The class scrambled for quills. Lily was furious. Harry could feel her anger radiating off her in waves. She'd moved to float directly behind Snape, her ghostly hands clenched into fists. That miserable, petty, spiteful. I can't believe I ever called him a friend. Taking points because you answered correctly. Because you were prepared. I should haunt him. I should make his life a waking nightmare. Harry kept his face neutral. Later, he thought. We'll talk about it later. The rest of the class was just as bad. Snape stalked between the tables, criticizing everyone's technique. Everyone in Gryffindor, at least. The Slytherins could do no wrong. When Neville melted his cauldron and had to be taken to the hospital wing, Snape blamed Harry for not stopping him. Another 5 points from Gryffindor. For failing to assist a classmate, Harry bit his tongue so hard he tasted blood. After class, as the students filed out, Snape's voice cut through the noise. Potter, stay behind. Ron shot Harry a sympathetic look. Hermione hovered uncertainly by the door until Harry nodded at her to go. Then it was just Harry, Snape, and Lily's invisible ghost. Snape waited until the room was empty. Then he walked to Harry's table and stood there, looking down at him with an expression Harry couldn't read. Who trained you? The question was quiet. Dangerous. I don't know what you mean, sir. Don't lie to me. Snape's voice dropped to a near whisper. I've been teaching for 10 years. I know the difference between a student who read ahead and a student who was taught. You answered those questions without hesitation. Without thinking. That's not book knowledge. That's practice. That's drilling. Someone taught you, and I want to know who. Harry met his eyes. With respect, sir, I don't see how that's any of your business. Snape's face went white. For a moment, Harry thought he'd gone too far. Thought Snape might curse him or throw him out or worse. But instead, the professor took a step back. You have your mother's eyes, he said, and his voice was strange. Hollow. But you look like your father. Same arrogance. Same disregard for authority. I didn't know my father, sir. Or my mother. No, you didn't. Snape was staring at him now, really staring. Like he was trying to see through Harry to something underneath. And yet you carry yourself like you've known magic your whole life, like you have nothing to fear. That's dangerous, Potter. That kind of confidence gets people killed. Or keeps them alive. The words hung in the air. Snape's expression shifted. Something that might have been surprise or recognition or both. Get out, he said finally. Harry paused at the door. Be careful who you trust. Hogwarts isn't as safe as it pretends to be. Harry nodded and left. In the corridor, Lily materialized beside him. Her face was pale, paler than usual, which was saying something for a ghost. He knows something's off, she said. He might not know what, but he knows. Yeah. Harry started walking toward the common room. What do we do about it? Lily was quiet for a long moment. Then, we might have to tell him. Eventually, Harry stopped. You want to tell Snape you're haunting me. I don't want to. But think about it, Harry. He was a Death Eater. He's close to Dumbledore now. Or at least, Dumbledore thinks he is. He might know things about Voldemort's plans, about Horcruxes, that we can't find anywhere else. She paused. And he was my friend, once. Before everything went wrong. I called you a slur. He chose the Death Eaters. I know. But people can change. And even if he can't change, he might still be useful. Lily sighed. I'm not saying we trust him. I'm saying we consider him, later, when we know more. Harry started walking again. Fine. But not yet. Not until we know what we're dealing with. The weekend brought exploration. Harry had memorized the map of Hogwarts that Lily had drawn for him years ago, based on her memories of her own time at school. But the castle had changed since then. Staircases moved. Doors pretended to be walls. Entire corridors seemed to shift when no one was looking. He spent Saturday morning mapping the changes, wandering through empty hallways with Lily floating beside him. They found secret passages, hidden rooms, a bathroom that made strange moaning sounds whenever anyone walked past. That's Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, Lily said, steering Harry away from the door. She's a ghost, died here about 50 years ago, haunts the toilets and cries constantly. Annoying but harmless. You knew her. Of her. She was dead long before I came to Hogwarts, but everyone knew the story. A girl died in that bathroom. They never figured out how. The school covered it up. Harry filed that information away for later. On Sunday, he found the third-floor corridor. Dumbledore had warned them about it at the feast. Anyone who didn't want to die a painful death should stay away. Which meant, obviously, that there was something important hidden there. This is a terrible idea, Lily said as Harry approached the locked door at the end of the corridor. You could die. Dumbledore said painful death, not certain death. There's a difference. Harry. I'm just looking. I won't go in. He pulled out his wand and pointed it at the lock. Alomora. The lock clicked. The door swung open. Behind it was a room, and in the room was a dog. A massive, three-headed dog that filled the entire space, its 6 eyes fixed on Harry with murderous intent. It started to growl, a deep, rumbling sound that Harry felt in his bones. And he had just enough time to see that it was standing on a trapdoor before he slammed the door shut and ran. He didn't stop running until he reached the common room. Three-headed dog, he panted, collapsing into a chair. Giant, three-headed. Lily was hovering beside him, looking shaken. A Cerberus. They're guarding something. That trapdoor. Whatever's hidden in this school. It's under that dog. Why would Dumbledore put a Cerberus in a school full of children? Because he's using the children as a shield. No one would expect him to hide something valuable here, surrounded by kids. It's the perfect cover. Lily's expression darkened. He's playing games again, using people. Harry thought about this. About the three-headed dog, the trapdoor, the warning at the feast. About Quirrell and his dark turban. Snape and his suspicious questions. Dumbledore and his twinkling eyes. "We need to find out what's down there," he said. "And we need to figure out who else is trying to get it." "I know." Lily paused. "But carefully, Harry. Whoever put that dog there doesn't want anyone going through that trapdoor. And something tells me they're not the only threat." The next few weeks settled into a pattern. Classes during the day. Harry careful to seem average, to not attract attention beyond what his name already drew. Studying at night, real studying, advanced magic. Things Lily had taught him years ago, and things he was learning for the first time. And in between, investigating. He watched Quirrell. The professor was nervous, jumpy, always glancing over his shoulder like he expected an attack. But there were moments, brief flashes, when the nervousness dropped away and something cold looked out of his eyes. He watched Snape. The potions master continued to treat him with barely concealed hostility, taking points for imaginary infractions and sneering at every answer Harry gave. But sometimes, when Snape thought no one was looking, Harry caught him staring at the back of Quirrell's head with an expression of intense suspicion. He watched Dumbledore. The headmaster seemed benign, all twinkles and lemon drops, and grandfather, lie wisdom. But Harry remembered what Lily had told him. This was the man who'd left him on a doorstep in November. Who'd let Sirius rot in Azkaban? Who played chess with people's lives and called it the greater good? Dumbledore never looked at Harry directly, but Harry had the uncomfortable feeling that the old man was always aware of exactly where he was. Halloween came like a bad omen. Harry didn't want to celebrate. This was the night his parents had died. The night his life had changed forever. But the rest of Hogwarts was festive. Decorating the Great Hall with floating pumpkins and live bats, looking forward to the feast with undisguised excitement. Harry went through the motions, sat at the Gryffindor table, pretended to be interested in the food, and then Professor Quirrell ran into the hall screaming about a troll. "T-Rowl! T-R-L-A-M-T-H-N-Jos!" He skidded to a halt in front of the teacher's table, face gray with terror. "Thought you ought to know." Then he fainted. The hall erupted into chaos. Students screaming, teachers shouting, Dumbledore's voice booming, "Silence!" over the noise. Harry was on his feet before he fully registered, moving, his wand in his hand, his mind racing. A troll. In the school. On Halloween. Too convenient. "Someone let it in," Lily said, appearing beside him. "This is a distraction." Harry nodded. "The third-floor corridor? Go. I'll watch your back." Harry slipped away from the crowd, while everyone was focused on Dumbledore's instructions. He moved through the castle like a shadow. Lily had taught him how to walk silently, how to avoid notice, and a decade of sneaking around Privet Drive had made him an expert. He was halfway to the third-floor corridor when he heard screaming, not from the corridor, from the girls' bathroom. "Hermione!" The word burst out of him. He'd seen her leave dinner early, upset about something Ron had said, rushing off to cry in private. She didn't know about the troll. She was alone. He changed direction and ran. The bathroom door was hanging off its hinges when he arrived. Inside, Hermione was backed against the far wall, wand raised but shaking, face white with terror. And looming over her was the troll, 12 feet tall. Gray skin like granite. Tiny stupid eyes and a club the size of a tree trunk. It was raising the club to swing. "Ishy, why?" The troll turned. Harry didn't give it time to react. He pointed his wand and shouted the first spell that came to mind. "Biambara." And the blast caught the creature square in the chest. It staggered but didn't fall. The spell wasn't strong enough. He didn't have enough power behind it, not yet. The troll roared and swung its club at Harry instead. Harry dove. The club smashed into the wall where his head had been, sending chunks of stone flying. He rolled, came up on one knee, and tried again. "Fip-pif-why!" The stunner bounced off the troll's thick hide like water off stone. "Its skin's too tough!" Lily shouted. "You need to hit something vulnerable: eyes, mouth, inside the ears." Harry scrambled backward as the troll swung again. He was running out of room. Hermione was still frozen against the wall, too terrified to move. The troll raised its club for another strike, and Ron Weasley burst through the door. "Oh, P.A. bar A.M." The troll turned. Ron was standing there with his wand out, looking absolutely terrified, but doing it anyway. Harry didn't hesitate. While the troll was distracted, he aimed for its ear and shouted, "RDCO." The spell was small, barely a whisper of destructive magic, but it hit the troll's eardrum dead on. The creature howled, dropped its club, and clutched the side of its head. Harry hit it again in the other ear. Then again, the troll swayed, stumbled, and crashed to the ground with a boom that shook the entire bathroom. Silence. Then Hermione made a small, strangled sound and burst into tears. Ron crossed the room in 3 strides and grabbed Harry's arm. "Mate. What the bloody hell was that?" "A troll! I know it was a troll!" "I mean, how did you just..." Ron gestured incoherently at the unconscious creature. "That was insane!" "That was the most insane thing I've ever seen." Harry was about to respond when footsteps thundered in the corridor. Professor McGonagall burst through the door, followed by Snape and Quirrell. McGonagall took one look at the scene. The destroyed bathroom, the unconscious troll, the 3 first years standing over it, and went absolutely pale. "What is the meaning of this?" Harry opened his mouth, but Hermione beat him to it. "It was my fault, Professor." Her voice was still shaky, but she met McGonagall's eyes steadily. "I went looking for the troll because I thought I could handle it. I've read about them, you see. I was stupid and arrogant and Harry and Ron came to save me." McGonagall stared at her. Then at Harry, then at Ron. "And how exactly," she said slowly, "did 3 first-year students manage to defeat a fully grown mountain troll?" "Teamwork," Ron offered weakly. Snape was staring at Harry with that look again. The one that said he knew something was off, knew Harry was more than he appeared. Quirrell was hovering near the door, clutching his turban, and not quite meeting anyone's eyes. 5 points will be taken from Gryffindor," McGonagall said finally, "for sheer, unmitigated foolishness." Her gaze softened slightly as it passed over Harry and Ron. "And 5 points will be awarded to each of you for dumb luck." She turned and swept out. Snape followed, still staring at Harry. Quirrell scurried after them. Harry, Ron, and Hermione looked at each other. "Well," Hermione said shakily. "That was, yeah," Ron agreed. "It was." Harry said nothing. He was thinking about how Quirrell had been the one to announce the troll. Thinking about how convenient it was that everyone had been sent away from the 3rd floor corridor. Thinking about the flash of something that might have been disappointment in Snape's eyes. "Harry," Hermione's voice broke through his thoughts. "Fine." He forced a smile. "Just thinking." "About what?" Harry looked at them. Ron. Who'd charged a troll to help a classmate he didn't even like that much. Hermione, who'd lied to a teacher to protect them. They'd proven themselves tonight. Maybe it was time to start trusting someone. "About who let that troll into the castle," he said. "And why." Things changed after the troll. Ron and Hermione became his friends. Real friends, not just classmates. They sat together at meals, studied together in the library, spent weekends exploring the castle. Hermione stopped being suspicious of Harry's advanced knowledge and started treating it as a resource to be exploited. Ron stopped being intimidated by Harry's fame and started treating him like a normal person. It was nice. It was more than nice. It was something Harry had never really had before. Family, Lily had given him, but friends were different. Friends were people who chose you. "You should tell them," Lily said one night, after Ron and Hermione had gone to bed and Harry was sitting alone by the common room fire. "About me. About everything." Harry shook his head. "It's too dangerous. If Dumbledore found out, Dumbledore's going to find out eventually. You can't hide forever, Harry. And you need allies. People who know the whole truth. I have you. I'm a ghost. I can't hold a wand. I can't brew a potion. I can't even touch you." Lily's voice was gentle but firm. "You need living friends, Harry. People who can fight beside you, not just advise you." Harry stared into the fire. "I'll think about it." Lily let it drop. She always did eventually, but Harry could feel her watching him, could feel her worry pressing against him like a physical weight. December came, bringing snow and Christmas preparations and the promise of a 2-week break. Most students were going home for the holidays. Ron had invited Harry to the Burrow, his family's home, but Harry had declined. "I want to stay at Hogwarts," he'd said. "Do some research." What he'd meant was, "I want to investigate without worrying about being seen." Hermione was going home too. "But I'll write," she promised, "every day, and I expect updates on whatever you're investigating." "I'm not investigating anything." "Harry." She gave him a look. "I'm not stupid. You've been watching Quirrell and Snape for weeks. You're looking into whatever's hidden in the third-floor corridor. Just be careful, okay? And let me know if you find anything." Harry promised. And then the castle emptied out, and it was just him and a handful of other students rattling around the ancient halls. Christmas morning started with a pile of presents at the foot of Harry's bed. He stared at them in shock. He'd never gotten Christmas presents before. The Dursleys didn't believe in wasting money on freaks. But here they were: a hand-knitted sweater from Mrs. Weasley. "Ron mentioned you were staying at school. No one should be alone at Christmas." A box of chocolate frogs from Hermione, a carved wooden flute from Hagrid, and one more package, wrapped in silvery cloth that felt like water under Harry's fingers. "No card, no name." "Open it," Lily said, her voice tense. Carefully, Harry unwrapped the cloth and gasped. It was a cloak. But not just any cloak. When Harry held it up, his hand vanished. The fabric made whatever it covered completely invisible. "That's..." Lily moved closer, her ghostly form passing through the bed. "That's James's invisibility cloak." "Where did it? How?" Harry found the note that had been wrapped inside. "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. A very Merry Christmas to you." No signature. "Dumbledore," Lily said, her voice flat. "That's Dumbledore's handwriting. I'd recognize it anywhere." Harry turned the cloak over in his hands. He had Dad's cloak this whole time. Why? I don't know. James loved that cloak. It was a family heirloom passed down for generations. He would never have given it up willingly. And for Dumbledore to keep it for 10 years, then return it now. Lily shook her head. "He wants you to have it. Which means he wants you to use it. Which means there's something he wants you to find. Or he's testing me. Seeing what I'll do with it. Maybe both." Harry draped the cloak over his shoulders and watched his body disappear. Only his head remained, floating apparently unsupported in the middle of the dormitory. "This is brilliant," he said. "This is dangerous," Lily countered. "Dumbledore didn't give you this out of the goodness of his heart. He's manipulating you, Harry. He's always manipulating everyone." "I know." Harry pulled the cloak off and folded it carefully. "But that doesn't mean we can't use it. If he wants me to explore, then I'll explore. And maybe I'll find something he didn't expect me to find." That night, Harry explored. The invisibility cloak worked perfectly. He slipped through the castle like a ghost, unseen and unheard. He checked the third-floor corridor first, but the door was warded now, locked with something stronger than Alohomora. He'd need to find another way in. He wandered through empty classrooms, abandoned storage rooms, dusty corners of the castle that hadn't been touched in decades. He found a room full of broken furniture, a closet containing nothing but a single left shoe, a hallway that didn't appear on any map. And then he found the mirror. It stood in an unused classroom, tall and ornate, with a strange inscription carved across the top: "Arised stra ruite, ub kafruite on wosi." Harry stepped in front of it and froze. His mother was standing beside him. Not ghost Lily, transparent and untouchable. Real Lily. Solid Lily. She was smiling at him, her hand on his shoulder. And beside her was a man who could only be James Potter. Messy black hair, glasses, the same face Harry saw in the mirror every day. And behind them were more people. Grandparents maybe. Aunts, uncles, cousins. An entire family stretching back into the mirror's depths. Real Lily? Ghost Lily spoke from beside him, invisible in the cloak's reflection. "What do you see?" "My family," Harry whispered. "Dad." "Everyone." Lily moved around to look at the mirror. Her ghostly form cast no reflection. The mirror arised, she said softly. I've heard of it. It shows your heart's deepest desire. The thing you want most in the world. Harry couldn't look away. Mirror, Lily was waving at him now, her eyes bright with love. Mirror, James had his arm around her, grinning. It's not real, Lily said, and her voice cracked. Harry, it's not real. It's just a reflection of what you want. You can't. I know. But Harry didn't move. Couldn't move. This was what he'd wanted his entire life. A family. Parents who loved him, who could touch him, who weren't dead. Harry. Lily's voice was urgent now. You have to leave. This mirror, it's dangerous. People have wasted away in front of it, trapped by their own desires. You can't let it. I know. Harry tore his eyes away. It felt like ripping off a bandage. I know. I'm going. He turned his back on the mirror and walked out of the room. He didn't go back. The rest of the holiday passed in a blur. Harry threw himself into research, spending hours in the library looking up everything he could find on Cerberus, trapdoors, and magical protections. He searched for information on Quirrell's background, finding only that the professor had taken a year-long sabbatical to gain practical experience. Before returning to Hogwarts, he looked into Snape's history too, confirming what Lily had told him. Death Eater turned spy, Dumbledore's man. Teaching potions despite wanting the defense position. And he found one more thing. A small article, buried in an old of the Daily Prophet Nicholas Flamel. Renowned alchemist celebrates 665th birthday. Flamel. Harry muttered, showing the article to Lily. He's ancient. How is he still alive? Lily's eyes went wide. The Philosopher's Stone. Harry, Nicholas Flamel created the Philosopher's Stone. It turns metal into gold and produces the elixir of life. If someone's stolen it, or if someone's trying to steal it, that's what's under the trapdoor. Has to be. Dumbledore's protecting it. But who's trying to steal it? Harry thought about Quirrell's dark aura, about Snape's suspicious behavior, about the troll that had been released as a distraction on Halloween. Maybe both of them, he said. Or maybe one of them is trying to steal it and the other is trying to stop them. We need more information. We need to get past that Cerberus. Lily was quiet for a moment. Then, there might be a way. I've been thinking. I can't pass through magical barriers, but I might be able to pass through physical ones. If the protections under the trapdoor are aimed at living intruders. You could scout ahead. Maybe. It's risky. I don't know what's down there, and I can't exactly fight my way out if something goes wrong. But it might be our best option. Harry nodded slowly. We'll try it. After the term starts. When we know more, when we have a better plan. The term started, and everything changed. Harry had been watching Quirrell for months, but now his surveillance intensified. He noticed things he'd missed before. The way Quirrell's stutter disappeared when he thought no one was listening. The way he lingered near the third-floor corridor, testing the wards. The way Snape watched him with barely concealed hostility. And then, one night in late January, Harry followed Quirrell under the invisibility cloak, and found Snape waiting for him in an empty classroom. Don't know why you wanted to meet here of all places, Severus. Because I don't want anyone to overhear. Snape's voice was cold. I know what you're after, Quirrell. I know what you're trying to do. I don't know what you're talking about. Drop the act. You forget? I've seen dark magic before. I know what it looks like. And I know what's hiding under that ridiculous turban. Silence. Harry pressed himself against the wall, barely breathing. When Quirrell spoke again, his stutter was gone. You're cleverer than you look, Severus. But cleverness won't save you. Not from him. I'm not afraid of you. You should be. You should be very afraid. A pause. But I won't kill you. Not yet. You might still be useful. And he has plans for Severus Snape. Plans that don't involve you dying in a dusty classroom. Footsteps. Harry ducked back as Quirrell swept past, moving faster than he should have been able to, his robes billowing like wings. Snape stayed in the classroom for a long moment before following. Harry didn't move until both of them were gone. Snape knows, he whispered to Lily, who had been watching from the ceiling. He knows Quirrell is after the stone. He knows there's something dark about him. He might be trying to protect it, Lily said slowly. Or he might be trying to get it for himself. We still don't know whose side he's really on. I think he's protecting it. The way he talked to Quirrell, he was threatening him, warning him off. Maybe, or maybe it's all an act. Severus always was a good actor. Harry thought about this. Then, I need to talk to him. What? Snape. I need to confront him. Find out what he knows, what he's planning. Harry met his mother's eyes. And maybe I need to tell him about you. Lily went very still. Harry, you said we might have to. You said he might be useful. Well, I think this is the time. He already suspects something's different about me. If I tell him the truth, maybe he'll trust me enough to tell me what he knows. Or maybe he'll go straight to Dumbledore. Then we'll deal with that. But I don't think he will. He hates Dumbledore's games as much as we do. I can see it in the way he looks at the old man. He might keep our secret, if only to spite Dumbledore. Lily was quiet for a long moment. Then she sighed. You're right. I hate it, but you're right. Severus always did value honesty, even when he couldn't practice it himself. If you tell him the truth, he might respect that. And if he doesn't? Lily's expression hardened. Then we'll deal with that too. Harry waited until Friday. After potions, another nightmare of criticism and point deductions, he lingered as the other students filed out. Snape noticed, of course. Snape noticed everything. Something you want, Potter. Yes, sir. Harry took a deep breath. I want to talk to you, privately, about my mother. Snape went very still. His face, usually so carefully controlled, showed a flicker of something: surprise, hope, fear. You knew her. At Hogwarts. Before, everyone knew Lily Evans. Snape stopped. His jaw tightened. This is not a conversation I intend to have with her son. Sir, please. I need to tell you something. Something important. Something about her. Snape stared at him for a long moment. Then he flicked his wand at the classroom door and Harry heard it lock. 5 minutes, Potter. Then you leave and we never speak of this again. Harry nodded. Then he turned to the empty space beside him and said, Mum, it's time. For a moment, nothing happened. Snape's expression shifted from guarded to confused. Then Lily made herself visible. It was the first time she'd ever done it for anyone but Harry. He didn't even know she could, but apparently the effort just required enormous concentration. She flickered into existence beside Harry, transparent and glowing faintly, unmistakably Lily Potter. Snape made a sound like he'd been punched in the gut. All the color drained from his face. He staggered back a step, knocking into his desk, and his wand clattered to the floor. Hello, Severus, Lily said quietly. It's been a long time. Chapter 30c. What ghosts know Severus Snape looked like a man watching his own execution. He stood frozen behind his desk, face white as parchment, eyes fixed on Lily's ghost with an expression Harry couldn't begin to decode. Horror, certainly, disbelief. And underneath it all, something raw and desperate that made Harry want to look away. This is a trick, Snape whispered. Some kind of illusion. You're not, she's not. It's not a trick, Severus. Lily's voice was gentle but firm. It's me. I've been here the whole time, since the night I died. Snape's hand shot out, grabbing the edge of his desk for support. That's impossible. Ghosts don't. They can't. You would have been seen. The Hogwarts ghosts would have sensed you. Dumbledore would have. I'm not like other ghosts. The magic that bound me, it tied me to Harry. Only Harry could see me, until now. I'm choosing to show myself to you. Why? The word came out like a curse. Lily glanced at Harry, then back at Snape. Because my son needs allies. Because you're protecting something in this castle that dark forces want. And because despite everything that happened between us, I think you might still be someone worth trusting. Snape laughed. It was an ugly sound, broken and bitter. Trust. You want to talk about trust. After what I did, He stopped. His breath was coming too fast, ragged and uncontrolled. I got you killed, Lily. I heard the prophecy. I told him. I told the Dark Lord about the prophecy, and he went after your son and you died protecting him, and it was my fault. All of it, my fault. The words hung in the air like poison. Harry felt something cold settle in his chest. He'd known Snape was a Death Eater, known he'd switched sides at some point. But this, you told Voldemort about the prophecy. Harry's voice was very quiet. Snape flinched at the name but didn't look away from Lily's ghost. I didn't know it meant you. I didn't know he would. I tried to stop him. I went to Dumbledore, I begged him to protect you, I offered him everything. Severus. Lily cut him off. Her voice was still gentle, but there was steel underneath. I know. I've had 10 years to piece together what happened. I know you went to Dumbledore. I know you switched sides. I know you've been protecting Harry ever since, in your own twisted, bitter way. Protecting him. Snape's voice cracked. I've done nothing but torment the boy. I look at him and I see James, arrogant, entitled, everything I hated, and I can't. You see what you want to see. Lily moved closer, her ghostly form drifting through the desk between them. You see James because it's easier than seeing me. Easier than remembering what you lost. Snape turned away. His shoulders were shaking. Harry watched this unfold with a strange sense of detachment. This man had set everything in motion. Had told Voldemort about the prophecy. Had gotten his parents killed. By all rights, Harry should hate him. But looking at Snape now, broken, grieving, destroyed by guilt, Harry couldn't find the hatred, only a cold, distant pity. Professor Snape. Harry kept his voice neutral. We need your help. Snape laughed again, that same bitter sound. My help? After what I just told you, you want my help? You made a mistake. A terrible mistake. And you've spent the last decade trying to make up for it. Harry paused. That doesn't make us friends. It doesn't make us allies, but it makes you useful. And right now, I need useful more than I need justice. Snape turned back. His face was still pale, but something had shifted in his expression. A flicker of surprise, maybe respect. You're not what I expected, he said slowly. Potter's son, raised by Muggles, famous for something you can't even remember. I expected an arrogant child, a miniature James, riding on his father's legacy. I'm not my father, and I wasn't raised by Muggles. Harry gestured at Lily's ghost. I was raised by her. Snape's eyes moved to Lily, lingered there. How? Lily explained. The sacrifice, the binding. The years of teaching Harry magic in secret, preparing him for the war she knew was coming. She told him about the Dursleys, about Petunia's fear, about Harry's wandless training. When she finished, Snape was silent for a long moment. Wandless magic, he said finally. At 11 years old. I've never heard of such a thing. I had a good teacher. Snape's mouth twisted into something that might have been a smile if it weren't so painful. You always were brilliant, Lily. Even now, even dead, you're still outpacing the rest of us. This isn't about me, Severus. This is about Harry. About what's hidden in this school. About what Quirrell is really after. Snape's expression sharpened. You know about Quirrell. We've been watching him for months. There's something dark attached to him. Something hiding under that turban. And he's not acting alone. No. Snape's voice went flat. He's not. Tell us. Snape hesitated. Harry could see him weighing options, calculating risks. Then he sighed. The Dark Lord isn't dead. I've known that since the night he fell. I felt it through the mark. He touched his left forearm unconsciously. He's out there, somewhere weak but alive, waiting. And Quirrell, he paused. Quirrell found him. On his sabbatical, he went to Albania, following rumors of dark spirits, and he came back, changed, possessed, Lily said quietly. Not quite. More like inhabited. The Dark Lord is using Quirrell as a host, feeding off his life force while he searches for a way to return to full power. Harry processed this. The Philosopher's Stone. That's what he's after. Immortality. Among other things. The stone would allow him to create a new body, to return to his former strength. Nicholas Flamel has been guarding it for centuries, but he agreed to let Dumbledore move it here. Gringotts was compromised. Someone tried to break into the vault. Dumbledore set up protections. I set up protections. But Quirrell is clever, and the Dark Lord is patient. Why hasn't Dumbledore stopped him, if he knows? Dumbledore doesn't know. Not for certain. He suspects Quirrell, but he has no proof. And he's playing his own game, testing the boy. Watching to see what he'll do. Snape's lip curled. The great Albus Dumbledore, always 10 moves ahead, always willing to sacrifice a pawn for his grand strategy. "I'm not a pawn," Harry said. "No, you're not." Snape studied him with new eyes. "You're something else entirely." Something Dumbledore didn't anticipate. He looked at Lily again. Something none of us anticipated. They talked for another hour. Snape told them about the protections guarding the stone, his own poison riddle, Quirrell's troll, Sprout's devil's snare, Flitwick's enchanted keys, McGonagall's chess set, Dumbledore's mirror. 7 layers of defense, each designed to stop a different type of threat. "The mirror," Harry said. "The mirror of Arised. I found it over Christmas." Snape nodded slowly. "Dumbledore's final protection. The stone is inside the mirror. But you can only retrieve it if you want to find it, but not use it. Anyone who looks in the mirror wanting to use the stone for themselves will only see themselves using it. They'll never be able to actually take it. That's actually clever. Dumbledore has his moments." The words were grudging but genuine. Lily had been quiet for a while, processing everything. Now she spoke up. "Severus, what do you know about Horcruxes?" The temperature in the room seemed to drop. Snape's face went carefully blank. "Where did you hear that word?" "I figured it out. The night Voldemort attacked us. I saw something leave his body when the curse rebounded. Something dark, screaming, torn loose. If he'd made Horcruxes, then killing his body wouldn't be enough." Snape's voice was barely above a whisper. "I've suspected for years. The Dark Lord was too confident, too unconcerned about death. He must have found a way to anchor his soul. Do you know how many, or what they might be?" "No." That's knowledge he kept to himself. Even his most trusted servants weren't told. Snape paused. "But there might be someone who knows more. Horace Slughorn. He was a professor here, years ago. He taught the Dark Lord when he was a student. If anyone knows about the Horcruxes, it would be him." Harry filed the name away. "Where is he now?" "Retired. Hiding. He's been running from the Death Eaters for years. He knows something dangerous, and he's afraid of what will happen if anyone finds out." Snape's expression twisted. "Dumbledore's been trying to convince him to come back to Hogwarts. To teach. Slughorn always did love collecting talented students. We need to find him. That's beyond your reach right now. Focus on what's in front of you. Quirrell, the stone surviving your first year. Slughorn can wait." Harry wanted to argue but knew Snape was right. One crisis at a time. "The stone," he said. "How do we stop Quirrell from getting it?" Snape considered this. "You don't. Dumbledore has set his trap, and he's waiting for Quirrell to spring it. Interfering now would only alert the Dark Lord that we're aware of his plans. So we just wait, let him try to steal it. We watch. We prepare. And when the moment comes, we make sure you're ready." Snape's dark eyes bore into Harry's. "Because you are going to face him, Potter. Not today, not tomorrow, but soon. The prophecy marked you. You're the only one who can truly defeat him. And when that day comes, you'll need every advantage you can get." Harry thought about this. Then he nodded. "One more thing," he said. "Dumbledore can't know about my mother. About any of this." Snape's expression flickered. "He'll find out eventually. Dumbledore always finds out. Then make sure it's not from you." "I don't trust him, Professor. Not with this. Not with her." For a long moment, Snape said nothing. Then slowly he inclined his head. "I've kept secrets from Dumbledore before. I can keep one more." His gaze moved to Lily's ghost. "For her sake. And I'll take it." Things changed after that conversation. Snape was still harsh in class. He had to maintain his cover. But there was something different underneath. A grudging respect, maybe. Or at least a decrease in active hostility. He stopped calling on Harry to humiliate him. Stopped taking points for imaginary infractions. The other students noticed and whispered about it. But Harry just shrugged when Ron and Hermione asked. "Maybe he got tired of picking on me." Hermione wasn't convinced. "Snape doesn't get tired of anything. He's been horrible to you all year and suddenly he's just normal. Maybe he had a change of heart." "Snape doesn't have a heart." Harry let it go. He had bigger things to worry about. The weeks crawled by. February brought Valentine's Day and pink decorations that made Ron gag. March brought rain that seemed to never stop. April brought exams looming on the horizon and Hermione's increasingly frantic study sessions. Through it all, Harry watched, waited. Prepared. He practiced his wandless magic in secret, pushing his limits further than ever before. Lily drilled him on defensive spells, on counter curses, on every piece of combat magic she could remember. He wasn't strong enough to fight Voldemort directly. Not yet, not by a long shot. But he was getting better every day, and he studied the castle's defenses. Hagrid, it turned out, was wonderfully easy to pump for information. Harry visited him regularly, bringing Ron and Hermione along as cover, and steered conversations toward the stone's protections whenever possible. Fluffy's guarding the stone, of course. Hagrid said one afternoon, pouring tea with hands the size of dinner plates. Borrowed him from a Greek fella I met in a pub. 3 heads, but gentle as a lamb if yet know how to handle him. How do you handle a 3-headed dog? Ron asked, horrified. Music. Play him a bit o' music and he goes right ter sleep. Shouldn't have told ye that. Hagrid frowned. Forget I said anything. Harry filed the information away. Another visit revealed details about Devil's Snare. Nasty plant that. Hates light and warmth. Professor Sprout's contribution. Another yielded hints about the enchanted keys. Flitwick charmed him himself. You'd need to be a brilliant flyer to catch the right one. By April, Harry had a pretty complete picture of what lay beneath the trapdoor. Music for the dog, he told Lily one night, going over his notes. Relax for the Devil's Snare. It constricts if you struggle. Fly to catch the key. Win the chess game. Get past the troll. Though that's apparently already been dealt with, Quirrell probably killed it himself. Solve Snape's potion riddle. And then the mirror. The mirror's the real problem, Lily said. You can't trick it. You have to genuinely want the stone without wanting to use it. What if I wanted to destroy it? That might work, or it might not. The mirror reads intention, not outcome. Wanting to destroy it is still wanting it. Harry rubbed his eyes. We need a better plan than hope the mirror cooperates. We need to not be the ones going through the trapdoor at all. Let Dumbledore's trap work. Let him deal with Quirrell. And if it doesn't work, if Quirrell gets the stone and Voldemort comes back to full power. Lily was quiet. She didn't have an answer for that. May arrived with sunshine and the oppressive weight of final exams. Hermione had gone into full panic mode, creating color, coded study schedules and quizzing anyone who held still long enough. Ron complained constantly but absorbed more than he let on. Harry studied enough to maintain his carefully cultivated image of slightly above average, while spending his free time on more important research. It was during one of these research sessions that he found it. He was in the library, tucked away in a corner, with a book on ancient magical artifacts, when a name jumped off the page. Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem. Lost for centuries, the passage read. Said to enhance the wisdom of whoever wears it. Last known location Albania. Albania, where Voldemort had been hiding, where Quirrell had found him. Harry's mind raced. Voldemort would want to use significant magical objects for his Horcruxes. Objects with history, with power. Slytherin's heir would want things connected to the founders. And if the diadem was in Albania... He pulled out parchment and started making notes. Objects connected to the founders. Slytherin. Probably something from Salazar himself. The man had been a Parselmoth, obsessed with blood purity. The Chamber of Secrets might hold something. Gryffindor. The sword was at Hogwarts, in Dumbledore's office. Had Voldemort ever had access to it? Unlikely. Hufflepuff. There had been a cup. Helga Hufflepuff's cup. Harry vaguely remembered reading about it somewhere. It had been passed down through the Smith family for generations, then disappeared. Ravenclaw. The diadem, lost in Albania, 4 founders, potentially 4 Horcruxes. But Snape had said Voldemort was patient, careful. He would want more than 4 anchors. What else? What other objects would be significant enough? Harry thought about what he knew of Voldemort. Tom Riddle, the half-blood who'd hated his heritage. He would want objects that connected him to power, to greatness. Objects that proved he was special. The diary. The thought came out of nowhere. Lucius Malfoy had a diary. Harry had overheard someone mention it once, a dark artifact from the war. If Voldemort had given his followers Horcruxes to protect, he needed more information. Needed to talk to people who'd known Voldemort, who'd seen him collect things. Slughorn was the obvious choice, but Slughorn was in hiding. Who else? Harry's quill stopped moving. Dumbledore. Dumbledore had fought Voldemort for years. If anyone knew what objects he might have turned into Horcruxes, it would be Dumbledore. But going to Dumbledore meant revealing what he knew. Meant trusting the old man with information he might use against Harry later. Meant becoming a piece on Dumbledore's chessboard. No, not yet. There had to be another way. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. Nearly headless Nick, the Gryffindor ghost, had been largely useless for information. Too concerned with his own Death Day parties and related woes to pay attention to anything else. But he knew the other Hogwarts ghosts, and the other ghosts knew things. The Grey Lady, Nick said when Harry asked about Ravenclaw's diadem. Helena Ravenclaw. She's been haunting Hogwarts since the beginning, really. If anyone knows about the diadem, it would be her. Helena Ravenclaw. Rowena's daughter. The same, though she doesn't like to talk about it. Sensitive subject, you understand. The diadem there was some unpleasantness. Harry thanked him and went hunting for the Grey Lady. He found her drifting through the Ravenclaw common room, invisible under his cloak. Having Sweet talked his way past the Eagle Knocker with a riddle about the nature of wisdom. She was beautiful in a tragic sort of way, translucent and ethereal with an expression of permanent melancholy. Harry revealed himself. Helena Ravenclaw. She startled, then composed herself. And who might you be, to creep about under invisibility cloaks asking questions of ghosts? Harry Potter. I need to ask you about your mother's diadem. The Grey Lady's expression flickered. The diadem is lost. It has been lost for nearly 1,000 years. I know where it is. Or where it was. Harry took a breath. Albania. You hid it there, didn't you? After you stole it. Silence. The Grey Lady's form seemed to waver, becoming more transparent. How do you know that? I've been researching. Putting pieces together. The diadem disappeared when you did. You ran? I don't know why, but you ran and you took it with you. And then someone found it. Someone who came looking for it on purpose. Tom Riddle. The name came out like a curse. He was so charming, so understanding. He seemed to know exactly what I needed to hear. That my mother would have wanted me to share my story, that the diadem shouldn't be lost forever. Her voice hardened. I told him where I'd hidden it. In a hollow tree, in a forest in Albania. I thought he would return it to Hogwarts, restore my mother's legacy. Instead he made it into something dark. Helena's eyes met his. You know what he did to it? I can guess. He turned it into a Horcrux, a piece of his soul, anchored to the object. Harry watched her reaction carefully, and then he hid it somewhere. Maybe brought it back here. Here. Helena's composure cracked. He brought that abomination back to Hogwarts. I don't know for sure. But if I were him, if I wanted to hide something important, something I'd need to retrieve later, I'd put it somewhere I knew well. Somewhere I felt powerful. Harry paused. He was a student here, for 7 years. He must have found places, secret places that he could use. Helena was silent for a long moment. Then she said, There is a room. I've heard students speak of it over the centuries. A room that appears when you need it, filled with whatever you require. The come and go room, some call it, the room of requirement. Where? The 7th floor, opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. Walk past it 3 times, thinking of what you need, and a door will appear. Harry committed this to memory. Thank you, Helena. Find it. Her voice was fierce suddenly, alive with something that might have been hope. Find what he made of my mother's legacy, and destroy it. Cleanse that evil from these halls. I will, I promise. He meant it. Harry didn't tell anyone about the room of requirement. Not Ron, not Hermione, not even Lily. At least not right away. He needed to see it for himself first, needed to confirm that the diadem was actually there before he started making plans. Getting away from his friends was harder than expected. They'd gotten used to spending all their time together, and any deviation from the routine prompted questions. but Harry managed it eventually, claiming he needed a quiet place to study and slipping away under the cloak. The seventh-floor corridor was empty when he arrived. He found the tapestry, Barnabas the Barmy attempting to teach trolls ballet, which was as ridiculous as it sounded, and paced back and forth 3 times. I need to find where things are hidden. I need to find where things are hidden. I need to find where things are hidden. A door appeared in the wall. Harry's heart hammered as he reached for the handle. The door swung open and he stepped inside, and stopped, overwhelmed. The room was enormous, cathedral-sized easily, with towering piles of objects stretching toward a ceiling lost in shadow. Broken furniture, stacks of books, cages and cauldrons and clothing and 1,000 other things, accumulated over centuries, hidden away by generations of students who didn't want their secrets found. Finding the diadem in this chaos would be like finding a needle in a haystack the size of a mountain. Well, Harry muttered to himself, better get started. He searched for 3 hours that first night. Found nothing. He came back the next night, and the night after that. Worked his way through the towering piles systematically, using a grid pattern Lily had taught him for searching large areas. It was tedious, exhausting work, and more than once he was tempted to give up. But on the 5th night, he found it. It was sitting on a bust of an ugly old warlock, tucked away in a corner behind a mountain of broken chairs. A tarnished silver tiara with an oval sapphire, covered in dust but still beautiful. Harry reached out and stopped. Something was wrong. The diadem seemed to pulse with a faint, sickly light. And when Harry focused, really focused the way Lily had taught him, he could feel it, a whisper of dark magic, cold and corrupting, seeping from the metal. This was it. A piece of Voldemort's soul. Harry didn't touch it. Instead, he pulled out his wand and carefully levitated the diadem into a conjured bag, being careful not to let his skin make contact. He could feel the thing fighting him, trying to reach out, trying to make a connection. He got out of the room as fast as he could. You found it. Lily's voice was hushed. They were in an empty classroom, the diadem sitting on a desk between them, still in its bag, pulsing faintly with dark energy. I found it. The question is what to do with it. We can't destroy it ourselves. Horcruxes require powerful magic to unmake. Finfire, basilisk venom. Things we don't have access to. What about the sword of Gryffindor? Goblin-made weapons absorb what makes them stronger. If it had killed something sufficiently dark. It hasn't. Or at least, we don't know if it has. Lily circled the bag, her ghostly form flickering with agitation. We need to hide it somewhere safe. Somewhere Voldemort can't find it. Hogwarts is crawling with his agents. Quirrell could be searching for it right now. Somewhere only you can access. Somewhere protected by blood magic. Lily paused. The Dursleys' house. The blood wards Dumbledore created. They're still active. Nothing dark can touch you there. Harry's stomach churned at the thought of returning to Privet Drive, but he couldn't argue with the logic. How do I get it there? I can't exactly walk out of Hogwarts carrying a Horcrux. Kedwig, all post. Harry stared at her. That's actually brilliant. I have my moments. He packaged the diadem that night, wrapping it in multiple layers of cloth and enchanting the bundle with every protective spell he knew. Hedwig accepted the package without complaint, though she gave him a look that suggested she knew exactly how dangerous her cargo was. Take this to the cupboard under the stairs at number 4 Privet Drive, Harry told her. Don't let anyone see you. Don't let anyone touch it. Hedwig hooted once and flew off into the night. 1 Horcrux secured. Who knew how many left to find? June arrived with the force of an avalanche. Exams consumed everything. Hermione had reached a state of near-constant hysteria, surrounded by towering stacks of notes and muttering about memory charms in her sleep. Ron had given up entirely and was trying to absorb knowledge through osmosis by sleeping on his textbooks. Harry went through the motions, passing each exam with carefully calibrated scores that wouldn't attract attention. And beneath it all, tension hummed like a plucked wire. Quirrell was getting desperate. Harry could see it in the way he moved, the way his eyes darted toward the 3rd-floor corridor, the way his stutter worsened under stress. Something was changing. The endgame was approaching. Snape confirmed it during one of their clandestine meetings. Dumbledore is leaving tonight. Some urgent business with the Ministry, probably manufactured. The moment he's gone, Quirrell will make his move. And we're supposed to just let him. We're supposed to be ready. Snape's dark eyes glittered. I'll be watching. The moment he goes for the trapdoor, I'll follow. If something goes wrong, if Dumbledore's protections fail, then I'll be there too. No. You'll stay in your dormitory like a good little Gryffindor and let the adults handle it. That's not going to happen. Snape's jaw tightened. Potter. That thing in Quirrell's head killed my parents. It's going to keep killing until someone stops it. I'm not going to hide in my room while other people fight my battles. This isn't your battle. Not yet. Then when? When I'm older. Stronger. I've been preparing for this my entire life. Mum's been preparing me. I'm not helpless, Professor. I'm not the scared little orphan Dumbledore thinks I am. Snape was quiet for a long moment. Then he sighed. Fine. Stay close to the common room. If something goes wrong, if you see the protections failing, come to the 3rd floor. But only then, and Potter. He waited until Harry met his eyes. Don't get yourself killed. Your mother would never forgive me. That night, Dumbledore left Hogwarts. Harry watched from a window in Gryffindor Tower as the old wizard's silver beard disappeared into the darkness, heading for the gates. The moment he was gone, the castle seemed to hold its breath. Harry waited an hour, 2, 3. Then I... Ron burst into the common room, face white, Hermione right behind him. It's Quirrell! Hermione and I were coming back from the library and we saw him. He was heading for the 3rd floor corridor. Did he see you? No. We hid behind a tapestry. But Harry, if he's going after the stone, then we need to stop him. Harry was already moving, grabbing his cloak and wand. Come on. What? Harry, we can't. We should tell a teacher. No time. Snape's probably already down there, but if something's gone wrong. Harry met Ron's eyes, then Hermione's. This is it. This is what we've been preparing for. Are you with me or not? Ron and Hermione exchanged a glance. Then Ron's jaw set, led the way. The 3rd floor corridor was silent when they arrived. The door was already open, and from somewhere below came the sound of music. A harp, playing itself, its melody drifting up through the trapdoor. Fluffy was asleep, all 3 heads snoring gently. The music, Harry said. Someone's already been through. They climbed down. The devil's snare was dead. Someone had scorched it with fire magic, leaving blackened vines coating the walls. The key room was empty, its winged occupants circling aimlessly now that the correct key had been caught. The chess set was devastated, its pieces scattered across the board in the aftermath of a brutal game. Someone came through here fast. Hermione observed, her voice hushed. They knew what they were doing. Quirrell. Or Snape following him. Harry moved forward, stepping over the remains of a stone knight. Keep moving. The troll room was empty. The troll had been killed weeks ago, its body removed. They passed through without stopping. Then they reached the potions chamber. 7 bottles stood on a table, arranged before a wall of purple fire. Hermione immediately began examining them, her mind clicking through the riddle Snape had left. Logic puzzle, she murmured. Most powerful wizards don't have an ounce of logic. They'd be stuck here forever. Let me think. While she worked, Harry approached the fire. He could feel heat radiating off it, could see through the flames to the chamber beyond. Empty. Whoever had gone through was already facing the final protection. The mirror? Got it! Hermione held up a small bottle. This one will get you through the black fire to the next chamber. But Harry, there's only enough for one person. Harry took the bottle. Stay here. Both of you. If I'm not back in 15 minutes, send word to Dumbledore somehow. Harry. I mean it. Whatever happens in there, whatever you hear, don't come after me. If I fail, you'll be all that's left. He didn't give them time to argue. He drank the potion, ice flooding his veins, and stepped through the flames. The chamber beyond was smaller than he'd expected. Torches flickered on the walls, casting dancing shadows across the stone floor. And in the center of the room stood the mirror of Arist. its surface gleaming in the firelight. In front of the mirror stood Professor Quirrell. No stutter, no nervous twitching. Just cold, predatory stillness as he turned to face Harry. "Potter. I wondered if you'd come. Where's Snape?" Quirrell smiled. It was an ugly expression on his usually timid face. "Severus. He's indisposed. Seems he ran into some trouble on the way down. Nothing fatal. The Dark Lord has plans for him. But he won't be interrupting us." Harry's wand was in his hand before he'd consciously decided to draw it. "Step away from the mirror. Or what, you'll curse me?" Quirrell laughed. "You're a first-year Potter. Talented. Yes. I've heard the whispers. But still just a child. You don't have the power to stop me. Let him try." The voice came from nowhere and everywhere. High, cold, terrible. Harry felt it like ice water poured down his spine. Quirrell reached up and began unwrapping his turban. Harry wanted to look away, wanted to run, but he forced himself to watch as the purple fabric fell away, revealing what lay beneath. A face, on the back of Quirrell's head. Pale, snake, like with slits for nostrils and red eyes that gleamed in the torchlight. "Voldemort. Harry Potter." The face whispered. "You killed my parents." "Yes. A regrettable necessity. Your mother was impressive. She didn't have to die, you know. I gave her the choice. Step aside, let me have the boy, and she could have lived. But she chose to be a hero." The red eyes narrowed. "Just like you're choosing now. I'm not here to be a hero. I'm here to stop you." How noble. How very Gryffindor. Voldemort's lipless mouth twisted into something like a smile. "But you're too late, boy. The stone is in this mirror. I can feel it, just beyond my grasp, and once I have it, I will rise again. Greater than before. Immortal. Unstoppable." "You're already immortal," Harry said. The Horcruxes made sure of that. Silence. Voldemort's expression didn't change, but something shifted in those red eyes. Surprise, maybe. Or calculation. "You know about my Horcruxes." "Interesting. Who told you?" Dumbledore. "No, he doesn't know the details. Snape, the traitor, might have guessed. But he doesn't know for certain." A pause. "Someone else has been teaching you, Potter." "Someone unexpected." Harry said nothing. "No matter. You'll tell me eventually. They all tell me, in the end." Voldemort turned his attention back to the mirror. "Quirrell. Use the boy. Perhaps the mirror will respond to him differently." Quirrell stepped toward Harry, reaching out. Harry moved. Not back, forward. Under Quirrell's grasping hands, rolling to the side, coming up with his wand aimed at the man's chest. "Stupefy." The stunner hit Quirrell square in the ribs. He staggered but didn't fall. Some dark magic protecting him, and his returning curse scorched the air where Harry's head had been. Pirago. Harry's shield held. Barely. The force of Quirrell's spell drove him back a step, his feet sliding on the stone floor. "Impressive," Voldemort hissed. "You have some training after all, but training isn't power, boy. You can't win this fight. Don't have to win. Just have to survive." Harry dove behind a pillar as another curse flew past. He could hear Quirrell circling, could feel Voldemort's cold presence pressing against his mind. They were toying with him. Testing him. Waiting to see what he'd do. He needed a plan. Needed something they wouldn't expect. The mirror. Harry sprinted from behind the pillar, ducking under another curse, and threw himself in front of the mirror of Arised. His reflection stared back at him. Just him, alone, no ghostly parents this time. "I need the stone, not to use it, to protect it, to keep it away from him." His reflection smiled, reached into its pocket, pulled out a blood, red stone, and Harry felt weight drop into his real pocket. "Ubiddu duo." Voldemort's shriek was inhuman, furious. "The stuni, I can feel it yo avat." Quirrell was on him in an instant, hands closing around Harry's throat. And then Quirrell screamed. His hands. Where they touched Harry's skin, they were burning. Blistering, cracking, turning to ash. Quirrell jerked back, staring at his ruined fingers in horror. "Kill him," Voldemort commanded. "Destroy him." But Quirrell couldn't. Every time he tried to grab Harry, his flesh burned. Harry reached up, grabbed Quirrell's face with both hands and held on. The man's screams were terrible. His skin crackled and split, revealing bone and darkness underneath. Voldemort's face was shrieking too, a wordless howl of rage and pain, and Harry could feel something tearing, something breaking loose. Then darkness. Harry woke in the hospital wing. White ceiling, white sheets, the smell of potions and clean linen. And at the foot of his bed, sitting in a chair that looked far too small for him, was Albus Dumbledore. "Good afternoon, Harry." Harry's throat was raw. His whole body ached. But his mind was clear, and the first thing he did was reach for his pocket. Empty. "The stone is safe," Dumbledore said, as if reading his thoughts. "It has been destroyed. Nicholas and I agreed that it was for the best. Destroyed. But his immortality. Nicholas has enough elixir stored to set his affairs in order. And then he and Perenelle will die. To the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "I expect they're rather looking forward to it. After 600 years. Harry let this sink in. "What about Quirrell?" "Voldemort. Professor Quirrell did not survive. The protection your mother left in your blood, the power of her sacrifice, proved too strong for him. As for Voldemort," Dumbledore paused. "He fled. Back to Albania, most likely, to lick his wounds and plot his return. This was a setback for him, Harry. A significant one. But he is not gone. I know." Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. "You know a great deal, it seems. More than a first-year student should. More than I anticipated." Harry met the old man's eyes. "I had a good teacher." "Indeed." Dumbledore's expression was unreadable. "I confess, Harry, that you are not what I expected. I placed you with the Dursleys believing you would grow up humble, grounded, free from the burden of fame. Instead, you arrive at Hogwarts already trained, already suspicious, already asking questions that I had hoped to answer in my own time. Sorry to disappoint. On the contrary, I am intrigued." Dumbledore leaned forward slightly. "There are things I plan to tell you, Harry. Important things about your past, your parents, your destiny. But I wonder now if perhaps you already know some of them." Harry said nothing. Careful, cautious. Those are Slytherin traits, you know." Dumbledore smiled gently. "Very well, keep your secrets for now. But know this, we are on the same side, Harry. Whatever you may think of my methods, whatever mistakes I may have made, my goal has always been to protect you and prepare you for what's coming." "What's coming?" "War. Eventually. Voldemort will return in a year or 10 or 20, and when he does, you will be at the center of the conflict. The prophecy ensures it." Dumbledore's expression grew serious. "I would prefer to prepare you properly. To give you the knowledge and training you need, rather than letting you stumble upon it piece by piece. But that requires trust. On both sides. I don't trust you." The words hung in the air. Dumbledore didn't flinch. "No, I don't suppose you do. And perhaps you're right not to. I've given you little reason." He stood, his joints creaking. "But consider this, Harry's secrets are like Horcruxes. They divide us, weaken us, make us vulnerable to those who would exploit our divisions. Whatever you're hiding, whatever source of knowledge you've found, I hope you'll share it with me eventually. Not because I demand it, but because together, we are stronger than apart." He moved toward the door, then paused. "Your friends are outside. Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger have been most insistent about seeing you. I believe Mr. Weasley threatened to set the Weasley twins on me if I didn't allow a visit." A faint smile. "I'll send them in." Then he was gone. Harry lay in the hospital bed, staring at the ceiling. His body ached. His mind raced. And in the corner of the room, invisible to everyone but him, Lily Potter's ghost watched over her son. "That was close," she said quietly. "Too close." What did it feel like? Touching him. Harry thought about it. The burning, the screaming, the sense of something fundamental recoiling from contact. "Like he was poison," he said finally. "And I was the cure." Lily was quiet for a moment. "Then, the protection I gave you, the blood magic. I didn't know it would work like that. That it would actually burn him to touch you. Lucky for me it did. Lucky." She drifted closer, her ghostly form barely visible in the afternoon light. "You almost died, Harry. That's not luck. That's a warning." "I know." Harry closed his eyes. "But I got the stone. I kept it out of his hands. And I learned something. About myself, about what I can do." He opened his eyes and met his mother's gaze. "The next time we fight, I'll be ready." "Will you?" He's gonna come back stronger. He's gonna want revenge. Let him come. Harry's voice was calm. Certain. I've got a list of his Horcruxes, a ghost mother who's been training me since I was 3, a potions master who's feeding me information, and 2 best friends, who just helped me take down a mountain troll and fight through the most heavily protected corridor in Britain. Whatever he throws at me next, I'll be ready. Lily smiled. It was sad and proud and worried all at once. You really are your father's son. I'm both of your son, and I'm going to make you proud. The door burst open, and Ron and Hermione tumbled in. Are we? Hermione threw herself at his bed, nearly landing on his legs. We were so worried, we heard explosions. And then the flames went out and we ran in and you were unconscious and Quirrell was dead? Ron finished, looking slightly green. Mate, there was practically nothing left of him. Just robes and bones and stuff. He shuddered. What happened in there? Harry looked at his friends. At Hermione's tear-streaked face, at Ron's barely concealed terror, at the way they'd both come after him despite the danger. Sit down, he said. I'll tell you everything. He didn't tell them everything. Not about Lily. Not yet. That secret was too big, too important, too dangerous to share in a hospital wing where anyone might overhear. But he told them about Voldemort possessing Quirrell, about the protection his mother's sacrifice had left, about the stone being destroyed, and he told them about the Horcruxes. He split his soul. Hermione looked horrified. That's the darkest magic I've ever heard of. How do you even do something like that? Murder. You have to kill someone to tear off a piece of your soul. Harry kept his voice steady. Voldemort's done it multiple times. That's why he couldn't really die when the curse rebounded. Pieces of him were still anchored to the world. Bloody hell. Ron had gone very pale. So we have to find these things and destroy them. How many are there? I don't know for certain. But I found one. Harry hesitated. Ravenclaw's diadem. It was hidden here at Hogwarts. I sent it to a safe location over the holidays. You found a piece of you, no. Whose soul, and you didn't tell us. Hermione's voice rose. I didn't know what it was at first. And then things moved so fast with Quirrell. Harry shook his head. I should have told you. I'm sorry. Ron and Hermione exchanged a look. Then Ron sighed. Mate, if you're going to drag us into a war against the darkest wizard in history, you've got to keep us in the loop. We're your friends. We're not going to run away just because things get scary. He's right, Hermione added. We've already faced a troll and a 3-headed dog and whatever just happened with Quirrell. A few soul fragments aren't going to scare us off. Harry felt something loosen in his chest. You're sure? This is going to get worse before it gets better. Voldemort's out there, planning his return, and he's going to come after me, which means he'll come after anyone close to me. Then we'll be ready, Ron said firmly. Together, Hermione nodded. Together, Harry looked at them, really looked, seeing not just the children they were but the people they could become. Warriors' allies. Friends. Together, he agreed. The end of term came quickly. Harry spent the last week in the hospital wing, recovering from magical exhaustion and what Madame Pomfrey called acute dark magic exposure. Dumbledore visited twice more, asking carefully phrased questions that Harry deflected with equal care. Snape visited once, looking haggard and worried, and confirmed that he'd been ambushed on the way to the 3rd floor. Quirrell hit me with a full body, bind from behind. Cowardly, but effective. He sneered at the memory. By the time I broke free, you'd already finished things. Sorry I didn't save any for you. Don't apologize. You did what needed to be done. Snape's expression softened slightly. Your mother would be proud. Harry didn't tell him that his mother was right there, listening. That conversation could wait for next year. The leaving feast was a subdued affair. Gryffindor won the House Cup by a narrow margin, thanks to last-minute points awarded for outstanding courage and quick thinking in the face of grave danger. Harry suspected Dumbledore's intervention, but he couldn't prove it. Then they were on the Hogwarts Express, rolling south toward London, and Harry's first year was over. So, Ron said, sprawled across his seat with a chocolate frog in each hand, same time next year. What, fighting Dark Lords and hunting Horcruxes. Harry grinned. I was thinking we might try for something more exciting. Git, but seriously, Hermione leaned forward, her expression intent. We need a plan. For the summer. For next year. If we're really going to find and destroy these Horcruxes, we can't just stumble around hoping for the best. I've been thinking about that. Harry pulled out a notebook. He'd started keeping one, tracking everything he'd learned about Voldemort's possible anchors. I've identified 4 likely Horcruxes so far. The diadem we already have. There's probably something connected to Slytherin, something to Hufflepuff, and the diary that Malfoy supposedly has. There might be more. Voldemort was nothing if not thorough. The diary sounds like the easiest target, Ron said. My dad works at the Ministry. He's mentioned the Malfoys before. They've got a manor full of dark artifacts. Maybe we could figure out a way to get to it. That's a start. Harry made a note. Hermione, can you research methods for destroying Horcruxes? There has to be something in the Hogwarts library. Or if not, maybe the restricted section. I'll need a signed permission slip for the restricted section. I'll forge one from Lockhart. He's too vain to check his own signature. Ooze Lockhart. New defense professor. Gilderoy Lockhart, all flash, no substance. Mum told me about him. He's a fraud. Ron and Hermione exchanged another look. Your mum told you. I thought she was. Harry caught himself too late. The words had slipped out naturally, the way they always did when he was talking about Lily. But now Ron and Hermione were staring at him with confusion and dawning suspicion. He could lie. Could make something up about old letters or memories left behind. But these were his friends. They'd already proven themselves. And if they were really going to fight this war together. There's something else I need to tell you, Harry said slowly. Something big. Something I should have told you months ago. Hermione's eyes widened. Harry? He took a deep breath. My mother's not gone. Not completely. She's been with me since I was a baby, teaching me, protecting me, helping me prepare for everything that's coming. He paused. She's a ghost, and she's here right now. Silence. Then Ron said, very carefully, mate, are you feeling all right? Did Quirrell hit you in the head? I'm serious. Mum, show yourself. Please. For a moment, nothing happened. Then Lily flickered into visibility beside Harry, her ghostly form glowing faintly in the afternoon light streaming through the window. Ron screamed. Hermione didn't scream, but she did jump so hard she nearly hit the ceiling. Her eyes were huge, her mouth hanging open. Her brilliant mind apparently short, circuited by the impossible thing in front of her. Hello, Lily said, her voice echoing slightly. I'm Lily Potter. It's nice to finally meet you properly. Ron made a sound like a deflating balloon. You're... But ghosts can't. Hermione sputtered, her hands waving frantically. This violates at least 17 known principles of spectral magic! Ghosts are tied to locations, not people. You can't just. I know, Lily said gently. I'm not supposed to be possible. But here I am. The compartment descended into chaos. Ron wanted to know if Lily could walk through walls. Yes, and spy on the Slytherin common room. Theoretically. Hermione wanted a detailed explanation of the magical mechanics involved, complicated. Both of them had 1,000 questions, and Lily answered them with the patience of someone who'd been waiting years for this conversation. Harry sat back and watched, a smile tugging at his lips. This was his family now, his mother, his friends, his allies in the war to come. Voldemort didn't stand a chance. The Hogwarts Express pulled into King's Cross as the sun was setting. Harry said goodbye to Ron and Hermione on the platform, promising to write over the summer. Ron's family surrounded him immediately, a sea of red hair and loud voices, while Hermione's parents hovered nervously at the edge of the magical crowd. Write to me, Hermione said, squeezing Harry's hand. About everything. I want to know what you're planning. I will. And be careful. If you know who's really still out there. I know. You too. She nodded and hurried off toward her parents. Ron gave Harry a final wave before being swallowed by Weasleys. And then Harry was alone on the platform, invisible ghost mother beside him, facing the prospect of returning to Privet Drive. Ready? Lily asked. Harry shouldered his trunk. Ready? It had been one hell of a year. And next year would be even worse. He could feel it in his bones, the gathering storm that was still years away from breaking. But for now, he had a Horcrux to secure, a summer to train, and a world to prepare for war. Voldemort was out there somewhere, weak and furious and plotting revenge. Let him plot. Let him scheme. Let him think he still had the upper hand. Harry Potter was just getting started. Chapter 40. The trapdoor wore Harry spent exactly 3 days at Prevet Drive before everything went sideways. The Dursleys had gotten worse over the year. Or maybe Harry had just forgotten how bad they were. Vernon's face turned purple the moment Harry walked through the door. Petunia started stress, cleaning like her life depended on it. And Dudley spent every meal staring at Harry, like he expected to be turned into a pig at any moment. No funny business. Vernon had growled that first night, jabbing a meaty finger at Harry's chest. No owls, no magic, no freakishness of any kind. You're going to stay in your room, keep quiet, and pretend you don't exist. Understood. Harry had smiled pleasantly and said nothing. That night, he'd retrieved the diadem from where Hedwig had hidden it. Still wrapped in its protective cloth, still pulsing with that faint dark energy. He'd tucked it under a loose floorboard in his room, added every protective ward he knew, and tried not to think about the piece of Voldemort's soul sitting 3 feet from where he slept. We need to destroy it, Lily said, drifting through the wall from the hallway. The longer we keep it, the more dangerous it becomes. Horcruxes have a way of influencing the people around them. I know, but how? We don't have basilisk venom. We don't have fiendfire. The Sword of Gryffindor is locked in Dumbledore's office. There might be another way. Goblin, forged weapons absorb what makes them stronger. You were right about that. But they're not the only things that can destroy Horcruxes. Extremely powerful destructive magic can do it too. Or, Lily hesitated. The killing curse. Aimed at the soul fragment, not the container. Harry stared at her. You want me to cast the killing curse? I want you to have options. The killing curse requires genuine intent to kill. It won't work if you're casting it reluctantly. But if you could summon that intent against a piece of Voldemort's soul. Mum, I'm 11. I know. She sighed, her ghostly form flickering with frustration. Forget I mentioned it. We'll find another way. Harry didn't forget. But he filed it away for later, along with all the other terrible things he might have to do before this war was over. On the 3rd day, a house elf appeared in his bedroom. Harry was sitting at his desk, writing a letter to Hermione, when there was a loud crack and a small creature materialized on his bed. Big tennis, ball eyes, bat-like ears, wearing what looked like a filthy pillowcase. Harry Potter, the creature squeaked. Such an honor it is. Harry's wand was in his hand before he'd consciously decided to draw it. Who are you? How did you get in here? Dobby, sir. Dobby the house elf. The creature, Dobby, wrung his hands nervously. Dobby has come to warn Harry Potter. Terrible things are planned for Hogwarts this year. Harry Potter must not go back to school. What kind of terrible things? Dobby cannot say, sir. Dobby is bound. Dobby's family must not know he is here. The elf suddenly grabbed Harry's lamp and started hitting himself over the head with it. Bad Dobby! Stop! Stop hitting yourself! Harry lunged across the room and grabbed the lamp. What do you mean your family? Who do you belong to? Dobby's eyes went wide with terror. Dobby cannot say, sir. Dobby would have to iron his hands if he said. But Harry Potter must listen! There is a plot to make terrible things happen at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry this year. Harry Potter must stay where he is safe. Harry's mind raced. A house elf, bound to a family, warning him about a plot at Hogwarts. The pureblood families kept house elves. The Malfoys kept house elves. Does this plot involve a diary? Harry asked carefully. Dobby froze. His enormous eyes somehow got even bigger. Harry Potter knows about. But how can Harry Potter know? Lucky guess. Harry crouched down to the elf's eye level. Dobby, listen to me. I appreciate the warning. Really I do. But I can't just not go back to Hogwarts. There are things I need to do there, important things. But the danger. I know about the danger. I'm prepared for it. Harry met the elf's eyes steadily. And I'm gonna stop whatever's being planned. I promise. Dobby stared at him for a long moment. Then, to Harry's horror, the elf burst into tears. Harry Potter is so brave, so noble. Dobby has heard of Harry Potter's greatness, but never did Dobby dream that Harry Potter would be so. He dissolved into sobs. Dobby, please, you need to be quiet or my relatives will. B.O. Vernon's bellow shook the house. Heavy footsteps thundered up the stairs. Dobby vanished with another crack just as the door burst open. Vernon stood in the doorway, face purple, eyes bulging. What was that noise? Who were you talking to? No one. I was reading aloud. At this hour, Vernon's eyes swept the room suspiciously. I won't have it. I won't have you disturbing this household with your weirdness. From now on, you stay in this room. No coming out except for meals. No noise, no anything. Understood. Perfectly. Vernon glared at him for another long moment, then stomped back downstairs. Lily materialized beside Harry, her expression troubled. That elf. He mentioned a diary. I noticed. The Malfoys. It has to be. Lucius Malfoy has the diary, and he's planning something at Hogwarts. Lily's form flickered with agitation. We need to get that diary before whatever he's planning goes into effect. We need to get to the Malfoys' house. That's impossible. The manor is warded against intruders. Even I couldn't get through, and I'm a ghost. Harry thought about this. What if we didn't need to break in? What if we could get Malfoy to bring the diary to us? How? I don't know yet. But school starts in 2 months. That's 2 months to figure something out. The summer crawled by. Harry spent most of it locked in his room, which suited him fine. He had books to read, spells to practice, plans to make. Lily drilled him on advanced defensive magic, on curse, breaking, on the theory behind dark artifacts and how to neutralize them. And he wrote letters, lots of letters, to Hermione, outlining what he'd learned about Horcruxes and asking her to research methods of destruction. To Ron, requesting any information his father might have about the Malfoys and their artifacts. To Snape, in carefully coded language, asking about the diary and whether he knew anything about its origins. The responses trickled in over the following weeks. Hermione had found references to Horcruxes in the Hogwarts library. Not many, since the subject was heavily restricted, but enough to confirm what Harry already knew. Basilisk venom was the most reliable method of destruction. Fiendfire worked too, but was almost impossible to control. And there were rumors of other methods. Obscure, dangerous, largely theoretical. Ron's information was more immediately useful. His father had raided Malfoy Manor twice in the past decade, looking for dark artifacts. Both times, Lucius had been tipped off in advance and hidden everything incriminating. But Arthur Weasley was convinced the manor was full of dark objects, and he was planning another raid soon. Snape's response was the most interesting. The diary you mentioned is indeed what you suspect. The Dark Lord created it during his school years, one of his earliest experiments with soul magic. It is designed to possess the reader, feeding off their life force while gradually taking control. If Malfoy intends to introduce it to Hogwarts, the results could be catastrophic. I have warned Dumbledore, in vague terms. He is aware that something may be planned, but does not know the specifics. I suggest you remain vigilant and prepared to act quickly when the term begins. Destroy the diary if you get the chance. Do not attempt to study it or learn from it. The soul fragment within is insidious and will try to corrupt you. Harry read the letter 3 times, memorizing every word, then burned it. We need to intercept the diary before it reaches its target, he told Lily that night. If Malfoy gives it to a student, then that student becomes a weapon. A puppet. Lily's expression was grim. The Chamber of Secrets. That's what this is about, isn't it? The diary is connected to Slytherin's monster. The Chamber of Secrets is real. I always thought it was just a legend. A story Slytherin purists told to scare Muggle-borns. But if Voldemort made a Horcrux during his school years, and if that Horcrux is connected to Slytherin... She trailed off, thinking. He opened the chamber. When he was a student. That's what the diary is for. To open it again. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. What's in the chamber? I don't know. The legends say a monster, something that only Slytherin's hair can control, something that kills. Lily met his eyes. We have to stop this, Harry. Whatever it takes, we will. 2 weeks before term started, everything changed. Harry woke to the sound of his window being forced open. He had his wand in his hand and a curse on his lips. Before he registered what he was seeing, a flying car, hovering outside his second-story window, with Ron Weasley's grinning face in the driver's seat. All right, Harry. Ron. What the how? No time to explain. Pack your things. We're getting you out of here. Harry didn't need to be told twice. He threw his belongings into his trunk, grabbed Hedwig's cage, and climbed out the window into the flying Ford Anglia. The Weasley twins, Fred and George, were in the back seat, looking enormously pleased with themselves. Heard you were locked up, Fred said cheerfully. Couldn't let our favorite seeker rot away in Muggle prison, George added. How did you know I was locked up? You stopped answering letters. Hermione got worried, wrote to Ron, Ron told us. Fred shrugged. Simple, really. The car rose into the night sky, leaving Privet Drive, and the Dursleys, far behind. Harry leaned back in his seat and let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Thanks, really. Don't mention it. Ron grinned at him in the rearview mirror. Mum's going to kill us when we get home, but it'll be worth it. The burrow was chaos. Harry had never seen anything like it. The house looked like it had been built by someone who'd heard descriptions of architecture, but never actually seen a building. Floors stacked at odd angles, rooms added wherever there was space, the whole structure held together by magic and stubbornness. And it was full of Weasleys. Mrs. Weasley descended on them the moment they landed, alternating between hugging Harry and shouting at her sons for stealing the car. Mr. Weasley wanted to know everything about how Muggles lived. Ginny, the youngest Weasley, took one look at Harry and turned bright red, then fled upstairs. Don't mind her, Ron said, leading Harry up to his room. She's been talking about you all summer. Bit embarrassing, really. Harry barely heard him. He was too busy absorbing the warmth of the place, the noise, the clutter, the sense of family that permeated every corner. This was what a home was supposed to feel like. Lily drifted beside him, invisible to everyone else. This is good for you, she said quietly. Being around people. Living people. Harry didn't respond, but he agreed. The remaining weeks of summer passed in a blur of Quidditch practice, gnoming the garden, and Mrs. Weasley's enormous meals. Harry told Ron and Hermione, who arrived a week before term, about Dobby's warning and the diary. Malfoy's planning something. Hermione said, her brow furrowed. But how do we stop him? We can't just accuse him without proof. We don't need to accuse him. We need to get the diary away from him before he can use it. How? Harry had been thinking about this. Diagon Alley. We're going there for school supplies. Malfoy will probably be there too. His family always makes a show of their shopping trips. If we can get close enough. You want to pickpocket Lucius Malfoy. I want to make sure that diary never reaches Hogwarts. Whatever it takes. The trip to Diagon Alley came a week later. Harry traveled by Floo powder for the first time, an experience he never wanted to repeat, and emerged from a fireplace in Nocturne Alley instead of Diagon Alley proper. He found himself surrounded by dark shops and darker people, and had to be rescued by Hagrid before he could find his way back. But the detour wasn't entirely wasted. In Borgin and Burke's, the darkest shop in the alley, Harry had hidden under a display cabinet and watched Lucius Malfoy sell a collection of cursed objects. The man was clearly nervous. Arthur Weasley's raids were making him paranoid, and he'd mentioned wanting to get rid of certain items before the Ministry came sniffing around, but he hadn't mentioned the diary, and Harry hadn't seen it among the objects he'd sold. He's keeping it. Harry told Ron and Hermione later, in a quiet corner of Flourish and Blots. The diary's too important to sell. He's going to use it himself, or give it to someone. But who? And how do we stop him? The answer came sooner than expected. The Weasleys ran into the Malfoys in the bookshop, and what followed was the most spectacular confrontation Harry had ever witnessed. Arthur and Lucius traded insults, then punches, while their respective families looked on in horror. The Weasleys or smug satisfaction, the Malfoys. And in the chaos, Harry saw it happen. Lucius Malfoy, straightening his robes after being pulled off Arthur, reached into Ginny Weasley's cauldron and slipped something inside. A book. Old, black, leather, bound. Harry moved without thinking. He bumped into Ginny. Sorry, so clumsy. And his hand dipped into her cauldron, closing around the diary's spine. The moment he touched it, he felt it. Cold, hungry, aware. The diary knew he wasn't its intended target. It pushed against his mind, trying to find a way in, trying to establish a connection. Harry's mental shields, honed by years of Lily's training, held firm. He pulled the diary out and slipped it into his own bag in one smooth motion. Malfoy didn't notice. He was too busy sneering at Arthur Weasley and making cutting remarks about blood, traitors, and poverty. Come, Draco, Lucius said, finally straightening his cane. Think we've wasted enough time here. They swept out of the shop. Harry watched them go, the diary a heavy weight against his hip. Harry. Ron was staring at him. You all right? You look pale. Fine. Just, let's get out of here. He didn't tell anyone about the diary until they were back at the burrow. In Ron's room, with the door locked and Hermione perched on the edge of the bed, Harry pulled the black book from his bag and set it on the desk. This is it. The Horcrux. Malfoy was trying to slip it into Ginny's cauldron. Hermione's eyes went wide. Into Ginny's. But why? What would happen if? The diary possesses whoever writes in it, feeds on their life force, takes control of them. Harry's voice was flat. If Ginny had started writing in this thing, she'd have become Voldemort's puppet. She'd have opened the Chamber of Secrets and released whatever monster is inside. Ron had gone very pale. My sister. He was going to use my sister. Yes, I'm going to kill him. Later. First, we need to destroy this thing. Hermione was examining the diary without touching it, her face set in concentration. It's warm. I can feel it from here, like it's alive. And there's something, she shuddered. It's trying to talk to me. In my head. Don't listen. Don't engage with it at all. Harry pulled the diary back toward himself. This is a piece of Voldemort's soul. It's manipulative, persuasive, and absolutely evil. We need to destroy it now, before it has a chance to affect any of us. How? We still don't have basilisk venom or fiendfire or any of the other. We have something else. Harry looked at Lily, who had materialized in the corner of the room. Mum, you mentioned the killing curse. Ron and Hermione exchanged startled looks. They still weren't entirely used to Harry's ghost mother, even after he'd explained everything during the train ride home last year. Lily's expression was troubled. Harry, I said that was an option, not a recommendation. The killing curse requires genuine intent to kill. If you can't summon that intent, I can. Harry met her eyes steadily. For a piece of Voldemort's soul. After everything he's done, everything he's going to do.
Yeah, Mum.
I can summon the intent, Harry. Hermione's voice was small. The killing curse is an unforgivable. If you cast it, if anyone finds out, no one's going to find out. And this thing needs to die. Harry picked up the diary, feeling its cold hunger pressing against his shields. Ron, Hermione, I need you to leave the room. If something goes wrong, we're not leaving, Ron said firmly. Whatever happens, we're doing this together. Hermione nodded, her jaw set. Harry looked at them. His friends, his allies, the people who'd chosen to stand beside him despite everything, and felt a surge of gratitude so strong it almost broke his concentration. Okay. Together, he set the diary on the desk, drew his wand, and reached deep inside himself, to the place where his anger lived. He thought about his parents, about Lily, trapped as a ghost, never able to touch him, about James, murdered in his own home, trying to buy time for his family to escape, about the years of loneliness and fear, the cupboard under the stairs, the casual cruelty of people who should have loved him. He thought about Voldemort. About the monster who'd destroyed his family, who'd spent decades spreading terror and death, who wanted to enslave the entire wizarding world under his rule. And he thought about the diary. The piece of Voldemort's soul that had tried to possess him, that had been meant to corrupt Ginny Weasley, that would have unleashed horrors on Hogwarts if he hadn't stopped it. The anger rose. Cold, focused, absolute. Avada Kedavra. The words came out like a whisper, soft, almost gentle. But the magic that followed was anything but. Green light exploded from Harry's wand, hitting the diary dead center. For a moment nothing happened. Then the diary screamed. It was the most horrible sound Harry had ever heard. A shriek of rage and terror and pain. The death cry of something that had never been meant to die. The diary convulsed on the desk, its pages flipping wildly, black ink pouring from its spine like blood. And then silence. The diary lay still. The dark presence that had radiated from it was gone. Completely, utterly gone. All that remained was an old book with a hole burned through its center. Harry lowered his wand. His hand was shaking. Harry. Hermione's voice was barely audible. You did it. It's done. Harry's voice sounded strange to his own ears, distant. The Horcrux is destroyed. Lily was staring at him with an expression he couldn't read. Pride maybe, or fear. Or both. You did it, she said softly. You actually did it. Harry looked down at the ruined diary. At the physical proof that he'd just cast an unforgivable curse. At the hole where a piece of Voldemort's soul had been. 2 Horcruxes down. Who knew how many left to go? 1 step at a time, he said. 1 step at a time. The rest of the summer passed without incident. Harry didn't tell anyone else about the killing currents. Not the Weasley parents, not Snape, not anyone. Ron and Hermione knew, and that was enough. They'd agreed to keep it secret, understanding that the knowledge could destroy Harry's future if it ever got out. The diary was buried in the Weasleys' garden, deep enough that no one would ever find it. Harry had wanted to burn it, but Hermione had pointed out that the magical signature might be detected. Better to let it rot in the earth, forgotten and harmless. And then, before Harry knew it, September 1st arrived and they were back on the Hogwarts Express. 2nd year. Ron said, settling into their compartment with a sigh. Think it'll be quieter than last year. Definitely not. Hermione said. Harry's just destroyed a Horcrux, and we still have the diadem to deal with. Plus, there's a new defense professor, Gilderoy Lockhart, if you can believe it, and who knows what else might happen. Lockhart. Ron groaned. Mim loves him, she's got all his books. The man's a complete fraud, though. My dad says so. Harry was only half listening. He was watching the countryside roll past, thinking about the year ahead. The Chamber of Secrets wouldn't open now. Without the diary, there was no way for Voldemort to control anyone from a distance, no way to unleash Slytherin's monster. That crisis had been averted before it even began, but there were still Horcruxes out there. Still enemies to fight. Still a war to prepare for. And somewhere, probably in Albania, Voldemort himself was plotting his return. Harry. Hermione's voice cut through his thoughts. You okay? Yeah. He turned from the window and managed a smile. Just thinking about everything we still have to do. We'll handle it, Ron said confidently. We handled a troll, a 3-headed dog, a dark lord possessing a teacher, and a bloody Horcrux. 2nd year's going to be a piece of cake. Harry laughed despite himself. Famous last words. Hogwarts hadn't changed. The castle rose out of the night like a dream, its towers and turrets silhouetted against the stars. Harry felt something loosen in his chest as the carriages approached the gates. Home. He was home. The start of term feast was the usual chaos. Sorting Hat singing its song, first years looking terrified, Dumbledore giving his cryptic announcements. This year, the announcements included a warning about the Forbidden Forest, standard, a reminder about banned items extensive, and an introduction of the new defense against the dark arts professor. Gilderoy Lockhart stood up and beamed at the assembled students. Harry had met the man briefly in Flourish and Blots, and his impression hadn't improved. Lockhart was all teeth and styled hair and self-congratulation, dressed in robes of searing turquoise and clearly convinced that he was the most important person in the room. I can't believe Dumbledore hired him. Hermione muttered, sounding personally betrayed. I used to think his books were impressive, but after what you told me about him being a fraud. Dumbledore probably couldn't find anyone else, Harry said. The defense position is supposedly cursed. No one lasts more than a year. Maybe Lockhart will get eaten by something. Ron said hopefully. The feast ended, the students dispersed to their dormitories, and Harry settled into his familiar bed in Gryffindor Tower. Lily materialized beside him as the other boys fell asleep. "The diary's destroyed," she said quietly. "The chamber won't open. You've changed the future." "Harry? Changed it how much, though? Voldemort's still out there. The other Horcruxes still exist. Sirius is still in Azkaban. One crisis at a time." Lily's ghostly hand passed through his hair, the closest she could come to ruffling it. "You've done well. Better than I could have hoped. But you need to rest now. Tomorrow, the real work begins." Harry closed his eyes. Tomorrow, the real work begins. The first week of term was surprisingly normal. Classes resumed their usual rhythm. Transfiguration with McGonagall, charms with Flitwick, potions with Snape. The only disruption was defense against the dark arts, which was exactly as terrible as Harry had expected. Lockhart spent the first lesson talking about himself, and the second lesson, and the third. When he finally got around to actual defense instruction, it was to release a cage full of Cornish pixies into the classroom and then flee when he couldn't control them. Completely useless. Hermione fumed afterward, helping Harry round up the last of the pixies. "He doesn't know anything about defense!" All those adventures in his books, they must have been stolen from other people, obliviated and taken for. Probably, Harry agreed. But he's harmless. And at least he's not possessed by Voldemort. The bar is truly underground. Despite Lockhart's incompetence, Harry found himself enjoying the term. Without the threat of the chamber looming over everything, he could actually focus on his studies. Real studies, not just maintaining his carefully average facade. He pushed himself harder in every class, stopped hiding quite so much of what he could do. The teachers noticed. "Mr. Potter," McGonagall said after a particularly impressive transfiguration lesson, where Harry had turned his beetle into a button faster than anyone else, "I must say, your work has improved dramatically since last year. Have you been practicing over the summer?" "Yes, Professor. I've been taking my studies more seriously." "Clearly." She gave him a rare smile. "Keep it up. With application like this, you might actually live up to your potential." Snape's reaction was more complicated. During their private meetings, which continued despite the diary's destruction, he watched Harry with a mixture of pride and worriness. "You're not hiding anymore," he observed one October evening. "In class, I mean. You're letting people see what you can do. Is that a problem?" "It's a risk. Dumbledore's already suspicious of you. If you demonstrate abilities too far beyond your years, he'll start asking questions." "Let him ask. I'm tired of pretending to be less than I am." Snape studied him for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, he nodded. "Perhaps you're right. Perhaps it's time to stop hiding and start preparing openly." He paused. "The Dark Lord's return is inevitable. When it happens, you'll need every advantage. If that means revealing some of your capabilities early, then I'll deal with the consequences." October slid into November, and with it came the first real hint of trouble. It started with whispers. Students talking in corners, shooting nervous glances at Harry when they thought he wasn't looking. At first, Harry assumed it was the usual boy, who lived nonsense. People were always whispering about him. But then he noticed the pattern. The whispers weren't admiring. They were frightened. "Harry," Hermione cornered him in the library one afternoon, her face pale. "Have you heard what people are saying?" "Something about me, I assume. They're saying you're the heir of Slytherin, that you opened the Chamber of Secrets last year, or that you're planning to open it this year." Harry stared at her. "What? That's insane. The chamber hasn't even been opened." "I know. But someone's been spreading rumors about how you can talk to snakes, how you defeated who, how you're too powerful for a second year." Hermione bit her lip. "Malfoy, probably. Getting revenge for whatever he thinks happened to his diary." Harry's blood ran cold. "Malfoy knows about the diary. He must have realized it went missing. And he's blaming you." Hermione pulled out a folded piece of parchment. "Look what was posted in the Slytherin common room this morning." Harry unfolded the parchment. It was a crudely drawn poster showing a figure with a lightning, Bolt Scar standing over a pile of bodies, with the Wurf Seltaewen, Mordiar Mostar scrawled across the top. This is propaganda, Harry said flatly. Someone's trying to turn the school against me. It's working. Half the Hufflepuffs are terrified of you, and even some Gryffindors are starting to believe it. Harry crumpled the poster in his fist. I need to deal with this. How? Be finding out who's spreading the rumors and making them stop. The answer came faster than expected. Harry had been planning to investigate quietly, to track down the source of the rumors through careful observation and strategic questioning. But Draco Malfoy apparently wasn't interested in being subtle. The confrontation happened in a crowded corridor between classes. Harry was walking with Ron and Hermione when Malfoy stepped into their path, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. Potter. Malfoy's voice was loud enough for everyone to hear. Heard you've been playing with dark artifacts. Dangerous business, that. People might start thinking you're not as heroic as you pretend to be. Harry stopped. Malfoy. My father had something stolen from him this summer. A valuable family heirloom. He's very upset about it. Malfoy's eyes glittered with malice. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you? No idea what you're talking about. Really? Because I think you do. I think you stole something that didn't belong to you, and I think. Malfoy stepped closer, lowering his voice. You might have done something very dark with it. Something that only an heir of Slytherin could do. The corridor had gone silent. Dozens of students were watching, whispering, staring at Harry with a mixture of curiosity and fear. Harry met Malfoy's eyes. If your father lost something, maybe he should take better care of his possessions, especially possessions that might be dangerous. Malfoy's face flushed. Is that a threat? It's a fact. Dark artifacts have a way of destroying the people who use them. Harry smiled pleasantly. You might want to remember that. He stepped around Malfoy and kept walking. Ron and Hermione fell into step beside him, both looking slightly shocked. Harry, Hermione whispered once they were out of earshot. That was necessary. Harry's voice was calm, but his heart was pounding. Malfoy wanted a confrontation. I gave him one. Now everyone knows I'm not afraid of him, and he knows I know about the diary. He's going to retaliate. Probably. But what can he do? Tell everyone his father tried to unleash a Horcrux on the school. Tell Dumbledore that Harry Potter destroyed a piece of the Dark Lord's soul. Harry shook his head. Malfoy's trapped. He can spread rumors, but he can't prove anything, and if he pushes too hard, he'll expose his own family's crimes. Ron was grinning. Mate, that was brilliant. Did you see his face when you mentioned dark artifacts? I thought he was going to wet himself. Let's hope he's smart enough to back off. We've got enough enemies without adding the Malfoys to the list. Malfoy didn't back off. The rumors intensified over the following weeks. Someone was spreading stories about Harry. Not just the Heir of Slytherin nonsense, but darker things. Whispers about how he'd killed Quirrell with his bare hands. Claims that he practiced dark magic in secret. Suggestions that the boy, who lived, was actually the next Dark Lord in training. Harry ignored most of it. He had more important things to worry about than schoolyard gossip. But then Mrs. Norris was attacked. It happened the night before Halloween. Harry was in the library, researching possible methods for destroying the diadem, when the screaming started. He ran toward the sound, everyone did, and found a crowd gathered in a second-floor corridor. Filch's cat hung from a torch bracket, stiff and unmoving, and on the wall, written in something that looked horribly like blood, were the words THECMROFCHSBENOPNAND, ANIMISOFTCHIRBWARI. Harry's blood went cold. This wasn't possible. The diary was destroyed. The chamber couldn't be opened without it, unless... Harry. Lily materialized beside him, her ghostly form flickering with agitation. This is wrong. Something's wrong, I know. The diary's gone. This shouldn't be happening. Unless there's another way to open the chamber. Another artifact. Another hair. Harry stared at the message on the wall, his mind racing. The diary had been Voldemort's tool for opening the chamber. But what if it wasn't the only tool? What if Voldemort had created a backup plan, something else that could unleash Slytherin's monster? Or what if someone else was doing this entirely? Filch's shriek cut through the crowd. The caretaker shoved his way toward Harry, his face twisted with rage and grief. "You did this! You killed her. I'll kill you all." "That's enough, Argus." Dumbledore's voice was calm but firm. The headmaster had arrived, flanked by McGonagall and Snape. "Mrs. Norris is not dead. She has been petrified." "Petrified?" Filch's voice cracked. "How?" "That is what we must determine." Dumbledore's eyes swept over the crowd, lingering on Harry for just a moment longer than necessary. "Everyone will return to their dormitories immediately. Prefects will escort the younger students. Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, with me." The crowd dispersed. Harry let himself be swept along with the other Gryffindors, his mind still churning. The Chamber of Secrets had been opened. But not by him, and not by the diary. Someone else was playing this game, and Harry needed to find out who. The investigation took over his life. Harry, Ron, and Hermione spent every spare moment researching the Chamber of Secrets, trying to understand what was happening and who was responsible. Hermione found references to the chamber in Hogwarts, a history and various obscure texts in the library. Ron pumped his brothers for information about the castle's legends and secrets, and Harry used the invisibility cloak to eavesdrop on teachers' conversations, hoping for clues. What they learned was troubling. The Chamber of Secrets had been opened once before, 50 years ago. A student had died. The attacks had stopped after a boy named Rubeus Hagrid was expelled and his monster was killed. Hagrid. Ron was incredulous. "Hagrid's the gentlest person I know. He couldn't have opened the chamber." "He was framed," Harry said, remembering what Lily had told him about the diary. Tom Riddle, Voldemort, framed him. Hagrid had some kind of dangerous creature, and Riddle used that as cover to hide the real monster. But if the real monster is still alive, then it's still in the chamber. Harry's jaw tightened. And someone's controlling it. But who? Without the diary, I don't know. But we need to find out before someone else gets hurt. The attacks continued. Colin Creevey, a first-year Gryffindor who'd been following Harry around with a camera, was found petrified in November. Justin Finch, Fletchley, and nearly headless Nick were attacked in December. Each time, the victims were found near that same corridor, that same message on the wall. And each time, suspicion fell on Harry. He was questioned by teachers, watched by students, whispered about in every corner of the castle. The hair of Slytherin rumors had evolved into something worse. Now people were saying he was actively hunting Muggle-borns, using his Parseltongue abilities to command the monster. "This is ridiculous." Hermione fumed after yet another confrontation in the hallway. "You're trying to stop the attacks, not cause them. I know. But I can't prove that without revealing how I know about the chamber, and the diary and everything else. So what do we do?" Harry had been thinking about this. "We'll find the chamber ourselves. We figure out what's in there and we stop it." "How?" "The entrance has been hidden for 1,000 years. Then we'll have to look harder." The breakthrough came in February. Harry had been thinking about the attacks, trying to find a pattern. All the victims had been found near the same corridor. The one with Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. And Myrtle had died in that bathroom 50 years ago, during the last time the chamber was opened. Myrtle might know something. He told Ron and Hermione. She was there when it happened. She was the student who died. Hermione said slowly. "Of course. The monster killed her. They went to Myrtle's bathroom that night, under the invisibility cloak. The ghost was hovering over her usual toilet, looking as miserable as ever. 'What do you want?' she moaned when they appeared. 'Come to make fun of me. Throw things at me. Everyone throws things at poor Myrtle. We want to ask you about how you died,' Harry said bluntly. Myrtle's demeanor changed instantly. She perked up, looking almost pleased. 'Oh, it was dreadful. I was hiding in here because Olive Hornby was teasing me about my glasses. I was crying, and then I heard a boy's voice.' 'A boy's voice?' 'Well, over there.' Myrtle pointed at a sink against the far wall. 'I came out to tell him to go away, and then I died.' 'Just like that? What killed you?' 'I don't know. I just remember seeing a pair of great big yellow eyes, and then, whoosh, I was floating. She drifted dramatically. It was all very traumatic. Yellow eyes. Harry's mind raced. Harry. Lily had materialized beside him, her expression urgent. A creature with deadly eyes that can petrify or kill with a look. There's only one thing that fits. What? A basilisk. The king of serpents. It can grow enormous, live for centuries, and its gaze is instantly fatal. If people have only been petrified instead of killed, they must have seen its reflection instead of looking directly at it. A basilisk. Harry breathed. That's what's in the chamber. And if the entrance is near this bathroom. Harry looked at the sink Myrtle had pointed to. He approached it slowly, running his fingers over the ancient pipes, looking for anything unusual. There, a tiny snake, carved into the side of one of the taps. He leaned close, focused, and spoke in Parseltongue open. The sink began to move. The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets was a massive pipe, descending into darkness. Harry stared down into the abyss, his heart pounding. This was it. The lair of Slytherin's monster, the source of the attacks that had terrorized Hogwarts. I'm going down there, he said. Harry? Hermione grabbed his arm. A basilisk! Its gaze can kill you. I'll keep my eyes closed. Or, he thought quickly, I'll use something reflective, a mirror. If I only see its reflection, I'll be petrified instead of killed. That's your plan. Get petrified. It's a backup plan. Hopefully I won't need it. Harry turned to Ron. Go find a teacher. McGonagall, Snape, anyone. Tell them where I am and what I've found. I'm coming with you? No. If something goes wrong, someone needs to be able to explain what happened. Harry met his friend's eyes. I need you to trust me, Ron. I can do this. Ron looked like he wanted to argue, but finally he nodded. You'd better come back, mate. Or I'll never forgive you. I'll come back. Harry turned to the pipe, took a deep breath, and jumped. The slide down was terrifying and endless. Harry shot through the darkness, twisting through pipes that seemed to go on forever, until finally he was deposited in a tunnel deep beneath the castle. The air was cold and damp, smelling of mold and something else, something reptilian. He cast lumos, illuminating the passage ahead. Bones crunched under his feet. Animal bones, mostly from centuries of the basilisk's meals. The walls were covered in slime and carved with serpents. Mum, he whispered. Lily appeared beside him, her ghostly glow adding to the light. I'm here. I'll scout ahead. The basilisk can't hurt me. She drifted down the tunnel, passing through walls and obstacles, and returned moments later. There's a door ahead. Big round, covered in snakes. The chamber proper is on the other side. She paused. Harry, I can't sense anyone else down here. No living presence except you. What about the basilisk? It's there. Sleeping, I think, coiled at the far end of the chamber. But whoever's been controlling it, they're not here right now. Harry processed this. If the controller wasn't in the chamber, then they must be operating from somewhere else, using some kind of artifact or spell to command the basilisk remotely. Another Horcrux, or something else entirely. He moved forward, reaching the serpent-covered door. Open, he hissed in Parseltongue. The door swung wide. The Chamber of Secrets was vast. A long, dimly lit hall lined with pillars carved like serpents, leading to a massive statue of Salazar Slytherin at the far end. And coiled at the base of the statue, its scales gleaming wetly in the torchlight, was the basilisk. It was enormous. 50 feet long at least, thick as an oak tree, with eyes that Harry carefully avoided looking at. Even in sleep, it radiated menace. Harry's mind raced. He couldn't fight this thing, not directly. His magic wasn't strong enough, his skills weren't sharp enough. If the basilisk woke up, Harry... Lily's voice was urgent. There's something else. Near the statue, I can feel it. Dark magic. Familiar. Harry moved carefully around the sleeping serpent, keeping his eyes fixed on its massive coils, watching for any sign of movement. He reached the statue and began searching. There, hidden in a crevice at the base, wrapped in rotting cloth, another artifact. Old dark, radiating the same corrupt energy as the diary. Harry pulled it out. It was a ring, heavy gold, set with a cracked black stone. And the moment he touched it, he felt the soul fragment inside writhing against his shields. A Horcrux, he breathed. There's another Horcrux. But But we destroyed the diary. If there's another one controlling the basilisk. The diary wasn't controlling the basilisk. This was. Harry stared at the ring, his mind putting the pieces together. Someone found this. Someone's been using it to open the chamber, just like the diary was supposed to. Who? Harry didn't know, but he was going to find out. He wrapped the ring carefully, binding it with protective spells, and tucked it into his bag. Then he turned to leave, and the basilisk's eyes opened. Harry moved on instinct. He threw himself sideways, squeezing his eyes shut as the basilisk's massive head swung toward him. He felt the rush of air as its jaws snapped closed where he'd been standing. "Aye," Lily screamed. He couldn't see, couldn't open his eyes, could only listen to the basilisk's hissing, feel the vibrations of its massive body moving through the stone floor. "Stop!" he commanded in Parseltongue. "I order you to stop." The basilisk hesitated. Harry felt its confusion. It was receiving conflicting commands, torn between whoever had been controlling it and this new speaker. "I am the heir of Slytherin." Harry lied desperately. "You will obey me?" A moment of stillness. Then the basilisk's voice, ancient, cold, hungry, answered him. "You are not my master. You carry my master's soul, but you are not him." The Horcrux in his bag. The basilisk could sense it. "I am your new master." Harry pressed. "The old master is gone. Dead. You serve me now? Prove it. Show me your eyes' hair. Let me see if you speak truth." A trap. If Harry opened his eyes, but if he didn't, the basilisk would attack. Think. There had to be another way. Some weakness, some trick. The ring. The Horcrux. Harry pulled it out, holding it up in the direction of the basilisk's voice. "I have your master's soul. See, I command him. I command you." The basilisk hissed. A sound that might have been laughter. Clever. Very clever. But a piece of soul is not a master. It is only. Biombrd Maximio. The spell came from nowhere, slamming into the basilisk's flank with explosive force. The creature screamed, an ear-splitting shriek of pain and rage, and Harry heard it thrashing, stone shattering under its massive weight. "Arai!" "Rah!" Snape's voice. Harry's eyes snapped open without thinking, and he found himself staring at the ceiling, looking anywhere but at the basilisk's eyes. Snape was there, robes billowing, wand blazing with spell after spell. McGonagall was beside him, and behind them, Dumbledore. The headmaster stood at the chamber's entrance, his expression terrible and calm. He raised his wand, and when he spoke, his voice echoed through the vast space like thunder. Enough. The word carried power. Ancient power, deep and overwhelming. The basilisk froze, its thrashing stopped, its eyes, its deadly, murderous eyes, fixed on Dumbledore. And Dumbledore met its gaze. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the basilisk screamed again. A different scream this time, one of terror and submission, and collapsed, unconscious or dead, at the feet of Slytherin's statue. Silence fell. Harry stared at Dumbledore, at the old man who had just survived a basilisk's gaze through sheer force of will. "Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said mildly, "I believe you have some explaining to do." The explanation took 3 hours. Harry told them most of the truth, about the diary and what it was, about finding the ring in the chamber, about the voice he'd heard, the Parseltongue he'd used to open the entrance. He left out some things. His mother's ghost, the killing curse, the full extent of his knowledge, but he gave them enough. Dumbledore listened without interrupting. When Harry finished, the headmaster was silent for a long moment. "The ring," he said finally. "May I see it?" Harry handed it over. Dumbledore examined it carefully, his expression growing more troubled by the second. "The Gaunt family ring. I thought this lost. Destroyed with the Gaunts themselves." He looked at Harry with new eyes. "You recognized this as a Horcrux. I've been researching them. After last year, after Quirrell, I wanted to understand how Voldemort survived. And you concluded that he had made Horcruxes. Wes? How many?" Harry hesitated. "I don't know exactly. Multiple, I think. The diary was one. This ring is another." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "You are correct. I have suspected for some time that Tom created more than one Horcrux. His fear of death was too great for a single anchor. But I did not know how many, or where they might be hidden. And now, we have destroyed 2, and we must find the rest. Dumbledore's blue eyes met Harry's, and for once, there was no twinkle in them, only grim determination. "I owe you an apology, Mr. Potter. I underestimated you, treated you as a child to be protected rather than an ally to be trusted. That was a mistake." Harry didn't know what to say. This was not the conversation he'd expected. "I propose an alliance," Dumbledore continued. "A true partnership, based on shared knowledge and mutual trust. You have information I need. About Horcruxes, about Tom's plans, about things I cannot perceive from my position. And I have resources you need. Knowledge, protection, the ability to act where you cannot." "What about the greater good?" Harry asked. "What about using people as pawns?" Dumbledore flinched. "You have been speaking to Severus. Or someone else who knows my history," he sighed. "I have made terrible mistakes, Harry. Mistakes that cost lives, including your parents. I cannot undo them. I can only try to do better." Harry considered this. Lily had always warned him not to trust Dumbledore, not to become one of his pieces. But Lily wasn't here right now, couldn't be, not with Dumbledore watching, and Harry had to make this decision on his own. "Okay," he said finally. "An alliance. But I want honesty, complete honesty. No more secrets, no more manipulation. If you're going to treat me as a partner, then treat me as a partner." Dumbledore smiled. It was a small smile, tired and genuine. "You have my word." The rest of the year passed in a blur. The basilisk was destroyed, properly, this time, and its venom was harvested for future use. The ring Horcrux was obliterated by a fang dipped in the creature's blood. The Chamber of Secrets was sealed, hopefully forever. And the school learned that Harry Potter had found the chamber, faced the monster, and helped destroy a piece of the Dark Lord's soul. His reputation shifted overnight. No longer the suspicious heir of Slytherin. He was now the hero who had ended the threat, who had ventured into darkness and emerged victorious. Students who had feared him now wanted to shake his hand. Teachers who had watched him with suspicion now nodded with respect. Harry found the whole thing exhausting. Fame is a fickle thing, Dumbledore observed during one of their new regular meetings. The same people who reviled you yesterday will worship you tomorrow. And the reverse is also true. I don't want to be worshipped. No. You want to be left alone to do what needs to be done. Dumbledore smiled. A reasonable desire, and one I share. They spent the spring planning. Dumbledore shared what he knew about Voldemort's history, his obsessions, his likely hiding places. Harry shared what Lily had told him, carefully attributed to research and deduction about the possible Horcruxes. By the end of term, they had a list. Slytherin's locket, probably hidden in a cave Voldemort had visited as a child. Hufflepuff's cup, likely in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault at Gringotts. Something of Ravenclaw's, possibly the diadem Harry had already secured. And something else. Something Dumbledore suspected but couldn't confirm. Tom was obsessed with the number 7. Dumbledore explained. The most powerful magical number. If he made 6 Horcruxes plus himself, that would be 7 soul fragments. But I wonder if he made more, if his paranoia drove him to create additional anchors. We'll find them, Harry said. All of them. Yes, we will. The train ride home was quieter than Harry expected. Ron and Hermione were there. Of course. They'd been with him through everything, knew almost all his secrets. But there was a weight to the silence, a sense of endings and beginnings. Next year, Ron said finally. What do you think it'll bring? More trouble, probably, Hermione said. There's still Sirius Black in Azkaban. Harry, you said he was innocent, right? We should try to prove that. And there's the Truewizard Tournament coming up. The what? The Truewizard Tournament. It's a competition between the 3 major wizarding schools, Hogwarts, Boxbatons, and Durmstrang. It's been cancelled for centuries, but there are rumors they're bringing it back. Harry filed this away. Competitions, visiting schools, new variables, whatever comes, he said, we'll handle it, together. Together, Ron and Hermione echoed. The train rolled on toward London, toward summer, toward whatever came next. And in the corner of the compartment, invisible to everyone but Harry, Lily Potter's ghost watched over her son and smiled. Chapter 50. The price of staying third year started with Sirius Black escaping from Azkaban. Harry heard about it on the Muggle news. A gaunt, wild-eyed man staring out from the television screen, while the newscaster warned about an escaped prisoner, armed and extremely dangerous. The Dursleys had no idea who they were looking at, but Harry recognized the hollow cheeks, the tangled dark hair, the haunted expression, his godfather, the man his mother had told him about for years. "He's coming for you," Lily said, materializing beside Harry in the living room while the Dursleys ate dinner in the kitchen. "Not to hurt you, to protect you. He's finally broken free. After 12 years. 12 years of Dementors. 12 years of reliving his worst memories. He's going to be damaged, Harry, changed. But he's still serious. He's still the man who would have died for your father." Harry watched the news report cycle through again. The same image, the same warnings, the same fear, mongering about a mass murderer, on the loose. The Ministry didn't know the truth. They thought Sirius had betrayed the Potters, had killed Peter Pettigrew and a dozen Muggles on that street. They were wrong. And this year, Harry was going to prove it. The journey to Hogwarts was interrupted by Dementors. Harry had read about them. Lily had described the creatures in detail. Their cloaks, and their coldness, and their terrible ability to drain happiness from the air. But reading about Dementors and experiencing them were very different things. The train stopped somewhere in the Scottish countryside. The lights flickered out, and then the cold came, a deep, pervasive chill that had nothing to do with temperature and everything to do with despair. Harry felt it immediately, a weight pressing down on his chest, a fog creeping into his thoughts. And underneath it all, a sound, a woman screaming, begging, pleading for mercy. His mother's voice, the night she died. "Not Harry, please not Harry. Stand aside, you silly girl. Not Harry. Please no, take me, kill me instead." Harry's vision went white. He felt himself falling, felt the cold closing in, felt the Dementor's presence looming over him like death itself. And then warmth. Blazing, brilliant warmth, driving back the darkness. He opened his eyes to find a man standing over him, shabby robes, graying hair, scars crisscrossing his face. The man's wand was raised, and from its tip poured silver light that coalesced into a shape, a creature, something four-legged and fierce that drove the Dementor out of the compartment. "Here." The man pressed chocolate into Harry's shaking hands. "Eat this. It'll help." Harry ate. The warmth spread through him, pushing back the lingering chill. "I'm Professor Lupin," the man said. "The new defense against the dark arts teacher. Lupin, Remus Lupin. His father's friend, the werewolf, the last of the marauders besides Sirius and the rat." Harry looked at the man with new eyes. "Thank you, Professor." Lupin smiled. It was a tired smile, worn around the edges, but genuine. "You're welcome, Harry. Your mother was a friend of mine, once. I'm glad I could help her son." The Dementor incident set the tone for the year. Hogwarts was crawling with the creatures. Supposedly searching for Sirius Black, but in practice terrorizing the students and making everyone miserable. Harry felt their presence more keenly than most, his connection to trauma drawing them to him like moths to flame. He asked Lupin to teach him the Patronus charm. "It's advanced magic," Lupin warned during their first private lesson. "Most adult wizards struggle with it." "Are you sure you want to try?" "I'm sure. I can't keep fainting every time a Dementor comes near me. If Black is really coming to Hogwarts, I need to be able to defend myself." Lupin studied him for a long moment. Then he nodded. "Very well. The Patronus charm requires a happy memory. The happiest you can summon. You focus on that memory, let it fill you completely, and then channel it through the incantation Expecto Patronum." Harry thought about happiness. About the moments in his life when he'd felt truly, completely content. The Weasleys' kitchen, surrounded by warmth and laughter, and the smell of Mrs. Weasley's cooking. Ron and Hermione on the train, promising to face whatever came together. Lily's ghost, glowing faintly in the darkness of his room, telling him stories about his father. He raised his wand, Expecto Patronum. A wisp of silver emerged, thin, weak, barely visible. Not enough to stop a Dementor, but something. "Good," Lupin said, genuine surprise in his voice. "Very good, for a first attempt. Most students can't produce anything at all on their first try." Harry tried again, and again, and again. By the end of the lesson, his silver wisp had thickened into a proper mist, capable of pushing back a boggart, Dementor at least briefly. "You have a gift for this," Lupin said, watching Harry with an expression that might have been pride. "Your mother was the same way. She could master spells in half the time it took anyone else. You have her talent. Did you know her well?" "My mother?" Lupin's face softened. "Yes, we were friends, not as close as James and Sirius and Peter, but friends. She was kind to me when others weren't. When they found out about my condition, most people wanted nothing to do with me, but Lily never cared about that." "What was she like? Really like, I mean. Not the legend, not the sacrifice, just her." Lupin was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "She was fierce. Fiery. She had a temper that could strip paint off walls and a heart big enough to forgive almost anything. She was brilliant at charms, terrible at Quidditch, and she laughed like music when she was happy." He paused. "She loved your father more than I've ever seen anyone love anything. And she loved you more than that." Harry felt something tighten in his chest. "Thank you for telling me." "Of course." The search for Peter Pettigrew became Harry's obsession. He knew the rat was at Hogwarts, Ron's pet Scabbers. The rat that had been in the Weasley family for 12 years was actually Peter Pettigrew in animagus form. Lily had told him years ago, had described Peter's transformation and his betrayal and his cowardly escape. But proving it was another matter. "We need to catch him in human form," Harry told Ron and Hermione during one of their planning sessions. "Force him to transform and then hold him there until we can get a teacher to verify his identity." "How do we force an animagus to transform?" Hermione asked. "There's a spell, the Animagus Revelio. It forces any animagus in range to reveal their true form." Harry had been researching this for weeks. "The problem is it's complex. Double level at least. I'm not sure I can cast it reliably." "What about Snape?" Ron suggested reluctantly. "He knows about, well, everything. Maybe he could help." Harry considered this. His relationship with Snape had evolved over the past 2 years, from mutual hostility to grudging respect to something approaching actual alliance. Snape knew about Lily's ghost now, knew about Harry's true capabilities. He might be willing to help. "I'll ask him." Snape agreed to help, though not without complaint. "Pettigrew is a coward and a traitor," he said, his lip curling with disgust. "If he's truly been hiding as a rat this entire time, it would be satisfying to expose him." "Can you cast the Animagus Revelio?" "Of course. The question is timing. We need to catch the rat in a situation where he can't escape, and we need witnesses who can verify his identity. Preferably someone from the Ministry." "What about during Hogsmeade weekend?" "Ron always brings Scabbers when he goes to the village." Snape considered this. "That could work. I'll arrange for Aurors to be nearby, investigating reports of black sightings. When we reveal Pettigrew, they'll be able to make an arrest. And Sirius. If we prove Pettigrew is alive, then Black's conviction becomes questionable at best. The Ministry will have to reopen the case." Snape's expression was unreadable. "I am not doing this for Black's sake. I'm doing it because Pettigrew deserves to rot in Azkaban for what he did to your mother." "I know. Thank you." The plan came together over the following weeks. Harry worked with Snape in secret, perfecting their timing, arranging for the Auror presence, preparing for every contingency. Lily helped where she could, scouting locations and watching for any sign that Pettigrew suspected what was coming. "He's nervous," she reported one evening. "I've been watching him. When Ron's asleep, Pettigrew moves around, checks the windows, sniffs the air. He knows something's wrong, but he doesn't know what. Can he sense you?" "I don't think so. But he's paranoid. 12 years of hiding will do that to a person." Lily's expression hardened. "Good. Let him be afraid. Let him wonder when the other shoe is going to drop." The Hogsmeade weekend arrived on a cold November morning. Harry, Ron, and Hermione walked down to the village together, Scabbers tucked into Ron's pocket as always. The rat was twitching more than usual, its beady eyes darting around nervously. "He knows," Harry murmured to Hermione. "Look at him. We can't let him escape." "He won't." Snape's waiting at the 3 broomsticks. The Aurors are positioned around the village. The moment we reveal him, a scream cut through the air. Harry spun around. Students were running, pointing at something in the distance. And there, silhouetted against the gray sky, was a massive black dog. No, not a dog, Sirius. Everything happened at once. Sirius charged toward them, his canine form powerful and fast despite years of malnourishment. Students scattered, screaming. Aurors appeared from nowhere, wands raised, shouting curses that Sirius dodged with desperate agility. And Peter Pettigrew, sensing his chance, leaped from Ron's pocket and ran. No, Harry sprinted after the rat, his wand already in his hand. "That's tipo I!" The spell missed, splashing against the cobblestones. Pettigrew was small and fast, zigzagging through the chaos, heading for the edge of the village. Harry pushed himself harder. He couldn't let Pettigrew escape. Couldn't let 12 more years pass with Sirius rotting in Azkaban. He thought about his godfather, about the hollow-eyed man on the television, about everything that had been stolen from them both. His magic surged. The wandless telekinesis he'd been practicing for years, the ability Lily had trained him in since childhood, lashed out instinctively. Pettigrew squeaked as an invisible force grabbed him, lifted him, held him suspended in midair. Maniolo! Snape's voice thundered across the square. The spell hit Pettigrew like a physical blow. The rat's body twisted, elongated, transformed, and suddenly a man was hanging in midair where the rat had been. Peter Pettigrew. Pudgy, balding, missing a finger, with watery eyes that darted around in absolute terror. "No," he shrieked. "No, please, you don't understand." Peter Pettigrew. An Auror stepped forward, her face pale with shock. Reported dead 12 years ago. Wanted for the murder of 13 muggles. "I didn't. It wasn't me. It was Sirius. He was the secret keeper. Liar. Sirius had transformed back to human form, held at one point by 3 Aurors, but still straining toward Pettigrew with murder in his eyes. "You were the secret keeper." We switched at the last minute. I thought it was clever. No one would suspect weak little Peter. "And you betrayed them!" "You told him where to find them." "Sirius, please, what was I supposed to do? The Dark Lord, he has weapons you can't imagine. Woe you sol du of Voldemort." The name fell like a bomb. Half the crowd flinched. The Aurors exchanged uncertain looks. "Arrest them both," the lead Auror said finally. "Well, sort this out at the Ministry. I have a better idea." Snape stepped forward, a small vial in his hand. "Veritaserum. 3 drops, and Pettigrew will tell us the truth about what happened that night. If Black is innocent, the Ministry can release him immediately. If he's guilty," Snape's eyes met Sirius's, "then justice will be served." The lead Auror hesitated, then nodded. "Do it." The interrogation happened right there in Hogsmeade Square, with half the village watching. 3 drops of Veritaserum on Pettigrew's tongue, and the truth came pouring out. The switch in Secret Keepers, the betrayal, the framing of Sirius, the 12 years of hiding, of cowardice, of letting an innocent man rot in prison. By the end, half the crowd was in tears. The other half looked ready to tear Pettigrew apart with their bare hands. The Aurors arrested Pettigrew and released Sirius on the spot, pending a formal review, but clearly recognizing that continuing to hold him would be a miscarriage of justice too visible to ignore. Sirius stood in the square, blinking in the pale November light, looking like he couldn't quite believe what was happening. Then his eyes found Harry. "Harry." His voice cracked. "Harry, I." Harry crossed the distance between them and hugged his godfather for the first time. The rest of 3rd year passed in a whirlwind. Sirius was officially exonerated in December after a full Ministry review confirmed Pettigrew's testimony. He was released from protective custody, given back his family fortune, and offered a formal apology from the Minister of Magic himself. He refused the apology. He also refused to live at Grimmauld Place, his family's ancestral home, calling it a monument to everything I hated about my childhood. Instead, he stayed at Hogwarts. Dumbledore offered him the position of defense against the dark arts assistant, working alongside Lupin. It wasn't an official teaching role. Sirius's mental state was still fragile, still recovering from the Dementors. But it gave him a place to heal, a purpose, and most importantly, access to Harry. "I'm supposed to be your guardian," Sirius told Harry during one of their many conversations in Lupin's office. "James and Lily named me your godfather. If I hadn't been arrested, if I'd just gone after you instead of Peter, then you'd be dead and Pettigrew would still be free." Harry had thought about this a lot. "You made the choice that made sense at the time. It didn't work out, but that's not your fault. Isn't it?" "No. It's Pettigrew's fault. It's Voldemort's fault. Not yours." Sirius was quiet for a long moment. Then he said very softly, "You sound like your mother. She always knew exactly what to say to make people feel less terrible about themselves." Harry smiled. "I learned from the best." Fourth year brought the Triwizard Tournament. Harry watched the preparations with a mixture of curiosity and dread. The tournament was supposed to be exciting. 3 schools competing, eternal glory for the winner. Centuries of tradition, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. "Someone's going to try to enter you," Lily said the night before the Goblet of Fire was unveiled. "I'm certain of it. The tournament is too high profile, too dangerous. It's the perfect opportunity for Voldemort's agents to make a move." "How?" "Dumbledore's putting an age line around the goblet. No one under 17 can enter. There are ways around age lines. Confundus charms on the goblet itself. Having an adult enter your name. Your enemies are creative, Harry. Don't underestimate them." Harry didn't. He told Dumbledore about his concerns, told Snape, told Sirius and Lupin. They all agreed to be vigilant. They all promised to watch for any sign of interference. It wasn't enough. On the night the champions were selected, the Goblet of Fire spat out 4 names instead of 3. Fleur Delacour for Bookspattons, Victor Crumb for Durmstrang, Cedric Diggory for Hogwarts, and Harry Potter. The chaos that followed was spectacular. Accusations flew from every direction. Bookspattons and Durmstrang claimed Hogwarts was cheating. The ministry officials demanded explanations. The Hogwarts students, most of them anyway, turned on Harry with remarkable speed, convinced he'd somehow manipulated the goblet for his own glory. Harry stood in the center of the storm and felt something cold settle in his chest. "I didn't enter my name," he said for what felt like the 100th time. "Someone else did this." "Then who?" Bagman, the tournament organizer, looked desperate. "The goblet's magic is ancient, unbreakable. No one could have. Someone did. And I intend to find out who." The investigation led nowhere. Whoever had entered Harry's name had covered their tracks perfectly. The goblet showed no signs of tampering. The age line had been bypassed by means no one could identify. And the magical contract that bound all champions to compete was absolute. Harry couldn't withdraw even if he wanted to. "You'll have to participate," Dumbledore said grimly during an emergency meeting in his office. "The tournament's magic is binding. Refusal means loss of your magic, possibly your life. Then I participate. But I do it on my terms." Harry's jaw was set. "This is a trap. Someone wants me in this tournament, wants me facing deadly challenges. I'm not going to play by their rules." "What do you suggest?" "Preparation. Real preparation. Not the kind of bumbling the other champions are going to do. I want access to the restricted section. I want extra training with Lupin and Sirius. I want to know exactly what I'm facing before each task, so there are no surprises." Dumbledore studied him for a long moment, then he nodded. "Very well. I'll make the arrangements." The first task was dragons. Harry found out 3 days early, through a combination of eavesdropping, Hagrid's loose lips, and Lily's scouting. 4 dragons. 1 for each champion, with a golden egg hidden among their real eggs. The goal was to retrieve the egg without getting roasted alive. A Hungarian horntail. Harry told Ron and Hermione, reviewing the information they'd gathered. "That's what I'm facing. The most aggressive breed of dragon known to wizardkind. How are you going to get past it?" "I'm not going to get past it. I'm going to go around it." Harry pulled out a diagram he'd been working on. "The horntail's weak point is its eyes. They're more sensitive than the rest of its body, vulnerable to bright lights. I'm going to blind it, then summon the egg while it's disoriented." "Can you summon something that big?" "I've been practicing." Harry grinned. Let's just say Filch is going to be very confused about where his favorite mop went. The day of the first task, Harry walked into the arena with his wand in hand and his heart pounding. The crowd roared. The horntail roared louder. It was massive, 40 feet of scales and spines and fire, coiled protectively around its clutch of eggs. Harry didn't hesitate. Elamos Maximo. The spell exploded from his wand, brighter than anything he'd ever produced. A miniature sun that hung in the air above the dragon's head, blazing with white, hot intensity. The horntail screamed, recoiling, its eyes squeezed shut against the glare. ACCIOGLDEG. The egg shot toward him like a golden bullet. Harry caught it one-handed, tucked it under his arm, and sprinted for the exit while the dragon was still trying to see straight. He was out of the arena in 43 seconds. The crowd went silent for one long, stunned moment. Then they erupted into cheers. That was brilliant, Sirius said afterward, clapping Harry on the back. Completely brilliant. James would have been so proud. He used to pull stunts like that in Quidditch matches, flashy distractions followed by surgical strikes. I just did what made sense. That's what made it brilliant. Sirius's expression grew more serious. But Harry, whoever entered your name, they're not going to give up. The first task was a test. The next ones will be worse. I know. You need to be ready for anything. I will be. The months between tasks passed in a blur of training and preparation. Harry worked with Lupin on defensive magic, with Sirius on offensive tactics, with Snape on potions that might prove useful. He researched past tournaments, looking for patterns, trying to predict what the next challenges might involve. And he kept investigating. Someone had entered his name in the goblet. Someone wanted him competing, wanted him in danger. The obvious suspect was Voldemort, or one of his agents. But that didn't explain how they'd gotten access to the goblet in the first place. It had to be someone at Hogwarts. Harry told Lily during one of their late-night conversations, someone with access to the goblet before it was sealed. The teachers. A student. A teacher, probably. A student would have been caught by the age line. Unless they had help. What about Karkaroff? He's a former Death Eater, and he's been acting strange all year. Harry had noticed the same thing. The Durmstrang headmaster was jumpy, paranoid, constantly looking over his shoulder. He'd been spotted more than once with his sleeve pushed up, staring at his forearm, at the spot where the dark mark would be. Maybe. But Karkaroff doesn't have the nerve for this kind of operation. He's too scared, too desperate to save his own skin. Then who? Harry didn't know. But he was going to find out. The second task came in February. The clue from the golden egg, when properly deciphered, pointed to the Black Lake. Something precious taken, an hour to recover it, the threat of loss if Harry failed. They've taken someone, Harry realized. Someone important to me. That's what I'm supposed to rescue. Ron was missing from breakfast the morning of the task. So was Hermione. Harry's blood ran cold. The lake was freezing, and the creatures that lived in it were less than friendly. Harry had prepared for this. Gillyweed, acquired through careful negotiation with Snape, along with a heating charm and a point, spell modified to track living humans. He dove into the black water, felt the gills sprout behind his ears, and swam. The Merpeople village was at the bottom of the lake, built around a central square where 4 figures floated in enchanted sleep: Ron, Hermione, Cho Chang, and a young girl who must have been Fleur's sister. Harry cut Ron and Hermione free first. Then, because the other champions hadn't arrived yet and the hour was nearly up, he freed Cho and Gabrielle too. He surfaced with all 4 hostages to a crowd that couldn't quite decide if he'd broken the rules or exceeded them. You were only supposed to rescue your own hostage, Bagman said, looking flustered. Then dock my points. But I wasn't going to leave children to drown because of some arbitrary rule. Bagman didn't dock his points. In fact, the judges gave him extra marks for moral fiber. Harry didn't care about the marks. He only cared that his friends were safe. The third task loomed. A maze. That's what the final challenge would be. A massive hedge maze filled with obstacles and creatures, with the Triwizard Cup at its center. First champion to reach it would be declared the winner. Harry trained harder than ever. He knew with bone, deep certainty, that the third task was when the real trap would spring. Whoever had entered his name, whoever wanted him dead, would make their move during the maze. He just had to be ready. The night of the third task, Harry entered the maze with his wand raised and his senses alert. The hedges closed in behind him immediately, cutting off any escape. He cast a point me spell, got a general direction toward the cup, and started moving. The obstacles came fast and hard. A boggart that tried to become a Dementor before Harry blasted it away. An enchanted mist that turned the world upside down. A sphinx that demanded a riddle be answered before she'd let him pass. Harry handled them all. He moved through the maze like a force of nature, using every spell in his arsenal, every trick Lily had taught him. He was close. So close. He could feel the cup's magic pulling at him. And then Cedric Diggory appeared from a side passage, bleeding and exhausted but still standing. "Harry! Cedric!" "The cup's just ahead. I know. I can feel it." Cedric's face was set with determination. "We should go together. Finish this as a team." Harry hesitated. Something felt wrong. The air was too still, the maze too quiet. But Cedric was already moving, and the cup was right there, gleaming at the center of the final clearing. They reached for it at the same time. The moment their fingers touched the cup, Harry felt the familiar hook behind the navel sensation of a portkey, and the maze vanished. They landed in a graveyard. Harry recognized it immediately, not from personal experience, but from Lily's descriptions. The Riddle family graveyard, where Tom Riddle Sr. was buried, where Voldemort would be reborn if his servants succeeded in their plan. "Harry." Cedric's voice was confused, scared. "Where are we?" "What? Ron!" Harry shoved Cedric sideways as a killing curse split the air between them. Jeet Daboo. But it was too late. Peter Pettigrew emerged from the shadows, holding something that looked like a deformed baby. Something with red eyes that gleamed with malevolent intelligence. "Keel the spare," the thing whispered. "Avita Catavio." Harry tackled Cedric to the ground as the curse blazed overhead. They rolled, scrambled, tried to find cover behind the tombstones. But Pettigrew was already advancing, and behind him, Harry could see a massive cauldron, already bubbling with something that smelled like death. "Harry!" Lily's ghost materialized beside him, her face pale with terror. "Harry, you have to run. You have to get out of here." "I can't. The Porky's gone. We're trapped." "Then fight. Fight like I taught you. Fight like your life depends on it, because it does." Harry looked at Cedric, at Pettigrew, at the thing that was Voldemort, not yet reborn but soon to be. And he made a choice. "Cedric," his voice was calm. "Steady. When I give the signal, run for the cup. It's a two-way portkey. It'll take you back to Hogwarts. I'm not leaving you. You don't have a choice. I'm the one they want. I'm the one they need for whatever ritual they're planning. As long as I'm here, they won't care about you." Harry met Cedric's eyes. "Get back to Hogwarts. Tell Dumbledore what happened. Bring help. Harry!" Harry leaped out from behind the tombstone, wand blazing. "Bombarda! Redustio!" Inciendo. The spells slammed into Pettigrew, driving him back, disrupting his aim. Harry kept casting, kept moving, drawing all attention toward himself while Cedric sprinted for the cup. Pettigrew screamed something. Fired a curse that Harry barely dodged, but it was too late. Cedric's hand closed around the Trewizard cup, and with a flash of blue light, he was gone. Harry was alone. They strapped him to a gravestone. Pettigrew was sweating, nervous, his remaining hand trembling as he worked. The baby, thing that was Voldemort, lay in a cradle of dark robes, watching Harry with those terrible red eyes. "Brave," Voldemort hissed. "Stupid, but brave. Your mother was the same way, defiant to the end. It didn't save her. It saved me. A temporary reprieve. Tonight, Harry Potter, you will watch me rise. And then you will die." The ritual began. Pettigrew dropped Voldemort's malformed body into the cauldron. Bone from the father, unknowingly given, taken from the grave beneath Harry's feet. Flesh of the servant, willingly given. Pettigrew screaming as he cut off his own hand, and blood of the enemy, forcibly taken. Pettigrew approached Harry with a knife. Harry watched him come. Felt the cold metal pierce his arm. Watched his blood drip into the cauldron, watched the liquid turn from black to white to blazing red. And then the cauldron exploded. Voldemort rose from the flames. Not the pathetic creature Harry had faced in first year. Not the memory from the diary or the fragment in the ring. The real Voldemort, tall, pale, terrible, with crimson eyes that burned like coals and a lipless mouth twisted into a smile. "Robe me." Pettigrew obeyed, draping black robes over his master's naked form. Voldemort stood for a moment, flexing his new fingers, testing his new body. Then he turned to Harry. "You have eluded me twice, Harry Potter. At Godric's Hollow, when your mother's sacrifice created a protection I could not anticipate. And in your first year, when you destroyed my servant before I could claim the stone." He stepped closer, his footsteps silent on the grave, strewn ground. "But your protection is gone now. I used your blood in my resurrection. Your mother's sacrifice flows through my veins. Her magic cannot save you anymore." Harry said nothing. His mind was racing, calculating, looking for options. No defiant words, no brave declarations. Voldemort's smile widened. "How disappointing. I expected more from James and Lily's son. My mother taught me to save my words for when they matter." Harry met Voldemort's eyes. "And talking to you doesn't matter. You're gonna die, Riddle. Maybe not tonight. But soon, I'll make sure of it." Voldemort's smile faded. There it is, the fire." He raised his wand. "Let's see how long it lasts." Cruco! Pain. Harry had never felt anything like it. Every nerve in his body screaming, every muscle convulsing, his mind white with agony. He heard himself screaming, heard Voldemort laughing, heard Lily's ghost shrieking his name from somewhere far away. And then it stopped. Harry lay gasping on the ground, his body twitching with aftershocks. Voldemort stood over him, looking pleased. "The Cruciatus Curse, a favorite of my followers. Shall we try it again, my lord?" Pettigrew's voice was trembling. "The others, they're arriving." Harry heard the crack of apparition, felt the presence of others, dark presences, marked presences, gathering around him in a circle. The Death Eaters had come. Voldemort paraded Harry before his followers like a trophy. He told them about the resurrection, about the blood ritual, about how he'd finally overcome the protection that had defeated him 14 years ago. The Death Eaters cheered, groveled, competed with each other to express their loyalty. Harry watched them all, memorized their masks, their voices, their movements. Some he recognized from Snape's descriptions. Others were new. All of them were enemies. "And now," Voldemort said finally, "we shall have a demonstration. A duel between myself and Harry Potter, the boy who supposedly vanquished me. Show them what you can do, child. Fight me. Defend yourself." They untied him, returned his wand. Harry stood in the center of the Death Eater circle, facing the most powerful dark wizard in history, and knew, with absolute certainty, that he was going to die here. But he was going to make it hurt first. The spells collided in midair, and something impossible happened. Golden light erupted from the point of contact, threads of magic connecting their wands, pulsing with power. Harry felt his wand vibrating in his hand, felt something ancient and terrible awakening. "What?" Voldemort's voice was shocked. "What is this?" Harry didn't know. But he held on, pouring everything he had into maintaining the connection, refusing to let go. The golden threads began to form shapes, faces, voices. An old man Harry didn't recognize, a woman, another man, and then Harry. James Potter's ghost emerged from Voldemort's wand. Not Lily, she was still beside Harry, visible only to him. But James, translucent and glowing, looking at his son with pride and love and desperate urgency. "Harry, you have to let go. When the connection breaks, run for the portkey. It'll take you back to Hogwarts." "Dad, I know, son. But you can't beat him here. Not yet. You need to survive. You need to live and grow and finish this fight another day." More ghosts were emerging now. "The old man. That's Frank Bryce," James said. "Killed last summer. And others victims of Voldemort's wand, all urging Harry to run, to survive, to escape." "We'll hold him off," James said. "When you break the connection, we'll give you a head start. But you have to go now." Harry looked at his father's ghost, at the face he'd only ever seen in photographs, at the man who died protecting him. "I love you, Dad. I love you too, son. Now go. Harry wrenched his wand away. The connection shattered. The ghosts swarmed Voldemort, obscuring his vision, disrupting his aim. Harry sprinted for the Triwizard Cup, still lying where it had fallen, and dove for it with every ounce of strength he had left. His fingers closed around the handle. The world vanished. Harry landed in Hogwarts to chaos. Screaming, running, Dumbledore's voice shouting orders. Cedric grabbing him, supporting him, asking if he was okay. Voldemort, Harry managed. He's back. The Death Eaters. We know. Harry. Dumbledore was there suddenly, his face grave. Cedric told us. The Ministry is mobilizing. We'll handle this. But you need to rest. No. Harry pushed himself upright, ignoring the agony in every muscle. There's more. The graveyard. Riddle's father's grave. That's where he'll operate from. And the Death Eaters. I saw them. I know who they are. Later, Harry. Tell me later. Dumbledore's hand on his shoulder was firm but gentle. You've done enough tonight. More than enough. Let others carry the burden now. Harry wanted to argue. Wanted to fight. But his body was giving out, darkness creeping at the edges of his vision. The last thing he saw before unconsciousness took him was Lily's ghost, hovering beside him, her face wet with tears. You did it, she whispered. You survived. You came back. Told you I willed. Harry mumbled. And then everything went dark. Harry woke in the hospital wing 3 days later. The news waiting for him was a mix of triumph and tragedy. Voldemort's return had been confirmed. The Ministry couldn't deny it. Not with Cedric's testimony and Harry's memories extracted for review. The Death Eaters who'd attended the resurrection were being hunted. The wizarding world was mobilizing for war. But there were losses too. Aurors killed in the initial response. Civilians caught in retaliatory attacks. The opening shots of a conflict that would only get worse. This is just the beginning, Dumbledore told Harry during a quiet conversation in the hospital wing. Voldemort will gather his forces, rebuild his army, prepare for open war. We must do the same. The Horcruxes, Harry said. We need to find them, all of them, as long as they exist. He can't be killed, agreed. And with the information you've gathered, the diary, the ring, the diadem, we have a significant head start. What's left? The locket and the cup, at least. Maybe more. The locket is in a cave, as you suspected. I've been researching its protections. The cup is in Gringotts, in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault. Dumbledore's expression was grim. Both will be difficult to retrieve. But not impossible. And the others? You said there might be more than 5. I believe. There is one more Horcrux. Dumbledore hesitated. One I've suspected for some time but hoped I was wrong about. What is it? Dumbledore met Harry's eyes, and Harry saw something there he'd never seen before. Fear. You, Harry. I believe Voldemort accidentally made you into a Horcrux the night he tried to kill you. The world stopped. Harry heard the words. Understood them. But his mind refused to process what they meant. I'm a Horcrux. Part of his soul attached to you when the killing curse rebounded. It's why you can speak Parseltongue. Why you feel pain in your scar when he's angry. Why you saw through his eyes in your visions. Dumbledore's voice was heavy with grief. I should have told you sooner. I'm sorry. Can it be destroyed? Without killing me? I don't know. I've been researching possible methods, but Dumbledore shook his head. The soul fragment is deeply embedded. Removing it might not be possible without destroying the vessel. Harry sat in silence for a long moment. Lily's ghost had appeared beside him. He could feel her presence, her horror, her desperate love. Then that's how it ends, he said finally. When all the other Horcruxes are destroyed, when Voldemort is weakened. I have to die. Let him kill me, destroy the fragment, and then someone else finishes him off. Harry, no. It's the only way. Harry's voice was calm. Too calm. You've always known, haven't you? That's why you raised me the way you did. Like a pig for slaughter. Kept fat and happy until the killing day. That is not, I never wanted. Dumbledore's composure cracked. Harry, I have made many mistakes. But I have never stopped looking for another way. There must be something, some method we haven't considered. Maybe. And we'll keep looking. But if we don't find anything... Harry met the old man's eyes. Then I'll do what needs to be done. I've known my whole life that this war would cost me everything. At least now I know the price. Harry walked out of the hospital wing that evening, leaving behind the shocked silence of Dumbledore, the frantic protests of Ron and Hermione, the barely contained fury of Sirius and Lupin. He needed to be alone. Needed to think. Needed to process the revelation that had just shattered everything he thought he knew. Lily found him in the astronomy tower, staring out at the darkening sky. Harry, I'm a Horcrux. The words came out flat, empty. A piece of Voldemort's soul has been living inside me my entire life. Every thought, every feeling, every moment I thought was mine, how much of it was really him? None of it. Lily's voice was fierce. Harry, listen to me. That fragment is a parasite, nothing more. It doesn't define you. It doesn't control you. You are my son, mine and James's, and nothing Voldemort has done can change that. But the Parseltongue, as a side effect, like immunity to a disease. The fragment gave you abilities, yes, but it didn't give you your courage, your loyalty, your capacity for love. Those are yours. Those have always been yours. Harry turned to look at his mother's ghost. She was flickering more than usual, her form growing transparent around the edges. Mum, are you okay? Lily hesitated. Harry, there's something I need to tell you. Something I should have told you a long time ago. What? I'm fading. The words came out like a confession. The magic that bound me to you, the sacrifice that kept me here, it's weakening. Has been for years. I don't know how much longer I can stay. Harry felt the ground drop out from beneath him. No, that's not. You can't. I've stayed too long already. Ghosts aren't meant to linger like this. Not bound to a single person. Not hidden from the rest of the world. The magic is unraveling. Then we'll find a way to fix it. We'll research. There is no fix, Harry. This was always temporary. I always knew. Eventually, I'd have to let go. Harry's eyes were burning. His chest felt like it was being crushed by an invisible weight. How long? Months, maybe. A year if I'm lucky. Lily moved closer, her ghostly hand passing through his cheek. I'm so sorry, sweetheart. I wanted to be here until the end. Wanted to see you defeat him, see you live and grow and build a life. But I don't think I can hold on that long. You can't leave me. Harry's voice cracked. You're all I have. You're the only one who's been there from the beginning. You have Ron, Hermione, Sirius. People who love you, who will fight beside you. You're not alone. You never will be. It's not the same. I know. But it's enough. It has to be enough. They stood there in the growing darkness, mother and son, ghost and living, clinging to the last moments they might ever have together. I love you, Harry whispered. I love you too. Lily's form flickered. More than anything in the world. More than life. More than death. That's never going to change, Harry. No matter what happens, I will always love you. The next months were brutal. Voldemort's forces struck with increasing frequency. Attacks on Muggle communities, assassinations of Ministry officials, attempts to free captured Death Eaters from Azkaban. The wizarding world descended into chaos, and Harry was at the center of it all. He trained harder than ever. Mastered new spells, honed his combat skills, pushed his body and magic to their absolute limits. Ron and Hermione trained with him, and so did the other members of the newly reformed Dumbledore's army. And he hunted Horcruxes. The locket came first. Dumbledore had finally cracked its protections, had mapped out the cave where it was hidden. They went together. Harry and Dumbledore, two warriors on a mission, and fought through inferi and dark magic to claim Slytherin's artifact. The cup was harder. Gringotts was a fortress, protected by goblins and dragons and enchantments laid down over centuries. But they found a way. A complex plan involving Polyjuice potion, a stolen wand, and a distraction that set half the bank on fire. Harry destroyed both Horcruxes with basilisk fangs harvested from the Chamber of Secrets. That left only 3 Nagini, Voldemort's snake, the fragment in Harry and Voldemort himself. Lily faded throughout the year. Each month, her form grew more transparent. Her voice grew fainter. She had trouble manifesting at all, some days appearing for only minutes at a time, before dissolving back into nothing. Harry cherished every moment he could get. "Tell me about Dad," he said one night, when she was more solid than usual. "Tell me something I don't know." Lily smiled. "He proposed to me 7 times before I said yes. The first time was in 3rd year. He was convinced it was romantic. I hexed him. 7 times. He was persistent." Her smile turned wistful. The 7th time, he didn't say anything at all. Just handed me a flower. A lily, of course, with a ring tied to the stem. When I asked what it was, he just said, "It's yours. If you want it." And I realized I did. I wish I could have known him. You would have loved each other. You're so alike, Harry. The same stubbornness, the same fierce loyalty, the same willingness to sacrifice everything for the people you love. Her form flickered. "He would be so proud of you." "I know I am, Mum. I'm not saying goodbye. Not yet. I've still got time." But her voice was thin, stretched, like a candle flame guttering in the wind. "Just, in case I don't get another chance to say it, thank you. For letting me stay. For giving me these years with you. They were worth everything." Harry couldn't speak. Could only reach out, his hand passing through her ghostly form, feeling nothing but cold air and the echo of love. The final battle came in June. Voldemort had marshaled his forces for a full assault on Hogwarts. Hundreds of Death Eaters, giants, dementors, dark creatures of every description. The defenders gathered 2 teachers and students, Aurors and Order members, everyone who could hold a wand against the darkness. Harry stood at the center of it all, knowing what he had to do. "I'm going to face him," he told his friends, gathered in the room of requirement. "Lone. Like hell you are," Ron said immediately. "Harry, we've been through too much together." Hermione started. "This is different." Harry cut them off. "I have to let him kill me. It's the only way to destroy the Horcrux inside me." Silence. "What?" Ron's face had gone white. "There's a piece of Voldemort's soul attached to me. Has been since the night he killed my parents. As long as it exists, he can't die." Harry's voice was steady. He'd had months to come to terms with this. "But if he kills me, he destroys the fragment. And then someone else, Neville with the sword or Dumbledore or any of you, can finish him off." "Harry, no." Hermione was crying. "There has to be another way." "There isn't. Believe me, I've looked." Harry pulled them both into a hug. "You're the best friends anyone could ask for. I love you both. But this is something I have to do alone." He pulled away before they could argue more, before they could see that he was shaking, before he could lose his nerve. The walk to the Forbidden Forest was the longest of Harry's life. Lily was there, flickering beside him, barely visible but present. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I'm sorry I can't protect you from this. You've protected me my whole life. This was always how it was going to end. I should have done more. Should have found another way." "Mum." Harry stopped walking, turned to face her ghost. "You gave me everything. You stayed when you didn't have to. You taught me, prepared me, loved me when no one else could." His voice cracked. "Whatever happens in that forest, I'm ready. Because of you." Lily's form flickered violently. "I love you, Harry. More than. She vanished. Not faded, vanished. Completely. The connection he'd felt his whole life, the constant presence of his mother's ghost, was gone. Harry stood alone in the darkness, tears streaming down his face. Then he squared his shoulders and walked into the forest to meet his death. Voldemort was waiting. Surrounded by Death Eaters, Snake coiled at his feet, wand raised and ready. His red eyes gleamed with triumph as Harry emerged from the trees. "Harry Potter. The boy who lived, come to die." Harry didn't answer, didn't raise his wand. Just stood there, accepting what was about to happen. No final words. No defiant gestures. Voldemort's smile was cruel. "How disappointing. I expected more." "Just do it." Voldemort's smile faltered. Something like confusion crossed his features. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. The boy should be begging, fighting, anything but this passive acceptance. Avada Kedavira, green light, impact, darkness. Harry opened his eyes to whiteness. He was lying on something soft. A floor that wasn't quite a floor. In a place that wasn't quite a place. Everything was bright and clean and somehow familiar. "Hello, Harry." He turned his head. And there, sitting on a bench that materialized out of nowhere, was Albus Dumbledore. Professor, in a manner of speaking, Dumbledore smiled gently. This is a liminal space, between life and death. You're not dead, Harry. Not completely. I don't understand. When Voldemort used your blood to resurrect himself, he took your mother's protection into himself. He anchored you to life, even as he tried to kill you. The Horcrux inside you is destroyed. You felt it die. But you have a choice. Harry sat up slowly. A choice. You can move on. Cross over to whatever comes next. Your mother is there, Harry. She's been waiting for you. Harry's heart clenched. Mum. Or, Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, you can go back. Finish what you started. Live the life that was stolen from you. Harry looked around the bright, white space. Somewhere out there, beyond the veil, his mother was waiting. His father. Everyone he'd lost. But somewhere else. Back in the forest, in the world of the living, his friends were fighting, dying, needing him. If I go back, can I defeat him? The Horcrux is gone, Harry. Voldemort is mortal now. Killable. Dumbledore stood, his robes somehow brighter than everything else in this impossible place. The choice is yours. Harry closed his eyes. Thought about his mother. About all the years she'd given him, all the sacrifices she'd made. She'd stayed for him. Fought for him. Loved him when no one else could. And she'd told him, in those final moments, you're not alone. You never will be. He opened his eyes. I'm going back. Dumbledore smiled. Harry gasped awake to screaming. He was lying on the forest floor, surrounded by Death Eaters, Voldemort standing over him with an expression of disbelief. Someone shouted, "The boy's alive!" Voldemort's face twisted with fury. Avadi. Harry rolled, came up on his feet, wand already casting. Expelliarmus. Their spells met in midair, not the golden connection this time, just two streams of magic fighting for dominance. Harry poured everything he had into the spell, every ounce of love and grief and determination. Voldemort's wand flew from his grasp. Harry caught it, and before Voldemort could react, before anyone could move, Harry pointed both wands at the Dark Lord's chest and spoke the words he'd been practicing for years, Avada Kedavra. The killing curse hit Voldemort square in the chest. He crumpled to the ground without a sound, eyes wide with shock. The last expression he'd ever wear. Tom Marvolo Riddle was dead. The aftermath was chaos. Death Eaters fleeing, being captured, surrendering in droves. The Hogwarts defenders emerging from the castle, stunned and exhausted and slowly realizing they'd won. Cheers and tears and embraces everywhere Harry looked. Harry stood in the middle of it all, feeling strangely empty. It was over. After 14 years of prophecy and war and sacrifice, it was finally over. Harry. Ron and Hermione crashed into him, nearly knocking him off his feet. They were both crying, both laughing, holding him like they'd never let go. You're alive. Hermione sobbed. We thought, when you walked into the forest, we thought, I know, I'm sorry. Don't ever do that again, Ron said fiercely. Don't ever. I won't. I promise. It's over now. They stood there together as the sun rose over Hogwarts, three friends who'd faced the darkness and lived to see the dawn. The days that followed were a blur of funerals and celebrations. The dead were honored Fred Weasley, Remus Lupin, Nymphadora Tonks, and dozens of others who'd given their lives in the final battle. The living were celebrated Harry and his friends, the Order of the Phoenix, everyone who'd stood against Voldemort and won. Harry attended the ceremonies, gave the speeches, shook the hands he was supposed to shake. But part of him was somewhere else. Somewhere far away, thinking about a woman with red hair and green eyes who had given everything for him. On the third day after the battle, Harry went to the room of requirement. He walked past it 3 times, thinking I need to see her. I need to say goodbye. The door appeared. Inside was a small room, empty except for a single chair and a soft, silver light that filled every corner. And there, standing in the center of the light, was Lily Potter's ghost. Harry. Mum. Harry's voice cracked. I thought you were gone. I felt you leave. I held on. Lily's form was barely visible, more light than substance, but her smile was the same as always, just long enough to see you win. To know you were safe. Mum. Shh. Don't. She moved closer, her ghostly hand hovering over his cheek. This is goodbye, Harry. For real this time. I can't stay any longer. The magic is gone. The connection is broken. But I needed to see you one more time. Needed to tell you." She paused. Her form flickered. "Tell me what?" "That I'm so proud of you. That everything I did, staying, teaching you, fighting beside you in the only way I could, it was all worth it. You're the best thing that ever happened to me, Harry. You're my greatest accomplishment." Harry was crying, couldn't stop. Didn't try. "I love you, Mum. I love you too, sweetheart. Always. Forever." Lily's form began to fade, light dissolving into light. "Now go live your life. Fall in love. Have children. Build something beautiful with the years you've been given. I will. I promise." And Harry. She was almost gone now, barely a whisper of presence. "Your father says he's proud of you too." Then she was gone. And Harry Potter stood alone in the room of requirement, surrounded by silver light and the memory of his mother's love. Chapter 6c. The price of staying. Harry didn't leave the room of requirement for 3 hours. He sat in that silver light, letting the grief wash over him in waves. His mother was gone, truly gone, finally gone, and the emptiness she left behind was vast enough to swallow the world. But eventually, the tears stopped. The ache settled into something manageable, and Harry remembered what Lily had said: "Go live your life. Build something beautiful." He stood, wiped his face, and walked out of the room. Ron and Hermione were waiting in the corridor. "We figured you'd be here," Hermione said softly. "When you disappeared after the ceremony on." "She's gone." Harry's voice was hoarse. "Mum." "She held on just long enough to say goodbye, and then—" He couldn't finish. Ron put a hand on his shoulder. "We know, mate. We're here." They stood together in the empty corridor. 3 friends who'd survived the impossible, and Harry let himself lean on them for the first time in as long as he could remember. The weeks after the war were strange. Hogwarts was being rebuilt, stone by stone, spell by spell. The Ministry was in chaos, with half its leadership dead or imprisoned, and the other half scrambling to restore order. And Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the chosen one, the man who conquered, was the most famous person in the wizarding world. He hated it. Every time he walked down the street, people stopped to stare. Every time he entered a room, conversations died. He couldn't buy a butterbeer without someone offering to pay for it, couldn't send an owl without the post office making a fuss. You could disappear. Sirius suggested one evening, during dinner at the rebuilt Grimmauld place. He'd finally agreed to live there. After Harry and the house, elves spent weeks cleaning out the dark artifacts and redecorating. Take a year off. Travel. See the world without anyone knowing who you are. Tempting. Harry pushed his food around his plate. But there's too much to do. The Horcrux hunt proved that. There are still Death Eaters out there. Still dark artifacts waiting to be found. Still people who need help putting their lives back together. And you think you're the one who has to do all that? I think I'm the one who can. I have resources now, money, influence, knowledge. I can make a difference. Sirius studied him for a long moment. Then he smiled, a real smile, the kind Harry had rarely seen on his godfather's face. "Lily would be proud of you," he said. "She always said you'd change the world someday." She was usually right about things like that. The summer passed in a blur of activity. Harry worked with the Ministry to track down escaped Death Eaters, using the knowledge he'd gathered during the war to identify hiding places and secret networks. He funded the reconstruction of Hogwarts out of his own vault, refusing any recognition or plaques in his honor, and he started planning something bigger. Something that had been taking shape in his mind since the final battle. A school, he told Ron and Hermione, spreading plans across the table in Grimmauld Place's newly renovated library. Not like Hogwarts. Something different. A place where young witches and wizards can learn to defend themselves, to fight dark magic, to protect the people they love. Like Dumbledore's army, but official. Hermione asked, examining the blueprints. More than that. A proper institution, with trained instructors and a real curriculum. The kind of education I wish I'd had. Practical skills, not just theory. Harry's jaw tightened. If the next Dark Lord rises, I want our kids to be ready. I want them to have a fighting chance. Where would you build it? I was thinking Scotland. There's land near Hogwarts, not too close, but close enough that students could transfer between the two if they wanted. Harry paused. I've already talked to McGonagall. She's supportive, Ron whistled. You've been busy, mate. I've had a lot of time to think. Construction began in August. Harry threw himself into the project with everything he had. Overseeing the architectural plans, recruiting instructors, developing curriculum. It was exhausting, overwhelming, and exactly what he needed. Working kept the grief at bay, kept him from dwelling on the empty space where his mother's presence used to be. But some nights, when the work was done and the house was quiet, Harry would sit alone in his room and talk to the air. I miss you, Mum. Silence answered him. I'm building something. Something good. I think you'd approve. More silence. I wish you could see it. I wish you could be here. The silence stretched on, and Harry would eventually fall asleep with tears drying on his cheeks. September brought the first anniversary of the war's end. The wizarding world marked it with ceremonies and memorials, with speeches and remembrances. Harry attended because he had to, stood where he was supposed to stand, said what he was supposed to say. But afterward, he slipped away to a quiet spot behind the rebuilt astronomy tower, the same spot where he'd said goodbye to his mother, a year and a lifetime ago. He turned. Ginny Weasley was standing a few feet away, her red hair catching the fading sunlight. Sorry, she said. I didn't mean to intrude. I saw you leave, and I wanted to make sure you were okay. I'm fine. You're a terrible liar. But she said it gently, with a small smile. Everyone else is still at the ceremony, talking about what heroes we all are. I thought you might want some company that doesn't involve speeches. Harry laughed despite himself. You thought right. She came to stand beside him, looking out at the grounds below. They stood in comfortable silence for a while, watching the shadows lengthen across the grass. I never got to thank you, Ginny said finally, for what you did. The diary, if you hadn't taken it from my cauldron, if you hadn't destroyed it. You don't need to thank me. I did what anyone would have done. That's not true, and you know it. She turned to face him. You saved my life, Harry. Before we ever really knew each other, before you had any reason to care, I had plenty of reasons. Like what? Harry thought about it. About the scared first-year girl who'd nearly been possessed by a fragment of Voldemort's soul. About the fierce young woman who'd fought beside him in the final battle, who'd faced down Death Eaters and refused to break. Like the fact that you're worth saving, he said simply. Ginny's cheeks flushed. Harry, I'm not good at this. He gestured vaguely. The talking, the feelings. My mum used to help me with that stuff, and now you have to figure it out yourself. Yeah. Ginny was quiet for a moment. Then she reached out and took his hand. You don't have to figure it out alone, she said. If you don't want to. Harry looked at her. Really looked, seeing not just the girl he'd known for years, but the woman she was becoming. Strong, kind. Stubborn in all the right ways. I'd like that, he said. She smiled. The school opened the following September. They called it the Potter Institute for Defensive Arts, a name Harry had argued against, but been outvoted on by the board of governors he'd helped establish. It was smaller than Hogwarts, more focused, with an emphasis on practical skills and real-world application. Harry taught there himself, when he could. Defense against the dark arts, naturally. But also dueling and survival training and the kind of desperate, last, resort magic that had saved his life more times than he could count. He was good at it. Better than he'd expected. The students looked at him with awe at first. The famous Harry Potter, teaching them personally, but that faded over time, replaced by respect and eventually affection. You're actually good at this. Hermione observed one evening, after watching Harry guide a group of third years through a particularly complex shield charm. I always thought you'd hate being a teacher. So did I. Harry shrugged. But it turns out there's something satisfying about passing on what I know. Making sure the next generation is better prepared than we were. Your mother would be proud. The words hit harder than Hermione probably intended. Harry was quiet for a moment, swallowing against the sudden tightness in his throat. "Yeah," he said finally. "I think she would be." Life continued. Harry and Ginny grew closer, their relationship deepening from tentative affection to something stronger. He proposed on a quiet evening at the Burrow, with the whole Weasley family pretending not to watch from the kitchen window. "Yes," she said, laughing and crying at the same time. "You absolute idiot. Of course yes." They married the following spring, in a ceremony at Hogwarts that was supposed to be small and private, but somehow ended up with half the wizarding world in attendance. Harry didn't mind as much as he'd expected. Having people who wanted to celebrate with them, people who cared, wasn't such a terrible thing. Ron was his best man. Hermione was Ginny's maid of honor. Sirius gave a speech that made everyone laugh and cry in equal measure. And somewhere in the back of Harry's mind, he could almost hear his mother's voice, "I'm so proud of you, sweetheart." The children came in time. James Sirius was first, named for Harry's father and godfather, a terror from the moment he was born. Then Albus Severus, quieter and more thoughtful, with his grandmother's green eyes. And finally Lily Luna, named for the two women who had shaped Harry's life in ways he was still discovering. "She has your mother's hair," Ginny said, holding the newborn in the hospital wing at St. Mungo's, red as fire. Harry looked at his daughter, tiny and perfect and utterly miraculous, and felt something shift in his chest. A piece of grief, finally settling into something more like peace. "She does," he agreed. Raising children was harder than fighting Dark Lords. Harry had faced Voldemort, Dementors, dragons, and the specter of his own death. But nothing prepared him for the chaos of 3 young Potters running around the house. James got into everything. Albus asked questions that Harry couldn't answer. And Lily had inherited her grandmother's temper along with her hair, but Harry loved every moment of it. He told them stories about their namesakes, about James and Sirius and their marauder pranks, about Albus Dumbledore and his complicated wisdom, about Lily Evans who had become Lily Potter, and then something more. "Tell us about the ghost," little Lily demanded one night, curled up in Harry's lap while her brothers listened from the floor. "Tell us about your mum the ghost." Harry was quiet for a moment. He hadn't talked about this much, not even with Ginny, not in detail, but his children deserved to know. "She stayed for me," he began slowly. "When she died, she could have moved on, gone to whatever comes next, been at peace. But she chose to stay, chose to be there for me, even though she couldn't touch me or hold me or do any of the things a normal mother could do." "Why?" James asked. "Because she loved me. Because she wanted to protect me, prepare me for what was coming." Harry's voice grew thick. "She taught me everything I know, made me who I am. And when the war was finally over, when she'd given me everything she had to give, she let go. Because that's what love is, sometimes, letting go when it's time." "Do you miss her?" Albus's voice was soft. "Every day." Harry smiled, even as his eyes grew wet. "But she's still with me, not like before. Not as a ghost, but in everything I do. Every time I teach at the Institute, every time I help someone who needs it, every time I choose courage over fear, that's her. That's what she gave me." The children were quiet, processing this. Then Lily reached up and touched Harry's face. "I'm named after her," she said. "You are." Was she brave? Harry thought about his mother, about the woman who had defied death to protect her son, who had lingered between worlds for 16 years to make sure he was ready, who had let go when staying would have meant holding him back. "She was the bravest person I ever knew," he said. "And I see her every time I look at you." The years passed like water through fingers. Harry watched his children grow, watched James become a curse breaker like his namesake uncle, watched Albus struggle with the weight of his name before finding his own path as a healer, watched Lily develop into a fierce defender of magical creatures with her Aunt Luna's dreaminess and her grandmother's fire. He watched his friends grow too. Ron and Hermione built a life together, raising their own children, changing the world in their own ways. Hermione became Minister for Magic, the youngest and most effective in centuries. Ron ran Weasley's, Wizard Wheezes with George, keeping Fred's memory alive through laughter and chaos. And Harry kept teaching, kept training the next generation, kept honoring his mother's memory by preparing others the way she had prepared him. He never stopped missing her. But the grief became something softer over time, less a wound and more a scar, something that marked him but no longer bled. Harry turned 40 on a quiet July morning. Ginny had organized a surprise party. The whole family gathered at the Potter Institute, where Harry had taught for nearly 20 years. His children were there with partners and children of their own. Ron and Hermione, older now but still his best friends. Sirius, gray-haired but still causing trouble. Dozens of former students, now heroes and defenders in their own right. After the cake and the speeches and the flood of memories, Harry slipped away to his office. He needed a moment alone. The room was full of photographs, moving and still. James and Lily dancing at their wedding. Harry and his friends on the train to Hogwarts. The first class of Potter Institute graduates. 100 moments, frozen in time. And in the center of his desk, in a silver frame, was the only photograph Harry had of his mother as a ghost. It had been an accident. Someone had been testing magical cameras that could capture spectral images, and Lily had happened to be visible at the time. The result was blurry, barely recognizable, but Harry treasured it above everything else he owned. "Happy birthday, sweetheart." Harry went still. The voice was familiar, impossible, but unmistakable. He turned slowly, heart pounding, not daring to hope, and there she was. Lily Potter's ghost stood in the corner of his office, more transparent than he'd ever seen her, barely visible in the afternoon light. But she was smiling, and her eyes, his eyes, were full of love. "Mum," Harry's voice cracked. "How? I thought you. I couldn't stay." Her voice was faint, like an echo of an echo. But sometimes, once a year maybe, when the walls between worlds are thin and the love is strong enough, I can visit. Just for a moment. Harry crossed the room, stopping just short of her translucent form. "You've been visiting." "When I could. Not always visible. Sometimes I just watched, made sure you were happy." She smiled. "You've built something beautiful, Harry. A life worth living. A family worth loving. Everything I hoped for you. I couldn't have done it without you." "Yes, you could have. That's the point." Lily's form flickered. "I gave you the foundation, sweetheart. But you built the house. You chose to love, to trust, to let people in. That was all you. I still miss you." "I know. I miss you too." Her ghostly hand reached toward his face, not quite touching, but close enough that he could almost feel the cold. "But missing isn't the same as lost. I'm still with you, Harry. In your heart. In your children. In every life you've touched and every person you've saved. Will I see you again? After, when it's my time." Lily's smile was radiant. "Oh, sweetheart, of course you will. Your father and I are waiting for you. Sirius, the real Sirius, not the grumpy old man downstairs, is waiting. Everyone you've lost is waiting, but not yet." Her form was fading now, growing thinner with every heartbeat. "You have years left. Good years. Live them. Make them count." "I will. I love you, Harry. Always. Forever. I love you too, Mum." She was gone. Harry stood in his office, surrounded by photographs and memories, and let the tears fall. But they weren't tears of grief this time. They were tears of joy. Harry Potter lived a good life. He watched his grandchildren grow up and start families of their own. He saw the Potter Institute become the premier defense academy in the wizarding world. He taught until he was too old to teach, and then he advised, and then he simply lived, surrounded by love, by family, by the legacy he'd built. When his time finally came, he wasn't afraid. He lay in his bed at the Potter family home, the one he and Ginny had bought after the war, filled with decades of memories, and watched the morning light filter through the curtains. Ginny was beside him, as she had been for 60 years. Their children and grandchildren filled the house, taking turns sitting with him, telling him stories, making him laugh. And in the corner of the room, visible only to him, stood Lily Potter's ghost. "It's time, sweetheart," she said softly. Harry nodded. He wasn't surprised. He'd known for weeks that this was coming, had made his peace with it, said his goodbyes, finished everything that needed finishing. Is it good? Where we're going? Lily smiled. It's better than good, it's home. Harry took one last look around the room, at the faces he loved, the life he'd lived, the world he was leaving behind. Then he closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he was standing in a place of light. His body was young again, 17, maybe, the way he'd been during the war. And surrounding him were faces he'd missed for so long. James Potter, grinning that mischievous grin. Sirius Black, looking healthy and whole for the first time since Azkaban. Remus and Tonks, hand in hand. Dumbledore, eyes twinkling. Fred Weasley, already cracking a joke. And in the center of them all, arms open wide, was Lily. Harry ran to her, and for the first time in his life, for the first time in his death, his mother held him in her arms. "Welcome home, Harry," she whispered. "Welcome home." In the world of the living, Harry Potter's funeral was the largest the wizarding world had ever seen. Thousands came to pay their respects. Former students, fellow teachers, friends and family, and strangers whose lives he'd touched without ever knowing. They told stories about the boy who lived, the man who conquered, the teacher who changed everything. But the stories that mattered most were told quietly, in family circles, long after the crowds had gone home. They told the story of a boy who'd been loved by a ghost, a boy who'd grown into a man despite impossible odds. A man who'd chosen love over fear, hope over despair, life over death, and a mother who had stayed for her son through darkness and light, through life and beyond. The story wasn't a tragedy in the end. It was a love story, and like all the best love stories, it didn't really end. It just continued, somewhere beyond the veil, where a mother and son were finally, truly, together.